Like, listen, right? I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I have been
the
Stanley.
squints in his eyes, spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand
American
that
culture.
it's a white
If they
people
want to
problem.
beef with you,
Okay,
it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
Do I think it's okay?
The 250th anniversary of common sense, especially politicians on the right and left. Well, okay, center left. And none of them are getting it right. John Roberts opened his 2025 year-end report on the federal judiciary, the one in which he said the Constitution was rock solid, by celebrating Thomas Paine. And Jamie Raskin, the Democrat in Congress, has been pushing for a Paine memorial on the National Mall and posting some glorious things about him on social media. Same person, opposite projects. One invoking Paine to legitimate the consolidation of executive power. The other to honor the man who wrote that executive power itself was the problem. And that man, this one, being invoked by so many to represent the American Revolution, wasn't an American. He knew very little about it, and he had almost no experience with it when he wrote Common Sense. So here's your Resistance History Minute, or 8 or whatever, for today. I'm Chad Sturmer, the author of A Resistance History of the United States. January 10th, 1776, the Pennsylvania Gazette ran a notice. This day is published and now selling by Robert Bell in 3rd Street, price 2 shillings. Common Sense, addressed to the inhabitants of America. 2 shillings. A decent dinner with beer cost you 1.5. Paine thought Bell priced it too high. They fell out. Paine tended to do that with people. And the next edition came out at 1 shilling, half the price, because Paine wasn't writing for the people who could afford 2 whole shillings, more than a dinner. Most people didn't buy it anyway, though. Textbooks love to say it sold 500,000 copies, but in a country with paper shortage and not that many presses, that was physically impossible. The real number was closer to 75,000, which is astonishing on its own. A literary work wouldn't reach those heights in America until what, Uncle Tom's Cabin? And so his ideas moved through newspaper excerpts, pages copied by hand, tavern readings, a big one copy doing the work of 100. So you can multiply the impact. So what was Paine saying? And what were colonial Americans hearing? Turns out, not the same thing. Not if the Patriots had anything to do with it. First, Paine went after the source of the rot. Mankind being originally equals, where did kings come from? Paine's answer? Sin and violence. The first king was nothing better than the principal ruffian of some restless gang, organized crime that got old enough to call itself a government. Hereditary succession, hereditary authority was worse. Nature disapproves it. Otherwise, she would not so frequently turn it into ridicule by giving mankind an ass for a lion. And then he went through the Bible. Gideon refusing the crown because only God should rule. Samuel warning the Israelites what a king will take: your sons, your daughters, your fields, your vineyards. The whole institution originated in sin. It wasn't theology. That's not what Paine was about. It was called a dirty atheist. It was biblical language shorn of the theology. The moral framework his audience already had turned brilliantly against structures they'd been told were permanent. And then there was the part that scared many patriots. Men without property should vote. Men without property should hold office. Of more worth is one honest man to society and in the sight of God than all the crowned ruffians that ever lived. Now, monarchy wasn't the problem. Not really. Anyone who'd read anything knew that. The constitutional settlement after 1688 had solved it. Real power ran through Parliament. The fight was about parliamentary authority. George III had influence, but he wasn't Louis XIV. He hadn't been a problem in Britain for a century, or at least kings hadn't. Paine went after the crown anyway. Partly, it's personal. His time as an excise officer in England had ground him down in a system that felt arbitrary and cruel. But ordinary colonials didn't think in constitutional subtleties. They knew the king as power. They read their Bibles, they understood tyrants, Paine gave them a cartoon villain because a cartoon villain was what they could see, was what they could understand. That level of abuse of authority. Members of the Patriot resistance in New England loved it. John Adams said Paine was a man who has genius in his eyes. But others in Patriot leadership didn't want people hearing all of that. They needed Paine's genius, but they didn't want his conclusions. In Virginia, many of the enslaver patriots wanted to keep the lid on entirely. Richard Bland, some consider him Virginia's greatest constitutional scholar, he called Paine a blockhead and ignoramus who had grossly mistaken the nature of the Jewish theocracy. And another Virginia enslaver wrote in his diary that he had told Richard Henry Lee that common sense was nonsense. These were enslavers, men who needed people to be property to suit their greed and their politics. And their politics required property to ensure their own independence. It's a twisted form of republicanism. And there was Paine out there telling anyone who'd listen that men without property should vote, should hold office, should have political authority, that one honest man was worth more than all the crowned ruffians who ever lived. That kind of talk, circulating where people might hear it, could only cause problems for them. But the Patriot movement, especially the one for independence, hadn't caught fire in Virginia amongst the sorts not named Henry, Jefferson, Lee. They needed something to move people, so they curated Paine. And here's how it was done in Virginia. 10 years ago, I'm digging in archives and I find a letter, forgotten. It's from John Page. He was head of the Committee of Safety and Thomas Jefferson's best friend. And he tells a story. One day in January 1776, he was walking down Duke of Gloucester Street in Williamsburg when a mysterious figure, Page called him an invisible hand, slipped him a parcel and then mysteriously disappeared. In it was Common Sense, the full pamphlet, along with instructions to publish it. Okay, think about this. It took days for anything to get from Philadelphia to Williamsburg. So someone must have grabbed it from Bell's shop and immediately dispatched it to Williamsburg for Page to get the whole thing so quickly. Page understood the assignment. So he took it to the place where I did all my best work in Williamsburg, the pub, or in his case, probably Raleigh Tavern, and he went to work. And Page didn't like what he read. We don't know whether the instructions included this part. They might have, given who I think sent them, but Page tore Paine apart. He picked paragraphs. He rearranged sentences. He used Paine to construct a case for independence as he thought it should be built, but using Paine's words. Alexander Purdy's paper ran his version as something of an exclusive on February 2nd. So what was Page's version of Paine? Page did not argue with Paine, he edited him. He stripped away the opening sections where Paine takes a hammer to kingship itself, where monarchy is described as sin, where heredity is ridiculed, where Paine grounds legitimate political authority in the equality of ordinary men. Page gutted almost all that. What he kept were the parts that made Britain look foolish, made it look dangerous and expensive to stay connected with. And then he took Paine's challenge to any talk of reconciliation with Britain. Originally, it was buried deep in the pamphlet. He hauled it up and put it to the front so colonial Virginians could read the whole thing as a practical case for independence, not as a moral assault on hierarchy. Paine had written a democratic bomb. Page diffused it, turning it into an argument for secession that Virginia's enslaver patriots could live with. What Virginians read wasn't Paine's common sense. It was Page's common sense. This is what they do. This is what they've always done. Find a radical who can move people, strip out everything that threatens you, and deploy what's left. The real Paine was too dangerous to circulate whole, so they didn't, because he wasn't one of them. Paine had been in the colonies only, 14 months? He was from Thetford, near London, but his immediate appeal to regular white colonials shows how different they weren't from their English cousins. But America's founding mythology requires a distinct American identity already in place by 1776. Read your Benedict Anderson. And Paine somehow tapped into that. And later, when he had the chance to unpack its democratic impact, John Adams railed at Paine. He called common sense a poor, ignorant, malicious, short-sighted, crapulous mass. No Adams. Benjamin Franklin's daughter, Sarah, wrote that the most rational thing Paine could have done would have been to have died the instant he had finished Common Sense, so the Patriots wouldn't have had to deal with Paine himself. The Patriots who ran things weren't fans, but they were jealous of his influence, so they used him, and they kept using him. In December 1776, Washington's army was dissolving, falling apart, so Paine wrote The American Crisis to meet that moment, to speak to the soldiers in ways that Washington could never. These are the times that try men's souls. Washington had it read aloud to the troops before the Delaware crossing, and it kept enough of them in the ranks to make a difference. 40 years later, John Adams gave Thomas Paine another think. He then was responding to what the revolution was really about, to questions about the revolution and independence and July 4th. What do they really mean to a generation that had forgotten it? And distance was actually helping him out. He could be honest about that moment. Without the pen of the author of Common Sense, the sword of Washington would have been raised in vain, Adams wrote. And then, seething to Jefferson because historians kept confusing the revolution with the war, he said, history is to ascribe the American Revolution to Thomas Paine. It's not resentment. We got to understand what Adams is actually talking about here. That was a man admitted something he didn't want to be true because they were the revolution. Paine was independence, different things. Adams knew that. And it's why Paine never sat comfortably in the founding story. Most of the real American Revolution had already happened before Paine ever set foot on America's shores. That was all between 1765 and 1775, between the Sons of Liberty and Lexington and Concord. It was James Otis thundering against the writs of assistance. It was Sam Adams organizing Boston streets and taverns. It was Mercy Otis Warren writing sharp plays about corrupt royal governors. It was years of patriots arguing about rights, representation, and power in their own language, grounded in their own experience. That was the revolution. That was the intellectual and emotional break from British authority and British identity that enabled direct resistance to it. Paine had nothing to do with any of that. He wasn't even here. He never engaged those arguments or that history. He arrived from England with his own radicalism already formed and dropped it whole into a fight that was almost over for the radicals, but maybe had not yet begun for almost everyone else. That's why the Patriots could use him, but never fully accept him. His pamphlet didn't grow out of the American resistance, it crashed into it. The careful language of John Dickinson or swings of Thomas Jefferson weren't moving anyone in a dirty shirt. Paine did. So they took his fire and they aimed it where they needed it. Paine was not the revolution. Paine was the accelerant. But Paine was a revolutionary. Don't ever lose sight of that. Against monarchy anywhere, aristocracy anywhere, slavery everywhere, established religion entirely. When Paine died in 1809 in New York, 6 people showed up, and he was denied burial in a Quaker cemetery. His bones, dug up later, taken to England, and lost. We don't know where Thomas Paine is buried. And then, for the 250th anniversary, Jamie Raskin calls Paine a critical and singular voice who's been under-recognized and overlooked, and he sponsored the bill for a memorial. Then Raskin posted on social media that, hey everybody, it's the 250th anniversary of Common Sense, whose luminous author, Tom Paine, figured centrally in the American Revolution, the Enlightenment, and the movement for democracy, still sweeping the earth. The times hath found us. These people. And then there's the other side. John Roberts quoting Paine in his report is like George III quoting Common Sense. The man who authored Trump versus the United States, granting presidents immunity for official acts, now invokes the man who warned that a thirst for absolute power is a disease. Roberts pulls exactly the passage he needs. Government's purpose is to serve the people, while ignoring everything Paine meant by it. Now, the Heritage Foundation does the same thing, right? These are parts of the same coin. Surprise, surprise. They'll tell you Paine wrote from the vantage of a libertarian, favoring small government, low taxes, maximum liberty. Then note with disappointment that he later became a social democrat, advocating welfare like there was some transition. Translation, it's the Sally baseline. Paine stops being useful to Americans in 1776. He dies, as far as they all are concerned, then. This is how history serves nationalism, folks. The left reaches for it. The right reaches for it, both to serve their own modern political interests about what they think the nation should be, based upon the same set of founding facts, and both of them missing the history, or purposely evading it, but reinforcing that it's the moment we all need to be focused on. It's a bizarre take. And in that sense, Roberts and Raskin might have more in common with John Page than with Thomas Paine. John Page, sitting in a tavern, picking which parts of Common Sense to print, to post, which parts suit his political needs, and get rid of the rest. What would Paine be doing today? I don't know. It wouldn't be at a memorial dedication, I gotta tell you that. He'd probably be in Minnesota, and he'd be all over social media, on every platform that would have him, firing bomb after bomb, not just at the obvious villains, but at everyone stopping short of the core problem. the moderates, the institutionalists. He had particular fire for them in Common Sense. The ones who criticize ICE's excess while voting to fund it, because those guys just apparently need better training and clearer guidelines. The ones who concede the premise, we do have an immigration problem, before making their carefully bounded critique. Paine had a phrase for those people, the moderate men who think better of the old world than it deserves. And he warned that that group, by an ill-judged deliberation, will be the cause of more calamities to this continent than all the others. Their good fortune, the moderates, he wrote, is to live distant from the scene of sorrow, the evil not sufficiently brought to their doors to make them feel the pain. Thomas Paine's earliest, and maybe still best, biographer wrote that Benjamin Franklin said, "Where liberty is, there is my country." But that Paine supposedly answered, "Where liberty is not, there is mine." Now, Franklin's line is very Franklin, so it seems right, teeming with comfortable assumptions about liberty and the belief that it already lives inside the institutions we belong to, that it resides where the flag flies, where the laws are written, where the ceremonies happen. It is a statement of comfort, and Franklin was all about chasing comfort. So you belong where power says you belong, mostly because of your relationship with it. Paine's answer is also very Paine. It means something very different. It means your loyalty does not flow towards where a flag flies, where authority is settled, but where it is failing. Your country is not a place on a map. It's a state of mind. It exists wherever people are being ruled without consent, wherever power is claiming legitimacy it has not earned or it has surrendered, where abuse is the order of the day, where the uncomfortable are. That's why the real Paine makes no comfortable person safe. So you have to make him into a statue, turn him into a place you can visit. No, his words demand movement. They force you to ask where you stand when liberty is missing. Where liberty is not, there is my country. That's not a quotation for a plaque. It's a test. Pass or fail. Where's your country? For more on Paine, I recommend Eric Foner's Tom Paine and Revolutionary America, and Sophie Rosenfeld's Common Sense: A Political History. And you share your favorite sources and your thoughts about Thomas Paine below. That's all I got. LLZ.
All right. Well, welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Good to see you all this Monday afternoon. Everyone, please make sure that you hit the like button on the way in. Couple things about this. I guess this will be the 250th anniversary of the American the Revolutionary War. So we always watch a lot of history anyway. We're going to see a lot more of it between now and July the 4th. Several good things about this. I actually, kind of wonder how they teach high school history. I think it's really an important point that by the time the Lexington and Concord came around, the U.S. was already gone. People in that 1764 to 1775, 76 time frame, the ball was already rolling. America was going to be independent either way. And a couple things that Britain did that kind of hastened it. Obviously, there were writers and, that sort of thing that accelerated it. But a couple more interesting things. I was watching Lisa Cabrera's show right before I started this show. She was showing a bunch of clips, I guess mostly from X and TikTok, of ICE raids. Apparently, they're going door to door in Minneapolis. Americans are being detained. I watched this one video of them busting into a washateria, like a laundromat, without any sort of warrant. And they start harassing this lady who is a legal immigrant. So they were threatening to deport her and just kind of, harassing her. So finally they let her go get her passport and her documentation. And you know what? The response was, well, you're lucky this time. And they all walked out. America's not going to stand for this that much longer. and I've said it several times. ICE can pretty much do it at once, but as soon as they start inconveniencing actual like Americans, they're going to have a problem. And the other thing to note is they're not sending ICE uh, en masse into Republican states and Republican cities because they know if somewhere like San Antonio, Texas, got the Minneapolis treatment, they would have a big problem, in red states. So it's basically very selective. Basically, it's vindictive. And Donald Trump is probably the most American president we've ever had. The other lesson learned, and I'll talk about it in this Boston Globe newsletter called The Starting Point, where they talk about what's her name? I can't even think of her name. Renee Good's martyrdom. They're calling her a martyr now. Well, two things. Again, another video on Lisa's Cabrera's show. This white lady who's a teacher, ICE is harassing her. And, this guy breaks out, one of the ICE guys breaks out his baton, threatening to break her window for no apparent reason. She was white. She didn't look, she didn't fit any sort of visual or visual profile. So basically, if you think about how Reconstruction worked in the South, once after 1877, when the federal troops left the South, all these, they called them carpetbaggers. Being white did not matter if you were basically being an N-word lover or, somehow or another you were, quote, betraying your race. So I think Renee Good was probably bound to happen. Now I don't know how much how much more ICE is going to be able to kill a bunch of white women and get away with it. But as it turns out, the woman is a liberal. She was a lesbian, married to a woman. So, it's basically easy for these far right MAGA folks to make light of it and be dismissive of it. But I think that Trump is going to have a whole bunch of trouble coming up. This Renee Good thing is not going to go away. So this guy, his name is Prasad Philbrick, Ian Prasad Philbrick. And I'm going to read a little bit of this. He talks about Renee Good being a martyr. And he says here, the United States has had political martyrs since before it was a country, and some of Saturday's protesters sought to summon that history. One held a sign featuring 6 coffins, 5 reproduced a 1770 Paul Revere engraving, memorializing the colonists killed in the Boston Massacre. The 6th was labeled with Good's name. In my mind, these two events are linked, said the protester, a local high school history teacher who identified herself as Michelle, comparing British troops occupying Boston to the thousands of immigration agents the Trump administration has dispatched to Minneapolis. People who become symbols often fit a sympathetic mold. Activists challenging segregation in Montgomery, Alabama, deliberately elevated Rosa Parks, a seamstress who nonviolently refused to give up her bus seat in 1955 as a living embodiment of the civil rights movement. On Saturday, protesters similarly drew on aspects of Good's biography. I've looked, there have been a couple pieces on Renee Good's background. Like I said, this is not going to go away. Trump is not going to be able to sweep this under the rug the way they want to. looking at the videos, and I've looked at it from maybe 2 or 3 angles. I think it was either on Cellulite's show or maybe it was Nidus's show. I can't remember, but I'm unconvinced, that the Cellulites of the world are getting it right. I didn't see what they saw. And then you go and you look into this woman's background. She was on her way back from picking up a 6-year-old son. She was a widow, all kinds of things in her background that are not going to allow Donald Trump to just paint her as some sort of leftist terrorist. Not going to happen. So good luck with that, Mr. Trump. Good luck with that, all your black MAGAs. I was on Cellulite's channel earlier today, and it's just too easy to toy with these MAGA blacks. They're generally not that impressive rhetorically. And speaking of MAGA blacks, unapologetic manhood. What's up, my man? Funny you should appear. So anyway, I think the most important thing for white women, especially to realize, is being a white woman is not going to protect you. It didn't protect you during Reconstruction in the South. If these far right goons who are MAGA think that you are some sort of race traitor, they will lynch you like they did back in during Reconstruction. So I think that that's one thing that a lot of these little leftist white women are going to learn. Hopefully not the hard way. So let's stay with this ICE theme. Man shot by Border Patrol. This is Border Patrol in Portland, Oregon, is charged with aggravated assault on federal officer for alleged car attack. We'll see how long that lasts. Says here the Department of Justice said Monday it has charged Luis David Nino Moncada, one of the 2 people shot by a Border Patrol agent in Portland, Oregon last week, with aggravated assault of a federal officer with a deadly or dangerous weapon. Allegedly, he repeatedly struck a federal law enforcement vehicle with his car. Nino Moncada, who is also charged with depredation of federal property in excess of $1,000, is scheduled to make an initial court appearance Monday afternoon. Border Patrol agents shot 2 people in Portland, Oregon during a traffic stop. Shit. After authorities say they were associated with a Venezuelan gang. Another incident in a string of confrontations with federal authorities that have left Americans frustrated with immigration enforcement during the Trump administration. By the way, there are some states' rights conservatives who are basically taking Minnesota's side. These are Republican voters and, somewhat MAGA type people that are basically saying ICE, sending ICE en masse into Minnesota and doing what they're doing, these warrantless searches and going door to door. They're saying it's a violation of states' rights. So even a lot of Republicans or MAGA type people aren't that on board. And again, I'm going to emphasize, if actual Americans are being harmed or even inconvenienced, Trump will not win this. He's going to have problems in 2026, especially if this economy doesn't do a turnaround. Last month, I think it was last month, 50,000 jobs created. So I think unemployment may have even ticked down by 0.01%. 50,000 jobs is nothing. So, this is going to be a time that tries Trump's soul, because he's not doing that well. He will tell you all this stuff. He will blow hard on his horn, tooting his horn, but he is not doing well, folks. So, speaking of not doing well, federal prosecutors open criminal investigation into the Fed and Jerome Powell. This Trump is a fucking idiot. This is not. You're pissing off your financial guys. So this is how Jerome Powell responded. If it'll play.
Good evening. On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people. Thank you.
Well, I like that. It's simple, it's stately, it's elegant. And once again, this is going to be another case. I seriously doubt it's going to make it past the grand jury. Or maybe the grand jury's already seen it. I don't know where they are in that process, but this is going to be another nothing burger. And just so you know, Trump was asked about this, and he says he knows nothing about it. Dude, Trump can fucking lie. It's like second nature to that guy. What have y'all elected? Yeah, I'll drop the link in just a second. Actually, Kimmy, I decided I rendered a judgment, and I'm actually curious to know what you think about this. JB wanders in. This is what I've decided to do. Basically, he's going to be off my panels till the end of the month, or $25. I don't care whether he pays it or whether he collects it from other people. That's the final word on this. He can come back at the end of the month, or he can, he can take the shortcut and come up with $25. So if anybody wanders in, or if he wanders in, that is basically my final word on it. I won't be changing my mind on that. All right, so I will drop the link here in just a second. So that is the Jerome Powell thing. Stunning development. So these are interesting times. So Trump says he's inclined to keep Exxon out of Venezuela after CEO's remarks. Basically, the CEO of Exxon said this is not a place that we want to invest money into. So so far so good for Trump's oil extraction plan for Venezuela. ExxonMobil is out. Oh, dude, Trump is a fucking clown. So President Trump said Sunday he may exclude ExxonMobil from his drive for U.S. companies to invest in Venezuela after the oil giant CEO described the South American country as uninvestable. I didn't even know that was a word. Trump says he didn't like Exxon's response. This dude is what a pompous liar. Let's see. He says, Trump says, I'd probably be inclined to keep Exxon out. I didn't like their response, added the president aboard Air Force One en route to Washington, D.C. from Palm Beach, Florida. They're playing too cute. Trump actually said that. Oh, man. This is awesome. Trump is definitely the gift that keeps on giving. I'm glad y'all elected him now. So here's the link if anyone wants to join the fun. We'll just call it the Dare link. So let's pin it here if I can. There we go. All right, so let us move on. So consequently, Trump warns Cuba, make a deal before it's too late. On January 11, 2026, U.S. President Donald Trump urged Cuba to negotiate with Washington and warned Havana it would lose Venezuelan oil and financial support unless it agreed to U.S. terms. Longstanding ties show Cuba relied on Venezuelan oil, averaging 27,000 barrels per day, covering roughly 50% of its oil deficit, while Havana provided security services to Venezuelan governments, a relationship Trump says has ended. Trump added in a follow-up post, there will be no more oil or money going to Cuba, zero. I strongly suggest they make a deal before it's too late. On Truth Social, claiming many Cuban personnel were killed last week. That was the security team that Maduro had. They were all Cubans because he didn't trust Venezuelans. So Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel said the U.S. actions are an act of state terrorism and a shocking violation of the norms of international law. Well, all those norms have gone out the window, Senor El Presidente. While analysts warned the loss of Venezuelan oil would devastate power and fuel supplies. Following the January 3rd operation that captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, observers say the ultimatum signals a revived hardline U.S. approach that could deepen strains in U.S.-Cuba relations. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm sure they may have to go back to horse and cart in Cuba. So we're gonna switch gears a bit. Hundreds of Iranian protesters feared killed. U.S. considers military strikes. This is a far cry from that America First isolationist stuff that Trump was spouting during his first term. I find it really interesting that he is willing to just intervene all over the place. He's also supposedly talking or going to talk to Elon Musk about turning Starlink back on because the Iranian government basically interrupted internet. So if Elon turns Starlink back on, that's something that the Iranians won't be able to control. So Trump administration, national security officials were preparing to meet on potential responses, including a range of military options. Now, why you would do that, I don't know. That sounds like a dumb idea to me. But Trump and his little cabinet full of henchmen are full of bad ideas. It says here hundreds of demonstrators have been killed in Iran. Rights group said Sunday as reports of a dramatic escalation in the use of deadly force by security forces began to break through a communications blackout imposed by authorities struggling to contain some of the largest protests since the Islamic Republic was founded in 1979. Trump administration national security officials, meanwhile, were preparing to discuss options, including possible military strikes, a senior U.S. official told the Washington Post. I think that would be a bad idea, mainly because Trump will fuck it up. So we will stay tuned. Don't know why you would dip your toe in those Iranian affairs. Let's see. Kimmy says there has to be a way to fix it. If the Hutus and Tutsis can fix their issues in Rwanda, so can the Somalians. You mean Somalis? What's up, Kelvin? So let's see. We will go from Iran to China issues new Greenland warning to Trump administration. So I have not heard about this, but I definitely want to hear what China has to say. If it'll play.
China warned the United States on Monday not to use other countries as a pretext for its ambitions in Greenland, saying its activities in the Arctic comply with international law and aim to promote peace and stability. The statement from Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning came after President Donald Trump renewed his push for the U.S. to acquire Greenland, a semi-autonomous territory of NATO ally Denmark. Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One on Sunday that Washington must take Greenland to prevent Russia or China from gaining control, adding he would prefer to make a deal, but insisted, one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland. Tensions have escalated this month among Washington, Copenhagen, and Nuuk as the White House weighs options, including military force, to secure the vast Arctic island. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen has warned that an American takeover would mark the end of NATO. Greenland's Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen and leaders of 4 other parties issued a joint statement Friday asserting that the island's future must be decided by its people and urging the U.S. to end its contempt for the territory. China, which declared itself a near-Arctic state in 2018, has sought greater influence in the region through its Belt and Road Initiative and plans for a Polar Silk Road. Asked Monday about U.S. claims that Greenland must be taken to block Chinese and Russian control, Mao said Beijing's Arctic activities are in accordance with international law and focused on peace, stability, and sustainable development. She did not detail those activities. The rights and freedoms of all countries to conduct activities in the Arctic in accordance with the law should be fully respected, Mao said, without mentioning Greenland directly. The U.S. should not pursue its own interests by using other countries as a pretext. She added that the Arctic concerns the overall interests of the international community. Diplomatic efforts continue as Danish and Greenlandic envoys prepare for talks in Washington this week. U.S. senators are also planning a visit to Denmark amid growing friction.
Yeah, I'll just stop it there. Senators visiting Denmark. That's just hilarious. Like the Senate matters. You know, apparently these senators are going to Denmark to scope out vacation houses because it seems like they've got a lot of time on their hands now that their power has been usurped. So we have a shutdown crisis that is looming. And I can't remember which date. I want to say it's the end of January, but it might not be. But Senator Warner of Virginia bucks Democrats' calls to freeze ICE funding, cautions against another government shutdown. He's probably right about that, because most of this ICE activities in Democratic states, shutting down the ICE funding, the Republicans won't care. They'll shut down the government, just to see if the Democrats will actually do it. So it says here, Mark Warner of Virginia is pushing back against calls from some Democrats to freeze funding for immigration and customs enforcement, even if it were to result in another government shutdown. Now, one thing about the Senate's a little bit different than the House. One senator, regardless of party, can literally stop legislation in its tracks. It only takes one. So, the Senate Democrats actually do have weapons that they can use if they will use them. And Democrats messing with ICE, I wouldn't recommend it, because Democrats dropped the ball on immigration. They're part of the reason that Trump is able to do what he's doing right now. So Warner's probably right on this. This actually shocked me. This is a gear shift here. EPA to stop considering lives saved when setting rules on air pollution. In a reversal, the agency plans to calculate only the cost to industry when setting pollution limits, and not the monetary value of saving human lives. Now, this is a prime reason why I say MAGA is not a populist movement. This is literally anti people. They care about how much businesses are going to profit over human life. So once again, all you MAGA blacks and just MAGA in general voted against your self-interest. Profits over people, baby. That is the new MAGA slogan. It used to be Make America Great Again, but now it's profits over people. Good luck. Good luck with that, y'all. Oh, let's see here. So, in an unsurprising move, Smithsonian takes down some details about Trump's impeachments, his impeachments from Presidential Portrait Exhibition. Yep, Donald Trump is seeking to erase history. Probably that will be permanently erased from his Smithsonian record. We like our kids to be dumb on U.S. history, and President Trump is the tip of that spear. He and Ron DeSantis, the tips of keeping our American kids ignorant of American history. Congratulations on that, parents. So this is actually fairly interesting. It's gonna be interesting how Mom Donnie responds to this. Nearly 15,000 nurses go on strike at major New York City hospitals. And Kimmy, you're there. Any thoughts or reactions to how it's going there? Workers are demanding more robust staffing levels and higher pay. The strike comes 3 years after a smaller job action won significant gains. So let's play this little video here. Bunch of nurses. None of them look that hot though. Must be the winter gear. 15,000 nurses in New York City went on strike today. This is at Mount Sinai. Nurses cheered as the night shift nurses exited Mount Sinai.
How can we as nurses be inside taking care of patients when we don't have health care? We need to have good health care so we stay strong, so we can go in there day after day. Nursing is a 24/7 a job. We don't get a break. We're there to take care of these patients, and that's what we're going to do. But we need the health care to do that.
All right.
All parties must return immediately to the negotiating table and not leave. They must bargain in good faith. That's right. And they must arrive at a deal that is satisfactory to all, that allows the nurses who work in this city to live in this city.
All right. Well, they braved the cold. So healthcare sucks in New York City. Well, it's going to suck a little bit more without the nurses. Yeah, adding Canada. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Let's see. So, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you happen to be new to this channel, please make sure you subscribe to it. It is kind of a niche channel and a little bit of an acquired taste, as I am slowly finding out over the months. But we're a good little channel. We have fun, and we do news and culture and commentary and the occasional fuckery. So it's not as fun as, some of the other channels that talk about relationships and baby mamas and baby daddy relations. And so on that point, everyone, please make sure you support this little show by supporting its host. All the newspaper subscriptions and the StreamYard subscriptions and the YouTube premium, all that stuff is, it does cost money. And I always welcome, contributions to the cause of keeping the channel, liquid. See, if I spend all my money on these subscriptions, I can't buy beer. So, the Sovereign Beer Fund is always looking for contributions. So we're going to be switching gears here a bit. These next few articles are basically just opinion pieces, mostly from the New Republic. And then I've got one story on this new health pyramid. And then the overall theme of today, because last week I talked a lot about MAGA and conservatism. I really haven't talked about capital L liberalism, which tends to be, where I reside. And when I say liberal, I don't necessarily mean Democrat. I mean capital L liberal, as in, the philosophical John Rawls type of liberalism, as a philosophy, as an ontology, I guess. So I've got a couple videos on that, and they'll be boring, but they will be chock full of knowledge. And the link is posted if anyone wants to come up. You're more than welcome to do that. And one actually interesting thing, I was in Nidish's chat earlier this morning, and I happened to be asked by someone who shall remain nameless, she started going in, talking about abortion. And, she basically, apparently she thought she was in an echo chamber, uh, which it largely is. It's full of, a bunch of black conservatives. So anyway, she started talking about how abortion is murder and all that. And of course, I basically told her, well, I, for one, disagree, especially if it's done legally. And she tried to shame me, talking about my soul and all this bullshit. And you know how I am. At the end of it, she was asking me why I was so rude. And I was like, well, I wasn't really being rude, but I have my beliefs, and I'm 60 years old. I know what I think. I know what I believe. And you know what? I think you're wrong. And I don't give people that kind of latitude. And in the end, I told her, I'm not going to debate this in a chat. I have a show. Come over to my show, hop up on the panel, and we can talk about it there. But you're not going to change my opinion. And I'm not going to change yours. So the lesson is I'm not one of these people who when I state an opinion, I never approach it like I might be wrong. And if I think I might be wrong, I'll say, well, this is my opinion. I'm not sure that I'm right. But something like abortion, no, I know I'm right. And if it comes off as abrasive or rude, so be it. I'm an adult. I'm entitled to my opinion. And you are entitled to your opinion. And that is perfectly fine with me. So, everyone probably knows that Senator Mark Kelly, the former astronaut and husband of Gabby Giffords, she was a House of Representative member who was almost assassinated. She got shot in the head by a would-be assassin and survived it. So anyway, he's in the Senate now. He was still an astronaut back then. He's a senator now. And he made the comment that, military members are not obligated. As a matter of fact, the UCMJ basically says you are not allowed to follow or not required to follow unlawful orders. And, if you follow an unlawful order, you're liable to be prosecuted yourself for following the order. So that's pretty much all he said. He just said, hey, look, if you're in the military, the reminder is you're not obligated to follow unlawful orders. So Trump, via Pete Hegseth, wants to make a huge deal out of this. Basically, he's a retired Navy captain in 2006. And so they're going to do some sort of administrative review, and they're threatening to reduce him in rank and censure him and all this stuff, put something permanent in his file. So, basically what they're doing is this old, persecuting their political enemies. He said nothing that was incorrect. He said nothing that was even remotely treasonous. But they basically, Hegseth and Trump basically want to rattle sabers. They're probably not going to win this. And even if they do, next Democrat in the presidency will just undo what they did. It's a waste of time, what they're trying to do with Mark Kelly. The dude is genuinely an American hero. It's either him or his twin brother. They were both astronauts. Can't remember whether it's Mark Kelly or his brother who set the record for longest number of days spent on the space station. Can't remember which, but he is genuinely an American hero. He's one of the few modern astronauts that I can think of off the top of my head. And now he's a sitting senator. He made the remark with a group of other Democratic senators. So essentially, this is political persecution. He wasn't talking as a retired military member necessarily. He was talking in his capacity as a sitting U.S. senator. And what they're doing is basically violating his First Amendment rights. And I don't know whether he can sue or something like that. But if I were him, I'd take this all the way up to the Supreme Court. It is a gross violation of his First Amendment rights. And by the way, even if you are a retired member of the military, you have First Amendment rights. So apparently, Senator Kelly has responded back, calling Trump bone spurs. He basically said that, hey, look, you know what? Trump's a fucking draft dodger. So let's listen to a little bit of this article. I think I can play it.
Transcript: Senator's harsh takedown of Trump hits home. Bone spurs, by the Daily Blast with Greg Sargent.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible. Financial geniuses.
Oh boy, let's skip these
monetary
commercials.
magicians.
It is very powerful stuff. Here is our question. What if Trump is giving illegal orders to the military? How do we make that part of the discussion? Today we are working through all this with legal expert Leah Littman, who is great at puncturing Trump's lawlessness. Leah, nice to have you on. Great to be back. So Pete Hegseth tweeted that these proceedings have begun against Senator Mark Kelly, which are being brought because he is still subject to military discipline. The procedure could result in his retirement rank getting reduced and a cut to his military pension. Hegseth called Kelly's warning seditious, which is odd because Kelly was merely stating what the law says about illegal orders.
Yeah.
Leah, can you walk us through what Hegseth is doing here and why it is so wildly inappropriate? Yeah, absolutely. So I guess just starting at a high level, it is no accident that, of course, this administration would think it is illegal to tell people to comply with the law, because that is, at bottom, what Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is doing. What he is doing is attempting to leverage the power that the Secretary of Defense has over not just service members, but also retired service members, to punish Senator Kelly for his speech, for expressing the view that military officers do not have to, and indeed should not carry out illegal orders. So under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the Secretary...
Yeah, by the way, most people know I was a naval officer. They literally tell you that. At least during the training, excuse me, it is literally emphasized. You shouldn't issue illegal orders and you shouldn't follow them. And I know in my career, my very short 5-year career, at least once I had a question about whether the captain was issuing an order that might wind up, having ramifications for me. And what we used to do is we would literally log the time that the order was issued. We would write down an objection to it just so it's in the ship's log. And that ship's log is like a permanent record. They last like forever, till they turn to dust. So, the term log it, I can't remember how I approached it, but I made sure the captain knew, what my concerns were. And I had the quartermaster of the watch log it in the ship's log. These lawful order things, they do come up time to time, especially, in war zones. So I don't know why platoon leader Hegseth has his panties in a twist. Probably mostly because Trump had his panties in a twist. And if Trump's panties are in a twist, then, automatically, Hegseth is going to pull down his pants and twist his own panties. Just in sympathy. It's a sympathy twist. So let's see. What else do we have? Most of these, again, are mostly just opinion pieces. David French, conservative. He calls himself a classical liberal, but he is basically, an evangelical conservative. And he's basically saying Trump and Vance are fanning the flames again. And what he's talking about, of course, is there are few things in American life more divisive than controversies over police violence. The racial reckoning of 2020 and the protests and riots that followed George Floyd's murder at the hands of a police officer are still fresh in our minds. We also remember the unrest and violence that followed the police shooting of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri in 2014. The last time a president invoked the Insurrection Act and deployed active duty troops to American streets was at the request of the mayor of Los Angeles and governor of California in 1992 during the LA riots. That followed the acquittal of 4 officers on charges, including assault and use of excessive force, after their severe beating, crucially videotaped of Rodney King. I'm going to jump down. This says Trump isn't a responsible leader. And this is David French's opinion. And he's at his absolute worst in a crisis. Totally agree. He lies. He inflames his base. And most dangerous of all, he pits the federal government against states and cities, treating them not as partners in constitutional governance, but as hostile inferiors that must be brought to heel. That's exactly what has happened in the hours and days since an ICE agent shot and killed Renee Good on the streets of Minneapolis last Wednesday. Instantly, the administration's narrative locked in a Truth Social post published mere hours after Good's death. Trump said that Good violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer who seems to have shot her in self-defense. He said that it was hard to believe that the ICE agent who was recorded walking around after the incident, apparently unharmed, was alive. Yeah. These guys literally think that people are stupid. King Pix, what's up? How you doing? Miss Queen Sunkissed, how you doing? Good to see you. So, even people now, David French is, famously, not a Trump fan. But again, these are people who would ordinarily be good conservative Republicans who are just, find Trump just distasteful. And the lying and the hyperbole and just the, defying these democratic norms. It is a problem, and it will come back to haunt Trump. And speaking of horrible people, Stephen Miller is the New Republic's 2025 Scoundrel of the Year. He was counting on a nation of haters, and he was wrong. So here's a little editorial cartoon of Stephen Miller. So it says here, you know what? Let's listen to this article. If it doesn't sound too robotic, if it does, I'll just read it. But this is Trump's cabinet of deplorables.
Stephen Miller is the New Republic's 2025 Scoundrel of the Year by Greg Sargent.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
Chief of Staff. He exerts extraordinary influence over an unusually large swath of the government, from immigration to criminal justice to even the military's operations on American soil. Much of what defines public life in the Trump era, masked kidnappings on U.S. streets, standoffs between ICE goons and protesters, military patrols in U.S. cities, has been authored by Miller. His ever-present unctuous smirk suggests he is visibly relishing the violent hatreds all this has unleashed. Yet now that we are 1 year into President Trump's second term, it is clear that in important ways, Miller is falling short of his most elaborate authoritarian designs. The deportations are lagging far behind his hopes. He has not persuaded Trump to deploy the dictatorial power he pines to see, and he has unleashed a cultural moment in defense of immigrants that is more powerful than anything he anticipated. Miller swaggered into Trump's second term bursting with hubris, but that bubble deflated quickly. Last spring, only a few months into the new term, he was already privately shrieking at top ICE officials over lackluster deportations, angrily demanding the arrests of 3,000 undocumented immigrants per day. 9 months later, Miller is still 2/3 short of that goal. Arrests are currently averaging around 1,100 daily. Yes, that is a lot of people, and tragically, large percentages of them are people with no criminal records. A lot of immigrants whose only crime was to illegally enter the country in search of a better life are suffering terribly right now, which surely pleases Miller greatly. But Miller's dream of 3,000 daily arrests remains a dream. And that is a very good thing, because the number is essential to a larger goal. Miller hopes to deport 1 million people a year, and the current rate will not come close to that. While ICE is still adding personnel, and deportations may increase, many experts expect Trump and Miller to fall far short of their 1 million per year goal over his entire term. It is clear that they have not achieved the shock and awe campaign of mass deportations that they wanted, and they are still running into quite a lot of obstacles. Aaron Reichlin Melnick, a senior fellow with the American Immigration Council, told me. After Trump's term, Reichlin Melnick continued, there will still be millions of people here who are undocumented. Miller will not be able to deport even the majority of undocumented immigrants in 4 years. That probably will not put all that big a dent in the overall undocumented population, which hit around 14 million in 2023, though it is probably lower now. So one can still hope a future Democratic president and Congress can create a path for long-time non-criminal undocumented residents to get right with the law. Then there are Miller's other goals. He has stated plainly that he wants to functionally end due process for migrants entirely. He also appears to envision Trump assuming the authority to simply decree that undocumented immigrants are criminal gang members, or terrorists, or members of a hostile invading army, all by presidential fiat. He wants Trump to assume an unreviewable, quasi-unlimited power to remove people regardless of what any court says. Miller has done extensive damage to the rule of law, and he and Trump have consigned some migrants to a netherworld beyond the law entirely. But broadly speaking, the courts have continued to function. Trump has not assumed the unchecked authorities Miller wants him to. Miller's biggest test case for getting Trump to exert such unconstrained powers, that of the wrongfully deported Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, has thus far failed. On another front, Miller has been cagey about whether he wants Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act to ramp up military repression in U.S. cities. He almost certainly does. But as of now, Trump has not done that. Finally, a glance at this administration's messaging. The Department of Homeland Security's 10 feed has become a white nationalist sewer pit.
By the way, Trump, I think it was on his little press gaggle on the on Air Force One, he coming back from Palm Springs overnight, talked about how crime rates are down in DC and other cities. The more these crime rates fall, the less compelling a case for the Insurrection Act. So more than likely, that's not going to happen. But again, they better pray too many people don't see what ICE is doing in Minneapolis. And look, I have no problems with the goal of getting illegal immigration under control. It's the methods that are the problem. And what I saw in these on Lisa Cabrera's show earlier, where she's just showing clip after clip after clip on TikTok and X of these activities that ICE is doing in Minneapolis, it's egregious. And how it's gonna boomerang on Trump. And consequently, Trump is basically trying to cheat on elections. He accused Democrats of doing it, usually like a year ahead of national elections. And that's exactly what Trump is already trying to do. Says here, Trump is trying to change how the midterm elections are conducted. Many of these endeavors go far beyond typical political persuasion, challenging long established democratic norms. Now, here's the deal. A judge just basically, Trump was going to require, I can't remember which Democratic state, but he was going to force them to do something, or he would cut off their federal election funds. And a judge said that's unconstitutional. The president does not have constitutional authority to control elections in any way, shape, or form. The president is out of that loop. And talking about cutting off, even if Congress decided to do it, they probably get struck down. That is the one thing that is very clear if you read the Constitution, that elections are controlled by states. In that ruling that the Supreme Court had in that Colorado case back in, was it 2024? The Supreme Court was absolutely wrong in that ruling. And the excuse they said is, hey, if Colorado keeps Trump off the ballot, it's going to affect other states. I think that was a bullshit argument. And I'm not even a lawyer. They just did some fancy footwork, and that was good enough. Trump is not smart enough in the first place to know what he's doing. So, cutting off money to state elections, once again. See, Trump, if you remember back, and you may not, I live in Georgia, so I remember the 2020 elections very well. And Trump literally fucked up Georgia. Trump probably could have won Georgia, but Trump basically cut off his nose to spite his face, telling Georgians that you can't trust the elections. So a lot of Republicans sat it out. That was one of the main reasons that Biden was able to take Georgia. Trump literally said, hey, don't trust him, especially if you're doing mail-in ballots. He fucked up his own election. That's how dumb Trump is. So, Trump getting in there, trying to create new congressional districts and stuff like that, all this fancy stuff, trying to pressure states by cutting off election funds. None of it's going to work. Trump's going to lose a lot of swing districts, where it's close. And looking at his polling, he's going to be getting real desperate here. The closer we get to next November, you're going to see Trump just pulling out the desperation stops. So, and I will bring it to you, and I will mock Trump and all Trump voters the closer we get. All right, let's see. So finally, the Trump administration flipped the food pyramid and put McDonald's hamburgers at the top of the food pyramid. I'm kidding about that. So see what foods fit with this quiz. So this is some sort of quiz here. Let's see. Do I need to read the instructions? Well, let's have it auto read here.
Over 3,500 pre-owned, all at
Oh,
your new
damn it.
hometown dealership. It's the all-new Carrollton Hyundai, new Hyundais to choose from.
Ooh,
Friendly
a
service
local
and
commercial.
Over 3,500 pre-owned, all at your new hometown dealership.
You're listening to the Trump administration flip the food pyramid. See what foods fit with this quiz. A news story written by Rachel Rubain and read by Chris, an AI-generated voice. The Trump administration has flipped the food pyramid. Federal officials released new dietary guidelines this month that call for Americans to eat whole foods and limit highly processed products. That means opting for fruits and vegetables, as well as foods rich in protein and whole grains, instead of chips, candies, and cookies. They also advise that Americans should have no more than 10 grams of added sugars per meal. While not all the recommendations are new, the latest dietary guidelines for Americans endorse some items that had once been discouraged by many nutritionists, such as those with higher saturated fat content. Nutrition experts and some major medical associations praise some of the major changes, such as directly advising Americans to move away from processed foods. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has said he's ending the war on saturated fats. Some nutritionists raised concerns about promoting fattier foods, adding that it may make it challenging to stay within a limit of 10% of person's daily caloric intake coming from saturated fat. The guidelines also sparked debate around alcohol consumption, with the new recommendations calling for consuming less alcohol for better overall health, abandoning specific daily limits for those who drink. Can you guess whether these foods meet the new dietary guidelines? Whole milk.
All right. Well, let me refresh this, and then we'll just take the quiz. So let's see here. Which one of these fit the quiz? Okay, so can you guess whether these foods meet the new dietary guidelines? Whole milk, I'm going to say yes. Coca-Cola, sugar-free Coke. Holy cow. I'm going to say no. The dietary guidelines say to limit non-nutritive artificial sweeteners. Coca-Cola Zero Sugar contains aspartame. Yeah, these are artificial sweeteners like aspartame. They taste off to me. Let's see here. Sauerkraut. Absolutely, it's healthy. I love sauerkraut. Basically, any sort of fermented food is good for gut health. So sauerkraut, kimchi, kefir, and miso is good for gut health. Let's see here. Flour tortilla turkey wrap. I'm going to say no. Guidelines say limiting consuming refined carbohydrates such as flour tortillas and to opt for whole grains instead. But let me tell you a better option. I make my own tortillas, and you can make corn tortillas too. Usually I make flour. So you can pretty much make tortillas relatively healthy if you make them out of whole grain. I rarely do whole grain tortillas, but I could. So let's see. Butter. Absolutely, butter's good for you. Correct. When cooking with or adding fats to meals, the guidelines say Americans should prioritize oils with essential fatty acids such as olive oil. Butter is included in the guidelines as another option. Nutritionists have generally urged butter to be used in moderation due to concerns over its high saturated fat content. Cheeseburger with whole wheat bun. Yes, absolutely. That would be a big yes because Donald Trump says so. It depends on some variables. The new guidelines endorse eating a variety of protein from plant and animal sources, including red meat. They tell Americans to limit added sugars, which condiments, some meats, and breads can contain, to no more than 10 grams per meal. The recommendations also say to avoid refined carbohydrates like white bread. and eat whole grains like in whole wheat buns. One more thing, be mindful of saturated fat content. The guidelines maintain a limit on saturated fat to 10% of a person's total daily caloric intake, which is around 20 to 25 grams per day. Saturated fat in cheeseburgers ranges such as 6 grams or 14 grams at some common fast food chains. The American Heart Association commended the guidelines for its focus on whole foods, but the group expressed concern over including red meat, urging the prioritization of plant-based proteins, seafood, and lean meat. Well, let me give you Stanley's secret. Don't go and eat fast food. The other day, coming back from Savannah, my brother, his kids, and my son and I stopped at some place called what was it? Cookout or something like that. First fast food I'd had in probably a year and a half. And I just got French fries. The food, I don't eat fast food anymore. I much prefer my own home cooking since I have time to do it. So I encourage all you MAGA folks out there, follow Trump's health guidelines, and that's the only good thing that they've done in the last year or so that they've been in office. So good job there, Maha. So we're going to go into the video portion of the show. Everyone, please make sure you are hitting the like button. If you are new, please make sure you subscribe to the show. We're going to be talking mostly about liberalism, capital L, as in the philosophical liberalism, which people really, I wish people were really more into actually history and political philosophy and stuff like that. You would know that a capital L liberal as a philosophy actually means something. You could basically say that all the founding fathers were liberals of one sort or another. Basically, liberalism is kind of the child of the Enlightenment. Now, and I tend to be a creature of enlightenment, probably mostly because of my education, the way I was educated. While a science major coming out of college, I put high stock in liberal arts. The literature, the history, the philosophy, those three in particular. I think anybody who is a voter should know a little bit of American history, the political philosophy behind the founding, et cetera, et cetera. It will just make you a better voter. And, it will make you more capable of spotting a bullshitter like Donald Trump. I think most MAGA folks wound up voting for Trump because they don't know American history and, the problems and the threats that people like Trump and MAGA in general can actually pose. Breaking these democratic norms, this basically shock and awe to the system. It's mostly a culture war. That's really what it is. Trying to basically lurch the company to the right because of the myth that liberals, in colleges have all this cultural capital. Well, the problem is they're not going to change that. You're not going to change Harvard. These short-term, institutions outlast human beings. Institutions outlast voters and political candidates. Harvard's been around for 300 plus years. You're not going to change Harvard. Harvard will survive. Will survive MAGA, as will the American electorate. Nope, not going to play any Kennedy. They're going after sugars and processed food. Well, they should go after sugars and processed foods. But here's the deal. it's so funny that these MAGA and the further far right reaches of the political spectrum, they want women to stay at home. They want traditional gender roles. They want, you know, they want these nuclear families from, you know, out of the 50s, but prices are sky high. You know, the reason processed foods are so popular is because they're cheaper. Go into a Whole Foods, you know, all that good stuff, all the fresh fruits and vegetables, all the prime cuts of meat. Shit, they've got sushi grade tuna. That shit's expensive. So, you know, you're probably not going to be able to afford a whole food budget on a, you know, a man as the breadwinner, woman staying home rearing the kids. Unless you happen to be like, you know, some lawyer or, you know, some like high paid professional, your average Joe the plumbers actually might be able to afford, they might actually be able to afford that. But you know, your average, you know, construction worker, for instance, you're probably not going to be able to afford having your wife stay home and cook you Whole Foods type dinners, you know, with the fresh fruits and vegetables and the prime cuts of beef. Beef is sky the fuck high. I can't believe how high just a pound of hamburger is here in Georgia. You know, the good stuff is like 10 bucks a pound for a hamburger. So these far right MAGA folks are dreaming of, you know, more traditional gender roles. People can't afford that shit. They want to go after sugars and processed foods. They're cheap. That's why they're popular. You know, if the expensive organic vegetables were cheap, people would be going after those in droves. So, you know, good luck with that, MAGA. You're going to have to make some fundamental changes to, you're going to have to make some fundamental changes for your pipe dreams to come true. What's up, Shara? How you doing? So anyway, this is my darling Karen Hunter, my dream wife, and that will never be. I know, I'll just have to lust after her, but she is 60 and I love this woman. So anyway, this clip is called Why People Don't Read Books Anymore and Why It Matters. And as all of you, probably most of you in the chat know, that's one of my pet peeves. Black people don't read enough books. And I get shit on by the Savage Entertainments and the Nightish's and you know, other people, the CTs, the John Galts. I get shit on because I read books, and it's such a shame. But you know, they're old YNs, most of them, so I understand. It doesn't deter me from doing what I know is right, and I raised a book reader too.
And so what I say to say is what reading has done for me is that it's made me want to keep digging for more information. That's the beauty of it. And I got that honestly from Malcolm X when I first read his autobiography. Like, man, Malcolm didn't just stop at one thing. He kept digging for more stuff and more stuff and more stuff.
We're ready. We're prepared. Do not give in to fear. We are fearless. This is not the time to be afraid. This is a time to stand up and fight back, and to resist any temptation for them to divide us. We're in this together. The rule of law is on our side.
Yeah, I should have skipped past this. This is my bad.
We will not capitulate. We will not bow. We will not.
People don't read because there's no reason to.
Here we go.
And if you give people a reason to read, like, it's easy to shame people for not reading, but reading is a muscle. And if you're not if you're not exercising that muscle, and the best place to do it is in community where you get to bang up against other people and, you know, check your thoughts on things and ask questions. It's why classrooms work. It's why going to college is important. It's not just that you're getting an education, it's the community of being in the classroom with other people and having a teacher challenge you in front of everybody, and then you having to check yourself. That's the way forward. So anyway,
I've told the story about my freshman algebra class in high school. It was Father Wilfred, who actually wound up teaching me physics my senior year. He used to call out the fucking test scores. Like, you know how teachers will just pass the tests out and, not comment on grades? This motherfucker would stand up at the front of the class and he would call out your grade and make you come up and get the test. So, if you were making like D's or something like that, he would literally call out your score, call out your name, call out your failing score, and make you come up and get the test while the class, he would just let the class like jeer and all that stuff. It was shaming your way to an A for sure.
All right, let me get off my.
I'm fired up because I got Nikki Giovanni here. I got
let me see. Wait, slow down. Oh, okay. You got the new book. Okay,
she wrote a poem for me. She wrote a poem for me. I didn't even know it's called Kevin Powell 2020.
No.
And her new book. This is her book that came out after she died. Nikki Giovanni called the new book. We had her on our writing workshops during the first year of COVID, and she was no joke. I love Nikki Giovanni. Rest in peace. And she wrote a poem called Kevin Powell 2020, and it's called The New Book, Nikki Giovanni.
Yeah, we had Kwame Alexander came on. He's
my brother.
One of her,
yes.
He's one of her students, and her nephew, her blood in many ways. He came on to talk about this last book. Yeah. Wow.
So this is but to your point, yes, reading, but one of the things that my wife does that I really appreciate, she reads a lot. She reads like it's more than anybody, more than a lot of people. She also listens a lot. She's gotten deeply into audiobooks and podcasts. You have a podcast, you have this channel, and so I want to make room for people who may have struggle reading. I actually just wrote a poem that's going to be in my new book. My father was illiterate. I found out just a couple years ago, couldn't read or write at all. But he was a truck driver who would drive from South Carolina to the north and back and forth. He learned how to navigate by marking things with his eye. My grandmother couldn't read or write on my mother's side. She knew how to do an X to sign her name. And so I think I want to encourage people. This is why your show and this channel and what you and Dr. Carr are doing is so important. If you happen to not know how to read or not really be a reader at first, or, Malcolm X, when he was in prison, remember y'all, he only had an 8th grade education. He had to read the dictionary to even build up his vocabulary. That didn't just happen overnight. Malcolm was in jail for 7 years, but he had the patience with himself and the forgiveness of whatever he had experienced. Like, let me make a commitment to it. And he built himself up to the Malcolm that we knew, which was dynamic. But I want to encourage people, listen to Karen Hunter's show, listen to Dr. Carr, listen to Larry, listen to Clay, listen to their podcast, Reese, listen to stuff. But also, I think it's a challenge for people who have podcasts. One of the things that bothers me, for every show or channel that's like yours, Karen Hunter, we have so many people who are misinforming people out there in America who have podcasts because they don't read themselves. They're just saying anything. Right. You know what I mean? And it's okay to have your opinions. I mean, we all are entitled to our opinions, but I'm just like for me, you and I do the same thing. I know that when we're on the show together, we both are like looking stuff up. That's what you have to look stuff up. Yes. Look stuff up.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to say really quickly about music is tied to this. I spent part of this holiday break working on my poetry book to finish it, but I also wrote 2 liner notes for the first 2 albums for Bill Withers.
What?
His wife asked me, an incredible honor. Shout out to Marsha Withers. Shout out to his daughter, Corey Withers. They gave me the honor of writing liner notes for the vinyl reissues coming. I'll come back and talk about it next month or whenever you can have me back. Those are the albums that include Ain't No Sunshine and Lean On Me and Grandma's Hands and things like that. But
wait, pause, Kev. Pause.
Yes,
Mr. Yeah, he does actually.
Oh my God,
Brian.
Liner notes. You won't believe this, but I wrote down because I feel like we need to go back to the beginning, or maybe at least to the part where I remember opening Songs of the Key of Life on my basement floor and the liner notes of that thing, baby. And I was a child. Okay. So that you're doing liner notes, that you're doing a liner note. Listen, Please explain to people what that is.
When you get an album back in the olden times,
Way back when.
even when we still had CDs on a regular basis, if you open it up, you saw who produced the record, who the musicians were, who might have done the mixing, the engineering, the mastering of it. But the thing that I always loved, either the artist or a writer like Karen Hunter or Kevin Powell would write what they write about, tell you what the album's about. So here I am writing the liner notes for Just As I Am, Bill Withers' first album, which includes Ain't No Sunshine and Grandma's Hands. And then I'm writing in a poetic form. The first one's an essay. The second one, I wrote a poem about Bill Withers that's about Still Bill. On that album is Use Me and, Lean On Me and other songs. And so I literally spent 3 months working on these liner notes and finally got them all done this weekend. But I also did a deep dive and I was researching and, about where he was from in West Virginia. Bill Withers never finished high school, Karen. He was in the Navy for 9 years. He got out of the Navy right as Vietnam was raging, and he had been writing songs. He was a stutterer until he was 28. He didn't put out his first album until he was 32. And so when folks complain about I'm old and it's too late, nope, it's greater later. It's greater later. But it's like I started taking all this stuff in, and there's stuff about the migration, and it was who he was listening to. This man was listening to the Beatles. He was listening to he was listening to Stevie Wonder. He was listening to a bunch of people. And so what I say is what reading has done for me is that it's made me want to keep digging for more information. That's the beauty of it. And I got that honestly from Malcolm X when I first read his autobiography. Like, man, Malcolm didn't just stop at one thing. He kept digging for more stuff and more stuff and more stuff. Because it takes you places where you can have a conversation like today, where we can start off about Maduro and Venezuela, but we can go to Noriega and Panama and all the things. And, you're referencing Jeffrey Sachs and Terry Moran, and because we read. And we pay attention in different ways because we learn in different ways. I learned from watching stuff. I learned from listening to stuff. And over time, as you do it over more and more, like you said, exercise that muscle, you learn how to become a critical listener or a critical reader where wait a minute, let me question this. Where did they get this information from? And maybe I should have my own opinion about this. That's the power of learning. Because really what we're talking about is being learners.
Yeah. I realize, wow, Kevin Powell, that's him. That people do struggle with reading. They're ashamed, and then they don't do it because they're ashamed. And, they find other hacks in life to get through it. And it's not just about looking at THE as the and knowing how, it's reading for comprehension. It's reading for deeper understanding, which is why I committed to reading out loud, because I recognize among those 200 people, may be some people who don't read very well. I know for a fact there's somebody who said that they have never finished a book. So us reading out loud, everyone doesn't have to read, but you're listening. You see the words on the page because I share my screen, right? So you're engaged with the text in a way, and then we had the author come in. So there's an immersive experience where you're not left out. I'm not telling you go read the book and then come in and discuss it. I'm reading it with you. We're reading line by line, page by page. Yeah.
And when we know our history, Taryn Hunter and Dr. Black and Dr. Carr, and this and all the great scholars you have on this channel, our ancestors coming out of slavery, we create schools together where you had people who were 80 years old in a classroom someone who may have been 5 or 6 years old. They were learning to read together. They were learning together. And if they could do that in 1865, 66, 1870, 1885, we could do that in 2026. And so don't be ashamed of where what you may not.
Yeah, it's really interesting coming out of slavery and into Reconstruction. Schooling was a big thing. You would have adults in the same, classes with the young children, learning alphabet, learning how to read and stuff like that. And people really don't understand. And again, it comes down to, do you actually know American history? There was a time when marriage and education were the two top priorities, back in the late 19th century. It basically kind of went by the wayside as time progressed. And, this trope that, blacks, this trope of acting white and that bullshit, that's actually a fairly recent development. There was a time when teachers, for instance, were revered. Like if you were a teacher in the Black community, and a lot of them in the South where I grew up were women, but there were some male teachers and more male coaches and principals and stuff like that. These people were esteemed in the Black community when I was growing up in Savannah back in the 70s, 80s, and well, pretty much the 70s and the 80s. I was pretty much gone, in the 90s. So we have changed, and not for the better.
No, just show up. And when I think about, Bill Withers, I cannot wait to y'all. The first line I know about, it talked about his journey of just making a record, Karen. And he didn't know what he was doing, but he was around people who said, I got you. And his producer for that first album was Booker T. Jones of Booker T. and the MG, Stax Records. and he had it. And the very overalls that I got on right now that I wear often to honor my my mother's father, from South Carolina, Booker T said, Booker T's still alive. He said that Bill Withers showed up at his house in California in some overalls coming from work. And he said, man, this is serious. But when he heard the poetry, including Ain't No Sunshine, he said, man, this man's got something. It don't matter if he dropped out of school at 17. Don't matter if he was in the Navy for 9 years. Don't matter if he was a stutterer until 28. He got something. And he was using what he got and he just added to it. And that's when I think about, Karen, when I meet people and they say I'm a member of Nubia, there's a level of pride and connection and community that, what do? What y'all are, create community. That's it. Create community.
That's it.
But create community that is going to move the needle forward. Don't be stuck.
That's right. Oh my goodness.
We're ready. We're prepared. Do not give in to fear. We are fearless. This is not the time to be afraid. This is a time to stand up and fight back and to resist any temptation for them to divide us. We're in this together. The rule of law is on our side. We will not give in, not give up. We will not capitulate. We will not bow. We will not bend. We will survive.
Well, let us hope. All right, let's see. Just a quick news update. Mark Kelly, kind of like I thought maybe he would, sues Pete Hegseth. Oops. So Mark Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly sues Hegseth over censure, potential demotion. He's probably going to win that. It's a clear violation of his First Amendment rights. So good for him. So this next video, I know that those of you who are into Republican politics know who Randi Weingarten is. She's the president of one of the teachers unions, the American Federation of Teachers. Well, she's got a book apparently, and she was on C-SPAN a couple days ago. Talking about why fascists fear teachers, public education, and the future of democracy. And I definitely want to watch this. And it's a little bit over an hour.
Politics and Prose. I'm Brad Graham, the co-owner of the bookstore, along with my wife, Alyssa Muscatine. And we're very pleased to be hosting Randi Weingarten, who's here to discuss her new book, Why Fascists Fear Teachers, Public Education and the Future of Democracy. Randi, of course, is a national labor leader who was trained as an attorney and a teacher. She worked as a lawyer and also taught high school social studies.
I didn't know she was a lawyer. So by the way, anybody who wants to hit the Dare link, come on up. We can kibitz. As you can see, I am well rested in my capital L liberal mode today. So all those who want to, I don't know if let's see. No, it looks like some of the main MAGA folks who like to come up on panels have exited the building. and right they should, because I'm raring for some political engagement today. I've got all my ad hominems stacked up in the corner, ready to hurl them at those who dare.
Before becoming, in 1998, head of the United Federation of Teachers, which represents educators in New York City's public schools. A decade later, she took over as president of the American Federation of Teachers, a union of about 1.8 million educators, healthcare professionals, and public service workers. Some of you may remember that in late 2022, Mike Pompeo, who had been CIA director and Secretary of State in the first Trump administration, called Randy the most dangerous person in the world. He was speaking with a journalist just days after Democrats did better than expected in the midterm elections. He was trying to suggest where Republicans should focus their attention in the upcoming 2024 races. Recalling that moment, Randy asks near the start of her book, why would America's former top spy and top diplomat call a 5-foot-tall Jewish lesbian grandmother union leader who's married to a rabbi the most dangerous person in the world? It reflected a strategy by many on the political right, Randy says, to blame teachers repeatedly for kids failing in school, for promoting curriculums that address race and sexuality, and generally for taking our country down. Now, Randy's book is intended to push back against such vilification of teachers. It argues that attacks on schools and teachers have long been a hallmark of fascist regimes. As dictators have risen to power, Randy writes, they have often banned books and sought to control school curriculums. They have feared teachers, she asserts, because teachers teach people to think for themselves and see past propaganda and scare tactics. The purpose of her book, Randy says, is both to celebrate public school teachers and explain why public schools are essential for our democracy. Although it's an especially timely book, given the Trump administration's move to effectively dismantle the Department of Education, Randy actually started thinking about writing it several years ago, when political attacks on teachers intensified in the wake of school closings during the COVID pandemic. The attacks then, she says, struck her as more prevalent and sinister than ever, and a cause to sound alarm, which she does cogently and passionately in her book. In conversation with Randy this evening will be Valerie Strauss, who for many years covered education for the Washington Post at both the local and the national level, and authored a popular blog on education called The Answer Sheet. I'd also like to note that this event is in partnership with Free DC, which is a movement sponsored by Community Change, and Community Change Action, aimed at retaining home rule and promoting statehood for the district. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Randy Weingarten and Valerie Strauss.
Yeah, that is a strange topic.
Yeah, wow. Thank you all for coming. What a crowd. Great. Let's just get started fast. We will, I know they originally said that you had to write your questions, and I do have one good question that came through, which I'll speak later, but we have a microphone, which we'll get to later. I would like to start with the Pompeo bit. Now, I did write about education for a very long time, and I wrote a lot of stories about really questionable behavior. But this one, I have to say, when I heard that day, November 21st, 2022, I want to know what you thought. Did that help animate your research and writing of this book and wanting to do it. And what does it say about where we are today? That, again, a teacher and a union leader and a highly effective union leader would be the most dangerous person in the world.
So, first off, can I just say, wouldn't it be great if the answer sheet was out there every single day right now? And if you were still reporting, let me just say that. Yes, you can all clap. And I also just want to say to Brad, thank you so much. Thank you not only for this bookstore and the intellectual heft that it carries in Washington, but thank you for everything that you've done. So this is where I was when I heard. I am a lawyer and a teacher by training, and I'm a New York State lawyer. So this means that every 2 years around the time of my birthday, I have to take 24 CLE credits, continuing legal education credits. So I was on a very long plane ride because there had been a meeting, an international meeting of trade unions in Australia. So I am on a very, very long plane ride home that night, that day, listening to continuing legal education, because I'm listening to as many credits as I can take so that I can keep on re-upping my certification. So I am on Wi-Fi in the plane, and all of a sudden my notifications start blowing up. Like, what? Like, this is 2 days before Thanksgiving. Like, what is going on here? And so I started looking, and I frankly didn't believe it at first. I thought it was disinformation. I thought it was, something, because my first reaction was, okay, Pompeo is running for president, but really? Like he's the former CIA director. He's the former Secretary of State. Like, the most dangerous person? I'm like, what happened to, like, Putin? Gee. So, I'm starting to go, so then my second reaction was, wow, this is now what it takes to start trying to separate yourself out from the other Republicans? Is this what the entire next 2 years is going to be about? That was my second reaction. And my third reaction was actually, when I read the whole thing, was really red hot anger, not for what he said about me, but the second line was really reckless and disgusting, because the second line was saying about teachers something to the extent that they teach filth. So how dare you say about not only my members, but the millions of teachers in America who a parent is going to say the former Secretary of State is now saying, I'm teaching filth? How dare you? So that's what really got me angry. And then, we kept on thinking about how to use this to actually make him small. But it did actually push me to write. I mean, it's not like I don't have a day job that's a little, absorbing, but it.
By the way, my father-in-law was telling me a few days ago that in Warren County, Virginia, where I used to live, there was a big kerfuffle. They shut down the public library in Front Royal, Virginia. It's Warren County. And as far as I know, there was only one main library that wasn't quite downtown. It was kind of a little ways away from downtown, but they shut that sucker down because apparently there were some of these books that parents objected over. So for some reason or another, parents were just like, fuck it, shut down the library. So they're going to deprive students of the library and, just people in general of the library, all because of a few books that they objected to. So apparently my sister-in-law went to, like the town council meeting or whatever, and there was a big to-do about it. So I guess they've agreed to open up the library, but remove the books that parents, find objectionable. And, I guess my take on it is I couldn't believe it's Warren County, out there, you can pretty much, if you're up on a mountain, you can pretty much, like from my backyard when I lived there, I could see West Virginia, miles into West Virginia just from my backyard. It's pretty conservative country out there. I'm surprised that it ever got to, that something like that even happened. How'd the books get in there in the first place? Because a lot of those shit kickers, can't even read. But they're a conservative bunch. But I just kind of chuckled when I heard that. These parents will shut down a library. So, everybody has to suffer over a couple books that they object to. Typical MAGA.
But it pushed me to say, what can I do that actually exposes this complete exploitation of the moment, to the extent and an exploitation that really hurts in the alchemy of teaching and learning by trying to demonize so much. I saw it, not what he said about me, Valerie, but what he said about teachers. I saw it as he knows better. He knows what fascism is. He knows what authoritarianism is. He knows better. He knows by saying that teachers teach filth or smut or whatever the words were, that I needed to figure out a way to expose it.
So let's talk about the title of your book, because you knew it would be provocative, right? And it was even before. Did you have the title before Trump was elected and Project 2025 started to be enacted?
Yes.
And if so, why did you decide that? And you write in the book that you're not going to call anybody a fascist. But I'm wondering if somebody walks like a fascist and quacks like a fascist and espouses fascist principles, why not?
So, two reasons. So, I mean, truth be told, to everybody who's watching on C-SPAN, the book manuscript was initially due about a week after the election. And I asked for a couple more weeks. And the publisher and Penguin Random House published the book, and I'm very grateful to them. Thesis. But I asked for a few more weeks because I really wanted to think about it again. And I wanted to think about not only whether I was doing it, but how I was doing it. I thought about the title weeks and months beforehand. And I thought, and then I actually set upon the title again after what General Kelly and General Milley did. And because that actually scared me. I'll explain it if you want me to.
Tell them quickly.
That actually scared me almost more than anything else, because they warned. It's not like either General Milley or General Kelly you would call liberal diehards, but they understand and understood comparative governments, for lack of a better word. They understood the warning they were giving. it's not like and the warning they gave, thank you, the warning they gave was essentially right before the election, 2 or 3 weeks before. They were both interviewed. I think one did a book, right? And they said words to the effect of, watch out, Trump really has fascistic tendencies. One said, both of them used the word fascist, both of them used and their experiences. And what I was concerned about was the reaction, which was a political reaction as opposed to taking to heed the warning. And that really scared me. And but putting my teacher hat on, look, I am a lawyer and a social studies teacher. And putting my teacher hat on, I said, of course this is true. Because think about any of you in high school, and look, I feel like I'm to blame about this too. And part of this is what happened with No Child Left Behind and the construction of the curriculum. We don't teach comparative governments. We don't teach in American history. I said this in one of the interviews I've done. We teach, okay, America, 250 years ago, we are a really rebellious crowd. We didn't like the king. We didn't like taxation without representation. So we banded together and we fought a revolution. And since that point in the American experiment, we have been struggling and striving to be a better nation. But we always talk about it, and look, I teach about it, in the context of democracy and expanding or contracting democracy. And we talk about those other countries, like, Russia or China or Nazi Germany, as having a different kind of government that is scary and undermining. And so when people hear the word fascism, even think about the last few weeks. I mean, like, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, but you can see how many people are so offended on a certain side that I actually say I am explaining fascistic behavior. No, I did not call you a fascist, but I am explaining the dehumanization, not only the division, but dehumanizing people, but having this view of a mythic past that never existed in the first place. And the us versus them, and undermining the them in such a way that the them is like specks.
You know as well as anybody that public education has been under assault for several decades. I wrote a lot about it when I wrote for the Washington Post for many years. And we saw the ratcheting up of the attacks, the privatization movement. Now we have, and that's just sort of morphed into total assault on teachers. And I am actually worried about the future of public education. You write that it's inextricably linked, democracy and education. Presumably you mean public education. Can you talk about why that is so? The founding fathers, of course, did talk about education, but most of them weren't talking about it for everybody.
Correct.
That evolved. So how do you connect it and think they're so connected?
So let me start. Even though the founding fathers were not perfect, I think that's obvious. But they did have a few good ideas. Like, they created this country. And I do think that oftentimes, we have a right to have a lot of criticism of who they were and what they did, particularly on slavery. But the notion of the creation of the country was really important. And the sense that the country was going to be created and governed by we the people. And there was that, and they were very, very concerned. Look, Madison was very concerned about factions. They were very concerned about tyranny and about kings and the separation of powers, executive judicial Congress, and then the separation of federal versus state were all an attempt to fight back against a concentration of power. So I just, I want to just kind of use that lens now. They thought that it was basically white dudes who were supposed to be voting, but they understood that, and this is where the connection starts. It doesn't end there, but it starts as a seed. They understood, and they talked a lot about how education was a bulwark against tyranny, because education was the discernment of fact and fiction, that education was the way in which people started learning how to think, not what to think, and to actually arrive at their own conclusions without the concentration of power dictating a decision to them. So whether it was Washington or Jefferson or Madison or Franklin, and it's not all the framers, but they talked a lot about the importance of education. It's been us over the course of these 200 some odd years that have tried to expand that to be opportunity for all. And the biggest, and one of the reasons I use Johnson in the book as one of my stories, look, half the book is both a warning, but it is actually a love letter to teachers and to the efforts of what teachers do and what public education is supposed to be. And so I use Johnson as a teacher and using his lived experience as a teacher as one of the motivating reasons for Title I, for the Civil Rights Acts of 1964. And I also use Brown versus Board of Education and what happened both before and after, which is frankly the origins of vouchers. But I too, I'm very worried about public education. But so the first issue is the first connection is just the whole issue about the learning how to think and how to have agency, and how to actually the discernment between not only fact and fiction, but being able to problem solve. The second is pluralism. And I'm actually more worried about the second today than I am about the first. Because if you think about vouchers, you also think about the marketization and the issue around charters, and you think about, like I just heard today, New Hampshire, one of the Republicans in New Hampshire is thinking they're going to make every single New Hampshire school a charter school as opposed to a public school. This whole attack on the institution, the convening, the community that gets created in public schools. Who are they? Take a neighborhood public school. I know I'm spending too much time on this, but this is really important. Take a neighborhood public school. The catchment area is the neighborhood. So all sorts of people go. How many other places, maybe with the exception of work, do you have people who are different in the same place? We live in a much more homogenized society these days. And so schooling is one of the few places where you actually see people who are different than you, and you have to learn how to get along with them. I'm sorry, inclusion and diversity. Words that we used to think were a strength of the country, and the pluralism that happens in schools when you bring people together and learn how to work with each other and deal with each other and respect each other, even if you're different. That is part of how we learn how to congeal as a society. And without that, how do you congeal as a society? How do you actually have a society that cares about each other and believes in each other, even when you have significant differences? What is the promise of America without that kind of pluralism?
I'm going to throw out a few ideas that are connected, and I want you to just sort of riff off of them, okay? One of the things I've always been interested in is why teachers are so disrespected. Decade in, decade out. Many of them have to
why is
work
that?
3 jobs, literally 3 jobs to pay their bills. Is it because they are women, mostly women? Would it be different if they were mostly men? I don't know. Is it part of the anti-intellectual strain of thought that's always been part of American culture? There was a book written in 1963 by Richard Hofstadter, Anti-Intellectualism in American Life, which chronicled
Yeah, I've
the
actually read
rejection of
that book, believe it
expertise,
or
the
not.
kind of thing we're
That was,
seeing now. So we've seen pure.
That was a book that was written, I think, in 1959. I never did finish it, but America's always, like she said, been, anti-intellectual, except when it needs intellectuals. And boy, we are at the high watermark of anti-intellectualism under this here Trump administration. So good luck with that. I don't know. I'm going to probably move on from here. This isn't, I didn't watch it before the show, so it is a little dry. This next one is Matt Iglesias and a woman named, what's her name? Jerusalem Dempsis. I can't remember where I know her from, but she started her own magazine, online magazine called The Argument. And they're going to be talking about what went wrong with modern liberalism. They more or less mean capital L, but some of it delves into politics. And then after this, there's a guy named Alexander Lefevre, who is actually a philosopher, and he wrote a book recently, like a year ago, on capital L liberalism, which I haven't read. I've got it, just haven't had a chance to get to it yet. But I am going to show that video. And again, it's going to be dry, mostly political stuff, but it's stuff I've been delaying. But I think it's important, all these far-right MAGA folks who cruise through my chat, time to get educated about what liberalism actually is, because most of you get it wrong consistently. And I do my best to correct some of you, but, it's kind of a lost cause, but, hope springs eternal.
Matthew Iglesias is a well-known liberal politics and policy writer. In a recent viral column for The Argument, he made a pretty controversial claim that some of the most popular progressive ideas of the last decade weren't just an update to liberalism. They were...
Oh, by the way, she has really nice hair. Why she has done this to her hair, it makes her look a little bit like some exotic bird. I don't know why, but I don't know. I've heard it's a protective hairstyle thing. So, we'll just let it go with that. She could be tired. What's up, Savage? But she's actually kind of cute without the big glasses and this weird hairdo. She's nerdy, but she's not ugly, but she's not doing herself any favors here. But I just thought I would make that shallow, esoteric YN type point just to make the comment.
Break from it. A fox that snuck into the henhouse. This episode comes out of a question that's been hanging over a lot of liberal institutions, from newsrooms and universities to nonprofits and democratic politics. How did we get from a broadly liberal consensus about individual rights and equal treatment to a period where it became normal to talk about people primarily as members of groups and to treat neutral...
Oh, and by the way, this is going to be an implicit criticism, or in parts, about MAGA in general. I personally am not a populist. I think populism has some good stuff, but by and large, populists tend to be extreme, expecting revolutions to democratic orders and, wanting to overhaul liberal institutions. And by the way, actual conservatives are part of the liberal world order, or whatever you want to call it, as well. They're just to the right of the liberal spectrum. MAGA is not a conservative movement. It is basically an oligarchy disguised as a populist movement. And the reason it's disguised as a populist movement is because they need, the rank and file voters. Billionaires can't elect themselves to office. That's, once they get into office or into power, they don't really need the people anymore. And that's very clear by the way Trump is deploying ICE. And it's also very clear with that EPA story I did, where they don't even care about people anymore. They care about corporate profits. So the joke's on you, MAGA voters. I told you so.
Rules with suspicion. That question is awkward because it sounds like an internal fight at exactly the moment that the external threat of authoritarianism feels obvious.
Oh, by the way,
but it's also the kind of question that
I know I keep interrupting this. The title of the show, I don't know if some of you were here. I think it was Saturday where we got to talking about Mo Love's show. And I made the remark that, a lot of these guys go up to Mo Love's show just to talk to T and Mo Love and Genesis and some of the other women that, sometimes go up on Mo's. It's basically a Bible study that Mo does late Sunday nights into Monday mornings. And all these people just go up to the panel and they literally just go up there thirsty, wanting to talk to Mo Love. Hence the name of the show. Mo's show sometimes is just a bunch of thirsty old YNs talking Jesus just to fit in and get to shoot their little verbal shot at Mo Love. It's kind of pathetic. So that's the story behind the title of the show. Hey, Dawn, how you doing? It's good to see you. You're just in time. You know what? It's going to get a lot more shallow and a lot more esoteric. What's up, Deacon Dave?
Liberals can't continue to dodge because the way we answer it shapes what kind of alternative we can offer in future elections and what kind of society we're trying to build. This isn't an episode about cancel culture, and it's not a therapy session about 2017. It is a conversation about what liberalism actually is, what it asks of us morally, what it assumes about people, and what happens when you stop believing in its basic premise, that individuals aren't reducible to the averages of their group, even when those averages are real. My name is Jerusalem Demsis. I'm the founder and editor of The Argument, a magazine dedicated to
Hey, Zhang, the thing is I never pretend to talk about religion or anything particularly deep. Maybe every now and again I'll get into some, deep-ish political point. But you know what? I'm just an old man. I mean, I know what's what. And hey, I'm not pretending to talk about Jesus. So I may be thirsty, but I'm not talking, religion.
Vitalizing liberalism for the 21st century. On this podcast, we bring together everyone from socialists to conservatives in conversation over the most important issues of the day. For an ad-free version of this episode, you can become a subscriber at theargumentmag.com. Matt Iglesias, welcome to the show.
Good to be
I
here.
don't know. This
I've actually been on the show before. You are our first episode of our live podcast. So this is
but I wasn't here.
No,
in the studio.
This is real. So I wanted to start with a article that you wrote for us called "The Fox in Liberalism's Henhouse."
Yeah.
And it resulted out of like a bunch of conversations that you had and like we had in the office and about what went wrong with modern liberalism. And I'm hoping you can just situate, what is the argument? What went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, so many things. No, so, one thing that right now I've been looking at these stories about like these welfare fraud situations in Minneapolis, which like it seems like it's bad. People shouldn't steal money from public sector programs. And then at the same time, you have like huge swaths of the conservative movement are like, so we need to do ethnic cleansing of Somalians. And I think everybody who is left of center like understands why that is wrong, right? That you do not want to attribute to whole groups of people on the basis of their identity, like crimes that were committed by individuals. And then even if you can say like statistically, Somali immigrants were more likely to be involved in this, it's still, as an individual person, you have either done the crime or you haven't. And if you haven't, you haven't, right? And that's like the primacy of the individual. But 10 years ago, when it felt like the wind was at the backs of progressives and that, you know, the arc of history was blowing in our side, I think there was a lot of collectivist identity, racial and ethnic thinking was being imported into left of center circles as if the natural like next step forward from like racism is bad was to, well, we should be judging everybody on the basis of these group attributions. And because it was presented with a kind of progressive rhetoric, because it was presented as conceptually like linked to an earlier generation of anti-racist struggles, or particularly the gay rights movement, which had really sort of flourished in the immediate path, a lot of, you know, center-left progressive liberals just kind of took it on board. And when the script flips and like the tide starts to go out, I think it becomes very clear to everybody like how deeply illiberal this kind of thing is. And like, I don't think that the people who had like, you know, like white male tears mugs and stuff necessarily meant that seriously, quote unquote, or like that it's the same as what Stephen Miller is doing, but it is the same, like on another
in what way?
Level. I mean, it's just like saying like, I have decided that like there's some statistical average property of this group of people that I don't like. And so I'm going to express broad brush negativity about all of them in like a whatever way. And then if somebody is like, well, that, you know, makes me sad, you're like, oh, fuck you. Like, I don't care. Right. And it's like, it's actually bad. Right. And like something that I think we're going to have to do to like rebuild liberalism is to take it seriously in both directions, right? That like the primacy of the individual really counts for something, that like being biased against people on the basis of their identity is bad and wrong, but that like for that exact same reason, you want to treat people as individuals. There was like this whole period of time when it was like considered the most right-wing thing in the world to like quote Martin Luther King on the importance of judging people by the content of their character. And like, I agree that there was something a little bad faith, a little opportunistic about the way Republicans would invoke that idea. But what was bad faith and opportunistic about it is that they weren't taking seriously that like that is a real idea that conservatives frequently contest. And that like just champion for like real reasons.
So I want to start like at a very basic level here. Why is it that using group statistical averages to make judgments about individuals is wrong? Because I think this is an argument that I think a lot of people on the right, or like maybe what refer to themselves sometimes as reactionary centrists, will say was just like, listen, like obviously you shouldn't just like berate people or like beat them up or whatever in public, but it's fine to observe that like Somali immigrants are more likely to have participated in this scandal, and therefore we should have a difference of perspective on whether or not we should allow Somali immigrants into this country relative to other immigrants who may be less likely. Not that we're blaming any individual, but we're making choices in an environment where we have limited information. So what's wrong with that?
Right. I mean, I do think that like you have to have some nuance in your perspective about this, because you don't want to say that like nobody should be allowed to say something that is statistically true just because it's sort of inconvenient or something like that. At the same time, like I think that we have a lot of experience of societies tearing themselves apart over these kinds of things, and that people, you know, quite rightly feel that like they deserve to not be discriminated against even if the discrimination is being done on the basis of some kind of statistically valid generalization.
Mhm.
You know, and I know like in the sort of economics literature, right? Like there used to be this distinction that people would draw between taste-based discrimination,
Mhm.
where it's like, just like, I don't like Black people, and statistical discrimination, where you're saying, you know, like, the classic is like the cab driver,
Mhm.
right? Who's like, well, this person is probably going to want me to go to some out of the way, low income neighborhood where I'm not getting another fare. So,
Or they might not tip me, or they might.
yeah, but like
Yeah.
the tip thing is like a negative value judgment. But I mean, just like facts about the world,
Yeah.
right? And so you might say, look, like even a Black cab driver would
Mhm.
engage in that kind of practice sometime, because it's like true that in
Yes.
Washington, D.C., African Americans are poor, they live in neighborhoods that are worse for picking up fares, etc. People don't want to live in a world where that happens to them.
Yeah.
And like, I think that when it is flipped around, everybody sees that,
Mhm.
right? And there's like a little bit of like golden rule to it, you know, that like it's very easy but lazy for white people to just be like, well, we're the majority,
Mhm.
so we can just do it to other people and like it'll be fine. Or then on the progressive side to be like, well, you know, like we're gonna like champion the interests of oppressed people, but like we don't care about the people who are at the top of the hierarchy.
Mhm.
But everybody cares a lot when it happens to them.
Mhm.
It's like, it's really hurtful and it sucks
Yeah.
to have like negativity placed on you for things that you didn't do.
I mean, I
You know?
think that's like the fundamental answer, but I also think there's like another layer here, which is that people often overrate the degree to which these small differences in likelihood actually are relevant in their determinations about what will make what they should think about a person. So, I mean, I think a simple way is like, if you were to say like, wow, like Somali immigrants relative to the population are more likely to have participated in the recent Minneapolis scandal, you're like describing a true fact about the
Sure.
world. But it's one of those things where it's like, you would probably make a bunch of category errors if you were like to observe, if to go up to random Somali people and assume that it's likely that they are participants in like fraud or scandals, because still the rate of people who participate in these sorts of things is so low. I mean, we know this in a couple, I mean, from a like progressive direction, this always happens obviously from, you know, maybe it is the case, it is obviously the case that Black people are overrepresented in people who are committing crimes, violent crimes. But at the same time, the vast majority of Black people do not commit violent crimes. And so it's kind of like a ridiculous way to even engage in like an empirical exercise.
I mean, yes, I just like, I don't like to go like too down the rabbit hole of like disputing the math,
Mhm.
because I do think that like a very common conservative take on this is to just like pound the facts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there like is a morality problem, right? That like,
No, I agree. I
I
think
think,
you're right,
it's just like, it's very common, I think actually, but particularly, you know, with race and crime
Mhm.
linkage, right? For conservatives to, instead of trying to find policies that reduce crime,
Mhm.
to just sort of say that like through segregation, de facto or de jure, we're going to like insulate ourselves.
But I think the
right?
conservatives began to understand this problem when it got turned on them.
Here, let me help my young friend Zhang out here. See, what you don't seem to understand, Zhang, is that you don't collectivize crimes committed by whites. There's no need to do that. It was literally legal, as in encoded in law. Therefore, it is very easy to blame all voters, the people who voted for these laws, the Constitution, you know, the framers of the Constitution who basically who compromised on slavery. Yes, you can collectivize it because it is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Yes, all Americans at the time are on the hook for it. See how you can actually use critical thinking to solve what you call the liberal playbook? By the way, liberals, the capital L liberals, tend to be really good at critical thinking. Some non-MAGA conservatives are pretty good at critical thinking too. MAGA itself, not so much. If MAGA voters actually were able to think critically, Trump wouldn't be in office right now. So you can thank me for stepping you through how to think about slavery.
When it became a situation where it's like, oh, well, men are statistically more likely to commit crimes than like any other, like young men are like overwhelmingly the people who are committing these crimes. And so therefore it's completely reasonable to treat men as if they are like these horrible beings who are going to just commit assault and like immediately becomes clear then like why you don't want to behave this way.
And that's like hashtag not all men, right?
Yes.
But yes, and like again, like it is true that like the overwhelming majority of sexual assault is committed by men, and also the overwhelming majority of men are not committing sexual assaults.
Yes.
Right. And that these are both things.
But I think it's actually like I just want to linger here because like, I actually think that's people who think about statistics all the time think this is like a trivial point to make.
Sure.
But like often when we are communicating things to the general public who do not use statistics in their normal life or in their work, they hear something like Black people are more likely to commit crimes or men are more likely to commit sexual assault. And they begin to think that means majority.
Yeah, I'm going to use that next time idiots start talking like idiots like Be Brave start talking about blacks and crime. You know, we should just go ahead and start treating men like criminals because they commit the overwhelming amount of crime numbers in the United States. And just to reiterate, Slick Rick, I talked about this earlier. The final decision on JB is that he can come back at the end of January, at the end of the month, basically February 1st, or he can come up with $25. I don't care whether it's him paying it or whether he takes up a collection. Either $25 or end of month. I'm not negotiating any farther than that. Should be $50, to be honest. And I might jack up the price if I get pissed off. But for right now, $25 to come back before the end of the month. Otherwise, it's end of the month.
Majority, or at least very, very large proportion of people.
Oh, sure. And, you know, and also, I mean, getting the math right is important in these contexts. I mean, again, where it's sort of, I think the left started going off the rails on some of this is that there will be a lot of observation that African Americans are overrepresented in the prison population, right? Which was then taken to mean that like reducing the prison population sort of by any means necessary would be advantageous to African Americans. But of course, like most Black people were not in prison under any circumstances. And for all the same reasons, Black people were disproportionately impacted by crime.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's not to say that like any given prison sentence is or is not correct or deployment of police or whatever else. But like you have to actually ask the question, like, what does this policy do?
Yeah.
Right. Like what's actually happening here and who's benefiting? And that there was this, you know, this tendency to like look at representativeness and then it just kind of allied the question of like who specifically is damaged by this policy and who benefits. Do the costs exceed the benefits? I was reminded also during when the COVID vaccines were new and the advisory committee on immunization practices said, well, if we give vaccines to the elderly in strict priority, the elderly population is disproportionately white. So this would be like bad for racial equity. And so we need to have this like other distribution. But if you try to like look under the hood, right, like Black senior citizens were going to be deprioritized. Americans, et cetera, but we're not like
what happened there?
Literally linked by like a metaphysical chain of command, right? If you don't give me a vaccine and you give it to somebody else
You're not getting some
who's in a
protection from
ethnic
that.
group, like I don't derive benefit from that, right?
Well,
and it's, you know, all kinds of things like wealth gap statistics, income gap statistics. If you take people who are poor and you make those people richer.
I don't know. I had some sort of Oh, wait. I don't know what happened. Some sort of video glitch here.
You benefit them. If you give economic resources to someone who's not me, but who has my, like, I don't derive like mysterious racial benefit from Mark Zuckerberg having $1 billion, right? Like, that's not how the world works. Or at least I don't think it's a liberal way of thinking about the world, right? Like, you know, so these things, like, they're real. It's important to make some observations about how disparities work, you know, in all kinds of different directions. We do want to understand what the statistical properties of the American population are. But we got into a space of wildly over-indexing on that stuff, completely ignoring, like, all the work that had been done to sort of
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, tell you what. Let us go around it. Don't know why it's like that. 'Cause it's on YouTube. At least it was. Let's see here. Nope, that's not the one. Give me 1 sec here. Pay up, piggy. I don't think so. At least not yet. I mean, it wasn't that good enough to pay for. I just subscribed to her Substack today. Let's see here. Somewhere in here. Oops, I wanted to go to history. Somewhere in here, because I originally started watching it on Substack. There we go.
It is like quite difficult to like find out how prevalent the stereotype is. But I did find that like in 2022 Pew polling, 39% of Asian adults say that they've been in a situation where people act like they don't speak English. 32% say that someone's told them to go back to their own country. Regardless of nativity, similar shares of US-born Asian adults have experienced these incidents. So it seems like probably descriptively true that like what's happening when someone asks an Asian American, not always, but like often when someone's asking like, where are you really from? They are in some way saying like, I don't believe that you're really from here. We can have like a I don't think it's really relevant like how impactful that is, but like that is clearly what's happening. They're being treated as a member of a group and they're being in some ways judged and treated as like less than an American, white American for their racial background.
Well, it's a fledgling magazine. I can understand why she does that over on her Substack panel. But let me also say, I just got another news alert. Minnesota is suing the Trump administration over this ICE deployment. I think with this murder that they have a good chance of doing an injunction on the Trump administration. Basically, that ICE agent just basically fucked up. So we're gonna see how that works out for the Trump administration. Dude, this is what happens when you hire like third-rate help.
Background. And like I think that like not only is this like probably accurate, but also that like the question is really what do you do about this, or like, what can you do about this? And that like the answer that you should be rude to people who say, you know, where are you really from is not actually like helpful at like the end goal of like assimilating Asian Americans into American culture. But like, I think that is like the place to focus on, not this idea that like it's inherently liberal to notice that like discriminatory patterns exist.
I mean, yes, but I think
like that to me is a persuasive argument.
I mean, this one always rankled me when I read it on takes, because like I get asked, where are you from, several times a year by different sorts of people. And it is almost always a working class Hispanic person who is like trying to say like, what's up?
Well, I've commented on this before. A lot of America is fundamentally a racist country, and where you're from, especially if you're somehow kind of racially ambiguous, that'll be one of the first things that you'll get asked. And it doesn't matter, whether you're white, black, it doesn't really matter. They will ask you. I've had black people, ask my son, what are you? I had a friend of my wife, she worked with this woman, and my wife showed a picture of my son to this woman, and the woman happened to be Ecuadorian or something like that. She asked my wife, well, did you marry a Hispanic? Because when my son was small, he probably could pass for Hispanic now, but anyway, America is just race obsessed, and there is almost no way, when people say that everybody's racist, at least in the United States, that is true. It's almost impossible to not be. You actually have to work on not being racist if you were raised in American culture. I've commented on this before. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. No one's ever been able to, no one's ever even attempted to engage in a debate when I say that, because I'd smack them down, like I smack down old YNs all the time. So we're going to watch a little bit more of this. I think we've gotten all we're going to get out of it. The next one I definitely want to watch all of. But essentially what they're talking about is liberal politics, liberal norms. And I think the guy that we're going to watch next, Alexander Lefebvre, you know what? We might as well just go ahead and watch it. He's actually a philosopher who has thought, he's basically been trying to expand on John Rawls, basically the liberal philosopher. I think he's dead now. Taught at Harvard, wrote a couple good books, one of which I have, but I haven't gotten around to reading. And this dude is really fascinating. At least to me, he is. And we will probably watch more videos by him because he's actually pretty interesting. At least I find him interesting. So, and oddly enough, I know about him through this lady that I showed. She wrote a new book called Furious Minds. I've shown a couple interviews that she's had. That's how I know about this guy.
Podcast is produced by University FM, elevating the stories of your institution.
Welcome to Unsiloed. This is Greg LeBlanc. I'm here today with Alex Lefebvre, who is a professor of politics and philosophy at the University of Sydney.
Well, that's understandable. We'll catch up with each other.
Recent book is this one called Liberalism as a Way of Life. And this is preceded by Human Rights as a Way of Life. Is that sort of a prequel? Yeah.
Yes, it's the prequel. I do this dumb thing of titling very different books, basically with the same title, but yes, it's Human Rights as a Way of Life, then Human Rights in the Care of the Self, then that one.
Yeah. Now, look, I think a lot of people are going to see this title, like myself, and think, wait a second, this doesn't really make any sense, because everything that we learned when we were studying political philosophy pointed in the direction of liberalism as being, I guess, what you might call thin gruel, right? As sort of, I remember when I took a course on the history of liberalism, my professor made the point that a political philosophy is really kind of incoherent and isn't really going to last if it doesn't have a theory of the good life, right? If it doesn't offer up to practitioners some vision of virtue and how they can thrive in this world. And so most of the critics of liberalism have said that, right? That liberalism doesn't really offer any kind of vision. It's sort of a rules of engagement, and it has to kind of piggyback on all of these other commitments that come from outside of liberalism. And I think you're kind of taking that head on and you're saying, now, hold on a second. All of us, to some degree, would recognize, right, what it means to be sort of a good liberal to some extent, right? Although it probably needs a little bit of refinement, and I think you offer that. So I guess one of the questions would be, are all of these requiems for liberal?
And just so everyone knows, at some point, when I get off my lazy butt, I am going to create a separate channel for the more dry political philosophy, history sort of things. This channel will kind of be what it is. But the thing is I think that people who want to talk so much shit about politics ought to be learning about it. And that's not everybody in the chat, but a lot of people love to talk about MAGA and the great things that MAGA, is doing and how bad liberals are. And most of you actually don't know the nuts and bolts about the actual political philosophy. Liberalism is a thing, capital L. Just like conservatism, being taught in the academy is a thing. Populism, which MAGA purports to be, is a thing. So these are things that make it easier for me to talk politics, knowing a little bit of, what's under the hood. So I think if you're going to talk this sort of stuff, knowing, a little bit of the rudimentary stuff is helpful.
Liberalism a little bit premature. Does liberalism have legs? And in order for it to have legs, does it really need to kind of lean into this notion of the good life and articulate it like John Rawls did?
That's a great question. Okay, there's so much in there. Let me start with the thin rule comment. I take it your professor, teacher wasn't altogether a fan of liberalism. The thin rule jades it a particular way. But look, liberals see the thin rule idea and that liberalism should refrain from talking about the good life. They see that as a feature, not a bug of liberalism. That's not a defect. That's something that liberalism was designed to do. So one very standard picture of liberalism its history is that it emerged out of the wars of religion in Reformation Europe, when people saw their combatants not just as kind of like a bad guy, some dude they didn't like, but is literally damned. And if you conduct a politics that way, it can be devastating. It leads to unrestricted warfare, persecution, and all the rest. And at a certain point, level heads prevailed and said, okay, maybe politics should back off from issues of confessional faith, from salvation, and perhaps we should just try to be a framework so that different people can at first just hang out without murdering each other, and then as the decades and the centuries pass, build up a robust sense of tolerance where that becomes valued as almost an end in itself and as something quite beautiful and noble, rather than just this kind of necessary modus vivendi so we don't tear each other apart. So the way the liberals look at liberalism is that they see it as, let's say, thin. They see it as procedural. They see it as a framework for us to get along. That's how liberals see liberalism. Where I start my book is with actually conservative criticisms of liberalism. And contrary to what you might expect, I don't object, or I don't say wrong, but rather my kind of starting point is that they're onto something. And when conservatives look at liberalism today, they don't see, and I'm talking particularly about American conservatives, and if you really want me to push, there's this very ascendant Catholic wing of political thought going on right now that has big, very articulate boosters, people like Adrian Vermeule at Harvard, Patrick Deneen at Notre Dame, but this goes all the way to the top, as it were, because J.D. Vance, for instance, amongst others, rolls deep with these guys. They're friends. They take inspiration from one another. So this isn't a marginal perspective. And when these guys look at liberalism, they don't see some light, thin ideology that lets a million flowers bloom. What they see instead is, I don't know, this is my metaphor, not theirs, but effectively the blob. They see this hegemony coming for their lunch that has this thick concentration of values that are around things that we know are kind of liberal-ish: autonomy, fairness, tolerance, maybe a sense of irony and distance, and like that package. And they say, look, that's not merely a descriptive framework. That has now infiltrated every single organ of society today. So it's not that we acquire our liberalism on this take from like civics lessons or like reading the Constitution. We acquire our liberalism by watching Netflix, by using dating apps, by working in respectful corporate workplaces with HR codes, et cetera, et cetera. And so we're being socialized in this stuff 24/7. And for them, that's a disaster. They think it's a terrible political ethos. It's an even more devastating psychological one. It's just bad, horrible stuff. Now, I disagree with them on the value judgment. Obviously, I wrote this book, Liberalism is a Way of Life. But descriptively, I think they're onto something, that liberalism is much thicker, particularly because it's captured, to use their language, the institutions of civil society.
So in a way, they recognize it for what it is.
Exactly.
More accurately than the liberals themselves, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's irony. This is a political, like, Marx praised the bourgeoisie better than the bourgeoisie ever praised themselves. He knew what they were good at. And it's sort of like the conservatives. It's this irony of political thought that happens all the time, where the enemies see a position much more clearly than its adherents. And that's where I start the book. So I think that the liberal state may be still a procedural, thin kind of thing, but the horse is bolted, and liberalism has just got into family life, universities, media, et cetera, et cetera. And to that end, it is not an impartial, light ideology. It is a full-blown hegemony.
Well, maybe we can go back in time. And, I think you mentioned Helena Rosenblatt in your book. And, in her work, she talks about this notion of liberality, right? Which, prior to the existence of anything we would call liberalism, this word referred to actual character, right? And referred to virtue. And, there was something there about what it meant to be sort of a liberal person. And this seemed to have been shed at some point, right? And so in a way, are you kind of trying to bring that back in?
Yeah, that's perfect. The framing. So we were talking before we went on air, as it were, about how you've had that great string of liberals recently on the show. And this is perfect because all of them are sort of, so here, Helena Rosenblatt, you mentioned explicitly, who wrote a terrific book called The Lost History of Liberalism. Samuel Moyn, who wrote a book a couple years ago called Liberalism Against Itself. And they, and me too, and we're all kind of seeing the same thing, which is that liberalism has, as a couple of centuries have gone by, really backed off from any ethical aspirational claim about how to live in order to become more of a framework. So this is where Helena
and this is what I think you call it the libertarianization of liberalism.
Yeah,
right?
That's right. I heard that from Sam Moyn, but that's exactly right. And so it started off, so liberalism is born in the 19th century. That's when people started calling themselves liberal, and we can go into the reasons for that. Short version, they were freaked out by democracy, and they really wanted to put some guardrails around democracy so that kind of populism, craziness wouldn't overtake people. And so that's where liberalism started as an ethos, both to be a free person, but also, as you mentioned, to be a generous one. So you have the ideals of liberty and liberality, and that travels all throughout the 19th century. And what's so interesting is through the 19th and then the 20th century is the retreat of liberalism from its ethical ambition. And it's not just because liberals got cold feet or they became cowards. There are good reasons why that happened, and they're explainable and like humanly understandable. So for example, Sam Moyn really keys in on this bit, but when 20th century mid-century liberals were confronted with the Soviet Union, they were justifiably very concerned about a state that was not just collectivist, but promoting a very clear, definite, and robust sense of what it meant to be a good person and a good subject. That meant having these beliefs, meant having these behaviors, these habits, et cetera, et cetera. And what liberals wanted to do at that time, they're like, whoa, 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 let people figure that stuff out for themselves. So we need frameworks against the state. So liberalism lost its ethical mojo in the 19th and 20th century. That's true, but there's understandable reasons. And now I think what we're seeing now in early 21st century is maybe that sort of stuff with appropriate lessons needs to be rethought and revived, because if liberalism can't compel ethical assent and robust commitment, then what are we talking about? We're done for. We can't campaign forever on just a set of rules, however noble they are. There has to be a there. And so that's, I think, one of the tricks that a lot of people like myself are trying to come to, which is how to reclaim a liberal idea of the good life while not abandoning our commitment to pluralism, because those are two equally important aspects. It's like, you know, when you're on a diving board and you have 9.5 degree of difficulty on a dive, it's something like that. Other ideologies don't have to do that. They can just screw it. We're going to promote the good life. Aristotle said it. Confucius said it. We're just going to do that thing. And my next project we can talk about is about that. But liberals can't go jump in the pool with 2 feet that way. We need instead to acknowledge that there is a liberal good life, but all this at the same time respect pluralism, which is a dance other ideologies don't have to do.
Let me make one point here. Racism pretty much spans the political spectrum. If you actually want to be persnickety about it, it was capital L liberalism, that invented racism. Slavery was basically an economic engine. And, a lot of the biblical and a lot of the social, political, etc., justification and intellectual underpinning for American slavery in particular came after to justify enslaving people. But it was the Enlightenment, at least in the American context, that invented slavery in the United States. The African chattel slavery, that's literally an Enlightenment thing. John Locke, considered a father of the Enlightenment, literally was one of the authors of the Royal Charter for the South Carolina colony, like the precursor of the state of South Carolina. So there are, quote, liberal / Enlightenment fingerprints all over American slavery. So essentially racism, it doesn't really matter your politics. There are liberals who are as racist, just maybe in a different way, as libertarians or, any other political persuasion.
But it seems like, most political philosophies start with what the good life is, and then they try to create a society that allows that good life to flourish. And I think what you're saying is that, liberalism kind of did it backwards, right? Where it started with the kind of society that we want, and then that ultimately, if you follow it logically, then kind of shapes what it means to be a good person, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, I mean, Aristotle, for example, starts his politics by saying politeia has to do 2 things. It has to account for a constitution, and it has to account for a conception of the good life. And it's that marriage between the two that kicks off political philosophy and has a million permutations. And that gets reinvented by religion. So a Christian state has to bring people to salvation, to a godly life. And so all of those have a very specific vision as to what it means to live well. And they dedicate and channel their resources and their honor and what have you into realizing that. And that's awesome. I mean, that's very understandable, and it's a noble project. But like you said, liberals, I've never quite heard it put that way, but I think it's a really smart formulation. We don't start with the good life. We start with the kind of society that we want, and then we build from that. And liberals have a cute liberals have a cute formula for everything, but the liberal formula for this would be that we liberals put the right before the good. And that's a line that was made famous by Rawls, but it really crystallizes something true, that typically political philosophies, Eastern, Western, old and new, put the good before the right, where the right is a handmaiden for the good. It's the point of the right is to advance us to the good. And at a certain point, liberals say we can't work like that anymore. In a globalized world, in a world where religions clash, that's just not going to fly. So we have to do it backwards, like you said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you coined this term. I think it was you that coined it. This idea of liberaldom, right? I think it's a play on Christendom, and I think what was it, Kierkegaard, who looked around and said, this isn't a Christian world. This is something else. And so what it means is that we don't really live in a liberal world. We kind of live in this mishmash, right? And maybe we wouldn't even recognize a liberal world if we saw it.
Yeah, I think that's altogether right. I mean, I don't think, I think that's Kierkegaard's point. Like if an authentic Christian walked up to you, you would kind of slam the door in his faith all the while. So the background here is that Kierkegaard, 19th century theologian and social critic, he lived in Copenhagen. He was kind of a man about town, and he liked to observe people, and he just watched how people live, and everyone professed the good life of Christ, and they went to church, et cetera, et cetera. But when you really look hard at these people, he's just like, bullshit. None of these people want to be authentically Christian. Their desires don't line up, and what they want is a mistress on Saturday and a Sunday roast on Sunday. I mean, that's their idea. It's like low-key Epicureanism. That's really how people in 19th century Copenhagen roll. And so what he did was indict that world for hypocrisy. And he came up with this word in Danish called Christenhed, which translates to, that's Christendom, but it literally means play acting in Christianity, like Christian-ish-ness, something like that. And it's such a devastating term. And the trick, it's a very easy, simple trick I do, but I think it works, is that I say, look, we don't live in a confessional Christian public world like that anymore. That time has passed. But we do live in a liberal world, and people like you and me profess that we value freedoms like we value values like freedom, fairness, impartiality. But when we look at how we live, it's just shot through with contradiction, and we show ourselves to be hypocrites. So I don't know about you, Craig. Let me speak for myself. But it's hard. Jesus is a difficult ideal to live up to, and a real liberal, perhaps not quite as demanding, is still very difficult to get to. And so I think that we live in a world called liberaldom, a world that professes these values, but that just kind of leaves them behind when convenient. So that's the goal. And I think you're utterly right that a genuinely liberal world and a genuinely liberal person would be not utterly unrecognizable, would be vastly different than what we have now.
Well, is this ideal liberal world something that's actually attainable? Because I think you make the point that liberaldom, with all of its shortcomings, is sort of a product of a necessary compromises with things like democracy and capitalism and meritocracy, things that really aren't, they're related to, but they're not coextensive with liberalism.
Yeah, I think a pure 100% liberal state. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone's going to get there given the exigencies of life, other social systems, just that human beings are crappy, fallible creatures. So yeah, but I think there's a whole bunch of low-hanging fruit that liberals might be able to get to and try to move us a little bit in that direction. So low-hanging fruit in the U.S. there's a lot, but for example, campaign finance reform and gerrymandering, or some minimal tax overhaul and the like. And in Australia, we could point to certain things. In Australia, get the private school system under control, because there's a total two-tier track of education for rich kids and poor kids here. So it's that kind of stuff. So it's not going to bring about a liberal utopia, but it's going to be a closer vision of a fair society than what we have at present.
Now, the hero of your book is John Rawls, and if you're my age, and I don't know, you look a little younger than me, but I probably had 5 different classes in college where we had to read John Rawls. You could not escape John Rawls, but we all read Theory of Justice, and the way I remember Theory of Justice is really more like the kind of rules orientation and less about the cultivation of the self. And I think you tell the story about how his philosophy taken as a whole, really does address issues around the cultivation of the self and the cultivation of virtues, and has some kind of vision of what it means to be like a liberal person. Maybe could you talk a bit about that, and why most people kind of never dig deep enough into John Rawls to see this?
Yeah. Let me set it up. I'll give you let me tell you a story. I mean, Rawls's life is very interesting in this respect. I don't know if you know about it, or if your readers or listeners do. But so John Rawls was born in a middle-class family in Baltimore in the 1920s, and his early life was marked by a lot of tragedy. So on two separate occasions, this is extraordinary. On like different occasions, he gave fatal illnesses to his brothers. That ended up killing them. So twice he himself was sick, once with pneumonia, once with something else, I can't remember. And
diphtheria, I think it was.
Yeah, diphtheria, that's right. And his brothers just wanted to play with them, as best brothers do. And they did, and then that two brothers. And it's extraordinary. And poor Rawls developed a serious lifelong stammer that he would never overcome. And when Rawls entered into university, he was a young man of faith. He wanted to become a theologian. He wrote his honors thesis, a great piece of writing, extraordinary, called On Sin and Faith, and it is really just a work of Christian personalist theology. Anyway, so that happens, and then Second World War, he like all young Princetonians, they volunteer and to go into the service, they get right in there, and he went to the Pacific Theater, and he saw a lot of stuff that made him lose his faith, and he became, if not an atheist, then at least an agnostic. And certainly both the Pacific Theater and then news of the Holocaust and Hiroshima, that shook him. And so my sense is that what Rawls tried to do for the rest of his life was recover a secular version of the theological vision that had captured him during his life. And this isn't me inventing that. There's interpreters of Rawls that say that, to try to recover a certain model of grace and of justice that could be...
And redemption even,
and redemption,
right?
Yeah, redemption is, right. I make a big deal of that, and you're right, pointed out. And redemption, a secular version of what it means to live a life that's worthy. Because I think he thought that the ordinary stuff, having a family, raising your kids, having a drink at the end of the night, that's not good enough, and he wanted more. Anyways, so what Rawls did is he wrote two blockbuster books of political philosophy that generations have been obliged to read. So I'm paying it forward and now make my undergrads read theory. So apologies to students young and old. But the first book that he wrote, the one that reinvented political philosophy, is Theory of Justice, 1971. And there he does lay out a rulesy... So that book has three parts. The rulesy bit of what liberalism is, both politically and economically, that's parts 1 and 2, and it takes up a big part of the book. But part 3 is asked the question of what would it mean for a liberal society to endure from one generation to the next? And for that, he thinks people need a certain ethos, a certain vibe and sensibility. And he goes about describing what a liberal kind of person would be. And that part of Rawls's book is the least studied, but for me, it's just, there's gold in there, because he's really trying to articulate as honestly and I think plainly as he can what it would mean to be liberal. Maybe, he doesn't use this word, but in the sense that Rosenblatt means, what it means to be free and generous in this world of ours, given that we have all these temptations, whether that's our consumerism, whether that's our trying to get a leg up on our friends and for our friends and family, kind of jaded, bad meritocracy. Anyways, he's trying to outline a vision of a person. So that's Rawls, and that I thought it's an unstudied bit of Rawls. Basically, it's the only unstudied part of Rawls, and I think it's the best. It's a deep cut, but a good cut. Now, very briefly, Rawls decides to reinvent his own project about 20 years later with a book called Political Liberalism, and there he confronts the idea, which is a very kind of takes a philosopher not to see an objection this kind of frank and clear, but the objection to his system is, dude, Rawls, for your system to work, everyone basically has to be like you, or it has to be kind of like a Kantian, post-Christian, Protestant kind of thing. Like that's the value package. And so what he does is he then recasts the system really in a much more good, neutral kind of way, much more politics should just be about politics and rights and political values, and any pronouncements on what it means to live well or what kind of human excellences should be achieved. Politics should just stay the hell out of that debate. And so that then becomes Rawls. And again, it makes sense why he's doing that. But it means, to go back to our earlier thing, that liberalism forbears or withdraws from questions of the good life, which leads it to a very fateful kind of trajectory, which is that people now around the world are saying, first, liberals, that's a joke. You do have the conception of the good life and it's built in everywhere. So the Rawlsian project isn't descriptively accurate. But then also, moreover, the liberal ideal that you have kind of sucks. And we have better ideals, more robust, human, that get at often capital T truth, or that's how they see themselves. And if you believe that the highest good should be pursued by politics, like, what are you doing fooling around with liberalism? You should be doing something else. And that, I think, is the moment that we find ourselves in.
Yeah, and I think in a way he was trying to address de Tocqueville, particularly the volume 2 of de Tocqueville, and because I don't think de Tocqueville ever offered a solution, right? I mean, he highlighted, he kind of grew a little bit disillusioned with democracy, right? And he said, you know, American society's got that individualism and the materialism and the conformity, and you know, he didn't really have a solution. I think John Rawls is trying to say, no, it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah,
right?
No, yeah, that's good. It's an interesting connection you make.
I think it's in this video, or maybe it's another one. And something I never thought about that Lefevre brings up. And I have said the same thing and never even thought about it. Capital L liberalism is not a solution. It does not offer a solution. It is literally, you know, willing to let you be who you are and let you find your own solution. And that is one of the weaknesses that we find ourselves in this MAGA moment. Trump and these Claremont guys and MAGA in general, they have solutions for everything. Even if it's a fucked up solution, even if that solution is hurtful to Americans, it doesn't matter. You know, if the problem is a bunch of people here illegally, well, then we need to mass deport them. You know, that is MAGA's solution. Now, is it the smartest solution? Probably not. Is it the most humane solution? Well, definitely not. But it is a solution, and it's one that pleases someone like a Stephen Miller or a Donald Trump, or, you know, people of that ilk. So one of the things that, you know, Democrats and people like Biden and Kamala Harris tripped up on is they did not take the immigration problem, and they didn't take it seriously. They kind of depended on, hey, you know, we're a nation of immigrants, you know, Americans are pretty understanding. They did not realize that America is also full of assholes, a bunch of racist assholes like Trump and Stephen Miller. And they've got about, you know, they're trying to hire 10,000 more racists into the ranks of ICE. America has all kinds of people in it. And you have to take people, when adults say they are something, you have to take them seriously. And I don't think Joe Biden in particular, Kamala Harris, you know, as vice president, I don't think they took people like Donald Trump that seriously. What's up, 12th man? Yeah, they know now. And hopefully they take it seriously. But it is fascinating to think, and it just kind of, when I heard Lefevre say this, it just kind of smacked me on the head that no, liberalism is basically willing to let you find your own joy. It's not here. It's not made to tell you, you know, that religion is, you know, or the nuclear family, you know, it's not here to, it is literally what the Constitution says, pursuit of happiness. It's rather vague. It doesn't tell you how to get your happiness or what your happiness is, but you are free to pursue it. And that's like the most liberal thing I can think of. And my confession is I'm a big believer in that. I really like. I'm if you're not my son or you don't ask me for advice, my job is not to sit here and tell you what to think or how to think it. Now, sometimes I'll pontificate. We all do. But most times I have no illusion, when people come up here on this panel and fuss like Tootie Bug earlier today, wanting to go in, about abortion and murder and, all that sort of stuff. I assume she thought she was among, people who would just agree with her lock, stock, and barrel. And she probably forgot I was there. I, you gotta, but it's not my job to dissuade her other than just to let her know that, nope, I don't agree.
Yeah, so you're right. So Tocqueville wrote volume. I mean, he was still a young man, but he got really bummed out. He was like 35 when he wrote volume 2, and he became pessimistic. He thought that the threats introduced by democracy would grow and grow until they would overwhelm the good parts of democracy. So things like our individualism, our materialism, our conformity, the tendency to centralize in a big authority that would just take care of our lives, that we all basically, like Tocqueville's vision for what democracy will end up like. It's like the movie WALL-E, if you remember that. It's like, it's the fat people on the ship who basically just drink Slurpees all day long. And that's where Tocqueville, just kind of like fat sheep, that's where we're headed.
Well, it's like The Last Man, right? Like
Yeah,
Nietzsche's Last
it
Man.
is very Last Man. That's right. I think that's the right connection to pull. Yeah. Obviously, he's writing before that, but yeah, that's exactly right.
What's up, 12th man?
Hey, happy Monday, Stanley. How the hell are you?
Oh, I'm plugging right along. Happy Monday to you too. Any comments on the video?
Well, maybe something on what you were talking about, or what, like a little while ago.
What was that?
Now, can I ask you a question, Stanley? Like,
What's that?
If you see a bunch of officers involved in an investigation or something, and you plant your 4,500-pound SUV right there in the middle of it. I mean,
Well, it depends. If I'm actually there to harass them, sure, why not?
Yeah, that's what they were doing. So.
And you know what? If they are well within their rights to do it. There is such a thing as civil disobedience. The United States has quite a history, quite a tradition of civil disobedience. If you'll recall the civil rights issue days where, there were sit-ins and all kinds of things. So, I mean, if I'm not really into, cop watching or, interfering with stuff like that. But if I was, sure, I'd plant my car there. Their job was to basically be disruptive. It's not against the law necessarily.
Well, I think being a paid agitator, and if you run around,
Okay, it doesn't really matter. I need you to address what I said.
Stanley.
I understand you've already expressed your thoughts. I'm saying what they did was not necessarily illegal. And oh, by the way, cops can't just walk up to you and go get out of your car. That is not how it works. Cops are supposed to identify themselves and tell you that I am detaining you. You don't just walk up and go get the... Okay, motherfucker, I will get what I'm saying out. Cops cannot just walk up to you and go get the fuck out of the car. They need to provide reasons.
Yeah, they can.
They cannot.
especially when you're a paid educator.
Okay, listen to what I
You're
am
there
saying, because
harassing them
you know
begin
that
with.
I'm right. Okay, you can overtalk and you can drone on all you want, but there is such a thing as a Fourth Amendment, in case you hadn't heard. Okay, you cannot
and a
just walk up.
Second
You
Amendment.
a cop cannot just walk up to you and demand your ID.
If they're in the middle of a progress of arresting
No,
illegal
that is
immigrants
incorrect.
and
That
you
is
got these
incorrect.
people on
That
their
is
back,
incorrect.
No, it is correct. You should look that one up.
No, it is absolutely not correct.
Any cop
it
can
is
request
correct.
ID and you
Nope.
have to give it to
Any
them.
cop cannot just request it. They have to have a reason, Dave.
No, they don't. Look it up.
Yes, no, I don't need to look it up. What the fuck do you think? I'm just saying
Not
this.
if you're blocking
Okay.
traffic
Yes, I do
and
think you're just
interfering.
Okay,
saying it. It happened to me.
I will not be double teamed on this. I am right. Y'all are wrong. You can blather on all you want, but a cop cannot just walk up to you and go, give me your ID. Period. They do not have that right. They have to, if you ask them why, then they have to give you a reason. They cannot just walk up to you.
Okay, be right, but be
I know I'm
incorrect at
right.
the same time.
I know I'm right.
If you're already in the progress of breaking the law,
Okay, look
then
at you
yes,
moving the
sir, you
goalpost.
do.
Look at you moving the goalpost. She had done
Moving
nothing
the goalpost.
illegal. She had done nothing illegal, and I'm not going to even.
Yes, she
I'm not
has.
going to. Okay, no, she had not. I'm not going to
Disturbing the
derail.
peace, for
Okay,
one.
you can drone the fuck on all you want, 12th man. The bottom line is I'm not going to have the show derailed. I'm not going to debate this with
Right.
you. I have said what I said. You have said what you said, and I'm ready to move on because we're not going to resolve it.
Hey, Stanley, what would give it away? Would it be the flashing lights or the ICE police across their chest?
I don't care what they have across their chest. They have to identify themselves. And you know what? She was not even, basically the Kavanaugh rule or whatever they call it, allows you to basically racially profile. She wasn't even in their racial profile. So why would she think she was under arrest? She's not illegal. She was visibly not
About
non-white.
harassing the
So okay,
police
don't
would
over
be
no,
a
no, no, no,
crime.
no, 12th man. No. She would have no reason to think she would be the target of a fucking ICE raid.
Harassing a federal agent.
Okay,
would be a
I need
crime.
you to understand, because I'm not a far right MAGA lunatic who has switched my brain off. She didn't fit their racial profile. Why would she think she'd be the target of ICE?
Oh, it was racial? Is that what that is?
That's what a Kavanaugh stop is. They pretty much have de facto permission to racially profile. It's called a Kavanaugh stop. It's something fairly recent.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to do my research.
Don't you keep up with this shit?
No, actually, no, not the Kavanaugh stop. I never heard of that, honestly.
Okay, there's nothing illegal about following ICE, Savage. There's no law that forbids it.
No, there's no law that prevents it, but parking in the
That's
roadside
my
lanes
point.
and being
You have
asked to move.
confirmed. Thank you for
And I'm
confirming
not
what I
finished,
said.
but being asked to move and not
no,
moving,
you're
refusing.
pretty much finished. I don't need to know anymore.
and
I don't
then-
need to know. I
and
don't
then-
need to know details. Save that for Savage's show. For people
Why-
who
why-
actually for for people
Why you
who
being rude?
actually because I'm annoyed.
Don't be
I didn't
annoyed.
mean to annoy you, Stanley.
Yeah, we're nice guys. The
I
hell?
didn't say you weren't nice. All I'm saying is that following ICE, it's not illegal.
Hey, you don't think that
Well,
she was in the
and
middle of the road
mess
blocking
around.
traffic?
Now, I think she was crazy for doing it. It's not something I would recommend. It's not something I would do. But people do all kinds of crazy things I wouldn't do.
Why wouldn't you recommend it? What's so wrong with doing what she did?
Well, parents can't or shouldn't at least take risks with their lives.
Do you think she knew she was taking them?
especially given that her son, I think it was actually her son, the father of that son had died, so she was literally the only parent this kid had. I mean, there's some things that I stopped doing after my wife died. I think she was irresponsible. Okay, don't know why you're over talking me, 12th man. I think she was irresponsible. It's not something I would have ever thought to do. But hey, there's no law against doing crazy shit, per se.
Do you believe that men actually stop or protect women from themselves?
No.
Do you think she would need somebody to protect her from herself for making such a crazy decision?
I have no clue what she needed.
Do you think she would still be alive if she had somebody that protected her from herself?
I'm not gonna speculate.
Well, she was divorced like 3 times. Like
So
3
what?
different men divorced
And
her.
that's relevant. That's relevant how?
And she wasn't allowed to see her first 2
That
kids
is
because
relevant
of
how?
child abuse concerns.
That is
You're-
relevant how?
You're sticking up for the
That
mother
is
of the year,
relevant
Stanley, or
how?
what?
How
I
is
would
that
say-
relevant?
Can I answer for him or no?
No, why would you
Go ahead.
answer? It's not relevant.
I have an answer.
Oh, sure you do.
It would be relevant because she has a history of bad decisions.
Okay, but that's a personal problem of hers. And yeah, she made a bad decision fucking with ICE. But that doesn't mean that you get killed for it. I think that ICE agent, I have some questions about why he was even on active duty.
Well, it's not your call, Stanley. That's
Okay, well, motherfucker, none of this is my call. I don't give a shit about any of it.
But the criticism goes one way.
Honestly, other than Donald Trump is a menace to the United States. I don't know if you heard, but many Minnesota and Illinois are suing the Trump administration for these ICE deployments, and I think there's a good chance there'll be given this loss of life, there's a good chance that there'll be an injunction, and it'll probably wind up all the way up to the Supreme Court. But
Do you think it'll stop ICE?
Yes.
By what year?
This is literally a deployment.
By what year?
There's a way.
Okay, I don't think it's gonna eliminate ICE, but whatever. This is like a special event. Okay, Trump talked about surging ICE into Minneapolis specifically because of to harass Somalis. I think there's a good chance that this surge gets put on hold while it's adjudicated. There's been loss of life.
They're not going after Tren de Aguas?
Okay, I don't give a shit about any of that.
Oh, okay, just Somalis, and that's what you believe?
How could I not believe that?
Because that is what ABC News says. I guess they don't have nobody else to go after.
I don't even watch ABC News. If I have seen it, I don't remember it. It's obvious what Trump is doing.
Are you going to watch the Nick Shirley, the part 2? Are you going to watch that?
No, I didn't watch the first one. Why would I watch the second one?
Because they claim that the second one's going to be more revealing in the first, but not
Look,
even in the same way. Not about
I
daycares,
think
but
Nick Shirley. I think Nick Shirley is a fucking racist.
oh my god!
I literally think this whole ICE surge is a racist. It's a racist reacting xenophobically. But I mean, that's just my opinion.
I think
Well,
you're
you're
truly,
definitely
truly
not an
choosing ignorance on
FBA,
this.
Stanley.
No,
I'll
I
hand
think
you
I'm
that.
truly thinking critically about this, and all you far right motherfuckers who want to harp on this woman's personal life, y'all can't see the forest for the trees. None of it has anything
Well,
to
you
do.
care more about foreigners than you do your own citizens.
You know what? You can save that far right racist bullshit for another panel. I'm not falling for that trash. Don't
Well,
tell me
as we're
what. Don't you dare tell me what I care about, 12th man. Who the fuck are you?
listening to this liberal ideology that they were speaking of, I
Well,
don't think that
he's not talking about ideology per se. He's talking more at the philosophical layer.
Mhm. Well, I think it's lacking a certain compass.
Why? What specifically leads you to think that?
Just the fact that they are a certain way, but they don't.
Okay,
There's certain
most people that you're calling liberal have never even heard of John Rawls.
yeah, and
So
they
what
don't
the
even
fuck
know what liberalism is. They just
that is
they,
true.
they see it for what it is now.
Okay,
Liberalism isn't what
listen
it
to what
was
I'm
60
saying.
years
What
ago.
I'm talking about the history of it, the philosophy of it. Most people think voting Democrat is capital L. Excuse me, capital
Bless
L
you,
liberal.
Stanley.
And I would say about 90% at a level of like 95%
Yeah, well,
or higher.
most MAGA folks don't know what populism is.
That's true. So we're not really. You're
stay
talking
away
about the
from it.
minutia of everything,
Well,
and a
no,
lot of it.
I'm talking about the rudimentary education. People don't take the time to know their civics or anything deeper than that. So I'm not necessarily even finding fault with it. It's the nature of our education system, and we don't raise kids to be curious about stuff. We don't raise them to ask questions. We really don't even train them to be skeptical. It's a whole lot of, if it sounds good and you agree with it, then it's gospel, and you are free to go up on Stanley's panel and spew that bullshit.
Can you play a link if I drop a link? It's a Facebook link. Can you play that or no? Or no?
Depends on what it is.
All right, hold on. Let me go get it.
Savage, why don't you hit the link there, buddy? I've noticed you and Nightish have been real sheepish about coming up on this panel.
They're afraid, Stanley. They're afraid.
I dare say they might be. We'll just play this till Dave comes back.
I think Rawls is more optimistic. And I mean, Judith Sklar, another hero of the book, she was, if John Rawls was the sun king of political philosophy at Harvard, she was the moon queen of political philosophy, and a great historical thinker, much more sociologically rich than Rawls, and had a cutting wit. And she basically divides thinkers into kind of optimists and pessimists. And she says that you can be a pessimist, but that doesn't mean that you quit. And so her great heroes were all people like early liberals like Montaigne or Montesquieu that looked at the world and realized how bad humans were. But their next move was to roll up their sleeves and design institutions to help improve
Hold
us
on one
as best
second.
they could.
I mean, they were fundamentally.
You know what? I don't have Facebook. Let me copy this link and open it.
You don't have Facebook, Stanley?
Well, I've never logged into Facebook with this browser. I use two browsers. I use Brave for when I do shows, and I use Chrome for everything else. And I can log in. I guess I need to export something or another. Let's see. How am I going to do
Didn't
this?
Georgia beat Alabama?
I have no clue.
One
I know Georgia Tech lost. I haven't kept up. I don't keep up with sports like I used to.
Yeah, I
Anywhere
know
near
you
what I
don't.
used to.
But I was just wondering. I was rooting for Georgia.
Let's see here. How am I? Can I import bookmarks? Let's see here. I need to import, or do I need to export?
Hey Stanley, I wonder how many illegal immigrants took Christy Noam up on $3,000 if you leave during the holidays, and we'll even give you $3,000 and ship you back to your country for free, and then you have another chance to come in the United States, right? That's
Why
a
would
good
I keep?
deal, isn't it?
I imagine. I vaguely remember that coming up. So hopefully,
Hopefully, a lot of peaceful illegal immigrants made it home safely
for Christmas.
for Christmas.
All right, let's see
Yeah,
here.
ICE
I
isn't
need
stopping,
to.
Stanley. They're doubling down, bro. It's like,
They're pretty much gonna fail. I'm just not that impressed with. I'm just not that impressed with.
with what, Stanley? Spit it out. God damn it.
I'm not that impressed. To be honest, I was listening to the numbers. They have not import profile still in use. Okay, now let me see if I can do Facebook here. God damn it. All right, well, let me do this.
Where'd Dave go?
I don't know.
He's
God
still
damn
there,
it.
but he's not there.
All right, well, I guess I'll do forgot password. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and play this while I try and get Facebook set up.
Misanthropic,
That's
right?
right. Yeah, I mean, she wrote a book celebrating misanthropy in the right
Am
way.
I
I mean,
what?
misanthropy can go bad
Are
directions,
you
obviously. It can lead
Stanley
to like
Cross
Keith
on
Ledger's joke
Facebook
over each.
too?
Yeah, but I don't remember what the password is. So I'm just gonna see if I can't reset it. Uh, 993.
Better not be a fake Stanley Cross account. 'Cause it'll be the real Stanley Cross.
God damn it.
It gets confusing, doesn't it? So
442043. No, let me try this
then
again.
you have to enter the authentication code.
Okay,
Hey, Dirty, me too. I never get sick. I got sick this
Oh
year.
wait,
Man. I'm
okay,
still getting
now
over it.
okay, I just made it in. So let me try it now. Okay, there we go.
It's the first time in like 7 years I got sick.
Where's the volume thing on here?
Well, how's it
Okay,
been going, Dave? Did
God
you have
damn
a happy new year and all that?
Yeah, man. It was quiet around here. House is empty. So
Why do I not see volume controls on here? Where the fuck are the volume controls on here?
this reminds me of when my grandma asked me to come over and program the VCR.
Well, I don't use Facebook, but usually when you usually the volume controls will be right there. Can you hear it?
No. Do you have to share audio and all that other stuff?
I shouldn't. Usually.
Might be a little speaker
Oh wait, there.
button
No, I
on
just
there.
found it. Okay, here we go.
Are officers.
Yeah, you got to
They're
start
agents
over.
of law enforcement. If you box, let me make this clear. Federal agents, ICE, HSI, are officers. They are agents of law enforcement. If you box them in with vehicles, it is reasonable for them to believe that they are being ambushed and that this could end in a deadly situation. And it's reasonable for them to use force based on those conditions. Do not box in any law enforcement officer. You are breaking the law when you do that. And you are putting yourself in danger. Following law enforcement agents around. The question is why? What do you plan on doing? It's also reasonable for them to believe that you're eventually going to do harm to them. If you ram any vehicle, especially that one that contains law enforcement agents, and that's any law enforcement, local, state, federal, county.
Preach it, brother.
And you do this intentionally, this is considered deadly force. Deadly force is anything that can cause great bodily harm or death. When you plow into a vehicle that contains law enforcement agents, you're using deadly force. And they can use deadly force in response to stop you. We need to be clear about these laws. Amen. We cannot become a society where we just decide to take everything in our own hands and start to commit crimes against law enforcement. It is a crime. You may not like what they're doing. I can understand that there's a lot of emotions out there, but that does not mean that you get to commit a crime, especially one that could lead to deadly force. We need to keep everyone safe. our responsibilities when it comes to federal agents, and I've been asked these questions. We do not interfere with the duties and responsibilities of federal agents. Let me make this clear.
Okay, so Dave, what was it that you wanted me to see in this video?
Okay, see, this is what I'm saying, man. I hear.
See, let me help you out before you get rolling on into bullshit. If the woman was being charged with a crime, then being charged with a crime should have been the first thing out of that agent's mouth. It was not. It does not change a goddamn thing that I said.
Once you
The
box them
operative
in, what are
word,
you gonna
the
do?
operative word, 12th man.
No, just let him have it, 12 man. He clearly doesn't want to see a point.
No, you clearly do not understand how law works. Okay, you don't have to be a lawyer to understand the law. You literally have to use logic and critical thinking.
So what are you actually saying, Stanley?
I am saying,
because you're going to say a whole lot of stuff. You're going to have to
dude, I don't know why you're over
you know,
talking me. You asked me
you're
a
going to have
question.
to interpret that so where we can understand what you're actually saying.
Let me answer your question, Dave. The chief here, the operative word he used was crime. You are committing a crime.
Right.
If that lady committed a crime, that should have been one of the first things out of that ICE agent's mouth. You are being charged with a crime. Get the fuck out of the car. You don't just go get the. You don't just go. Okay, I will put your ass in the back, 12th man. I am not in the mood.
You better get the fuck out.
Okay, I will put your ass in the back. You know how I work. Again, if she's being charged with a crime, then she needs to follow lawful orders. You don't just pop out of the car and go get the fuck out of the car. Okay? Not everybody is a law enforcement agent, and you yourself will probably agree that this was not the brightest bulb on her Christmas tree. So that's what I think. He's right. He's right. He's right. But if she was being charged with a crime and being detained, then she would be under obligation to follow lawful orders.
Well, she didn't get the fuck out of the car.
Shut the fuck up, 12th man. I've already said what I had to say, and I'm a little agitated now. I'm watching shit that I shouldn't even be watching. If she committed a crime, the professional law enforcement officer should have told her she's being charged with a crime. Now get the fuck out of the car. You don't just go get dude. I don't. God damn it, 12th man. I am stone cold fucking sober, getting pissed off at you. So shut the fuck up until I'm done. Again, if she was charged with a crime, the professional law enforcement officer should have told her, you are being charged with a crime. Okay, motherfucker, you just cannot shut the fuck up. Stop blathering on the same dumb shit over and over and over. Nothing you say is going to change my mind, and you're pushing back against nothing much at all. My opinion is the professional law enforcement officer should have told her she's being detained because he thinks she committed a crime, and then she would have been obligated to follow lawful orders. And it was obvious this lady was not the smartest person in the car. So can we move the fuck on now?
Yeah,
What's up,
enough
Ruthless Truth?
armchair quarterbacking. Can we talk about something
Motherfucker, what are
else?
you doing? What are you doing but Monday morning quarterbacking?
Stanley, so you're suggesting that from what you said, the officer should have approached her and said,
Yes.
excuse me,
you
ma'am.
you are being
You're
detained.
blocking you. No, wait.
He should have arrested her.
Excuse
That's
me,
what he
ma'am.
should have done. He literally should have said, you are under arrest for suspicion of whatever. Step out of the car. Then he would have been perfectly within his rights to expect her to comply. You don't just come running up. You don't just come running up like you're playing cops and robbers. Go and get the fuck out of the car.
You do when you're in.
Okay, motherfucker. 12th man, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, and I'm being nice, even tolerating this.
No, wait. Now, which officer should be saying this? The one that she tried to run over, or the one?
No,
what about the one that she tried to run over?
The one. I assume that was the same one who told her to get the fuck out of the car.
No, actually, it wasn't.
Okay. Well, you know what? I don't really give a fuck. As far as I'm concerned, they had not arrested her. They had not.
So they didn't.
They had not informed her that she couldn't drive off.
Well, Stanley, I'm not talking about the officer that grabbed the handle.
Okay, dude, you're not talking.
I'm talking about the officer that she's almost ran over.
I don't give a fuck.
What does what you have to say had anything to do with the officer that she almost ran over?
Here is
what does that have to do with that?
Here is why you in 12th man are upset.
Your corner.
No. I'm not even remotely trapped. You two yahoos.
You're like that little cat that's in corner.
You two yahoos.
You really don't have a way out.
You two yahoos are fucking slaves to MAGA. And as soon as Trump says something, as soon as he sends his drones out there, you guys are hypnotized. All I'm saying is that they gave no indication to that soccer mom that
she was not a soccer mom, dude. My God.
See, you want to quibble over what she was. It doesn't really matter. It was just a pithy comment. They didn't tell her. Okay, they did not tell her that you are under arrest. You are not free to leave. They just kind of assumed that she knew it, but the woman was white and spoke perfect English. Okay, there was no communications gap had they decided to communicate. So all you far-right freaks can just suck it. I don't agree with you. There was nothing. They did not tell her that she was being detained. So now we got a murder on our hands.
No, you're in the spin cycle. You know that? Because even if she wasn't being detained,
I am not.
What about the cop she almost ran over?
Okay,
it's not the same guy.
You know what, motherfucker? Keep whatabouting all you want. I said what I said.
You don't care about the officer she ran over.
I do not give a. I don't give a fuck about the officer. I don't give a fuck about the victim.
No wonder you retired early.
Yeah, you're a little off today. Are you okay? Why are you mad at me, bro?
What? You know what? I'm not mad. I'm mad at the stupidity.
No, they're not justifying what you're saying. It doesn't make sense.
I don't need to justify it.
You're not making sense. I'm just telling you that.
Okay, dude, I'm sorry if you're not smart enough to understand what I'm saying. That's a you problem.
You're saying they didn't arrest her properly. I said, okay.
Correct.
But what about the officer she almost ran over?
What about
that guy?
Did he arrest her?
Before she hit the gas.
Did he arrest her?
He defended himself from that car that was trying to run him over.
You know what? You call it defense. You call it defense. I call it overreacting.
I call it a deadly weapon.
Fuck around and find out, Stanley.
You know what, you dumb fuck? Stop telling me to fuck around and find out. You are stepping way over your bounds. Oh fuck. I literally just said I don't give a fuck about the officer. I don't give a fuck about the victim. Any other adjutants? Any other agitating things you need to say?
Well, Stanley, if you have an expectation of the officer to come out and clearly state why he's arresting him, how come I can't have an expectation that we need to have a conversation?
I have an expectation for the purposes of this conversation, which will be ending momentarily. Other than that, dude, I think I did a couple stories, just peripheral wrap it up stories. I'm over this. I'm literally gonna let Trump, Minnesota, the family, if they decide to sue, I'm literally gonna leave it in their hands. Other than pointing out dictator Trump's stupidity and just his xenophobia and racism. Other than that, the story doesn't interest me that much.
Well, I just didn't want you to use all your energy on
control.
Yeah.
The only reason I'm expending this much energy is the topic has come up. Otherwise, I'd be knee deep in listening to this video.
Like, we need to know about liberalism. We see it every day. That's why everything is going on. Right?
You know what? I hear y'all talk about liberalism. You definitely need this video more than me.
Why? So in conversations, I can tell you exactly what it means. I see it.
Yes, exactly.
I know.
See, this is the thing. Y'all see it, but you don't understand what you see half the time.
If you asked me about it, I would describe exactly what the hell I'm seeing. It's a bunch of lunatic shit. You come off, regardless of how you define it, you look like a bunch of lunatics. In 2026, that's what it means.
No, I think
you just sat up here and said or agreed that 90% of the people don't even know what it means. This is what it means today.
Okay, do you think you're not part of the 99%?
Oh, I'm definitely part of the 99%. I don't care what they got to say about it. This is why history is dangerous. We can sit up here and know what it means, and then correct people on, how you say it, what you're saying. It's just a game, but we know what it is when we're talking about it. That's not a game. We can get down to the meat and potatoes in that way.
Who is it?
They, we, whoever.
Talking about?
Whoever. I'm just, I, in a sense, I am giving in to what you're saying, but Stanley, it doesn't matter.
It kind of matters sometimes.
It matters, but it's like, what's the point?
Well, let me put it to you this way. I think you understanding my position on the matter, which is you and I interpret the events of those videos totally different. I think that cop had his hand on the hood of the car when he probably shouldn't. And you know what? He overreacted. When she moved the car, of course he got out of the goddamn way because he was slouched over the hood. If he had been standing back from the car, he wouldn't have been threatened at all. What they thought was that they were going to intimidate the woman, and she was not intimidated. And by the way, I was watching Lisa Cabrera's, I think that's her name, Lisa Cabrera. Okay, I don't know why you're talking while I'm talking, 12th man. That's part of the reason it's part of the reason I am annoyed right now. Stop over talking me. I literally watched a short TikTok clip or something on another show of a young white woman who's a teacher wouldn't roll down her windows, and the officer, for no particular reason, it was an ICE agent, for no particular reason, she she would not roll down her window, and the motherfucker whipped out his telescoping metal baton, threatening to break her window for no apparent reason other than she was scared and would not roll down her window.
Better be
That's not
scared,
that okay. God
motherfucker.
damn it. I do not know why you're talking, 12 man. Just because a non-suspect will not roll down the window, that doesn't give an officer the right to break it. Y'all are giving these officers carte
Why don't
blanche,
you just
and
comply
I
and
do not
roll
goddamn
down the
know. I
window?
don't know whether you're so drunk that your social cues are off or just what the problem is, 12th man, but you're being annoying. There. What I'm saying is that you know what happened in this video? The officer finally walked off, got in his car, and they backed down the street all the way to the end of the street and left. Why couldn't they have done that to begin with? What had happened is on the street, ICE was coming up and there were cars parked on either side of this narrow street, and the woman would not back up. ICE is coming up in their van or their truck or whatever it was. They're nose to nose with this woman, and she's like, my house is right over there. I'm not going to back up. And the dude was going to break her window because she wouldn't back the car up. The lights weren't on. They didn't have lights on. She wasn't detained. She just happened to be a resident on the street, and she didn't want to back up. She thought they should back up. And guess what they wound up doing? Backing down, backing up the truck so she could get into her driveway. But the motherfucker literally stood there. Literally, these ICE officers are entitled, and they do not seem to understand that they work for the public, not the other way around. Some people aren't like the sheeple that you and 12th man are. You know, if they got a badge, you just comply no matter what. Some people aren't like that, Dave. So we aren't all as subservient as you and 12th man are in the face of authority. Some of us
I get it.
Some of us question authority.
Well, Stanley, that's all good and fine, but like when your life is
it's
over,
all good.
there are no redos. You're gonna wish you did. You can't.
You know what? We had an
so I don't know what you're actually condoning.
We had an unstable ICE officer, unfortunately. Luckily,
if that's your way of calling me a bitch.
Luckily, this particular ICE officer had his wits about him and was emotionally stable and finally figured that, hey, I can't break her window without getting in trouble, and walked off and did the right thing.
Most of the ICE officers are human.
If only he had been on scene. If only he had been on scene, a few days ago.
Most of them are normal people, and
if
if you hurl a deadly weapon at them, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to defend themselves. That's what we're talking about.
I think that deadly weapon is.
So me and 12 man will be two alive bitches versus one that's popped. That's not the way we want to go out.
I think the only deadly weapon is between your two ears.
It can be, because we'll be alive, and we'll probably be the ones to do it if we just keep taking your route, and then our route has to come up. Then we'll be the alive ones because we're going to take the survival route. That's for sure.
No, John. If you're talking,
I just want to be just as nonsensical.
If you're talking about. If you're talking about Renee Good, John, she lived in Minneapolis. She didn't live 350 miles away.
Lived, as in past tense, because she took the Stanley route.
I literally used the past tense.
Oh yeah, I was just making sure because she took the Stanley route.
She didn't take the Stanley route.
She did the Stanley method. Stanley thinks it's okay to do that.
Stanley does not tail SS troops around the city.
Guess what? The ones that survive are the ones that tell the story.
To be honest, I think she lost it because she thought she was a white woman and would be, basically
See,
coddled.
that's the other side set of bullshit you want to introduce. Don't do that. She was just as
Well, no.
stupid as everybody who supports that party
I
and thinks it's
actually,
okay the box office
why
is
wouldn't
in.
I introduce it? I actually believe that.
I don't.
Too bad it wasn't Jasmine Crockett who caught the cat.
That's wrong, bro. And I shouldn't be laughing about that. I shouldn't. That's not really funny. But
Stupid.
I see what you did. Stanley, you should not condone that behavior and try to act like the officer was wrong for defending himself. You shouldn't do
I
that.
don't think he was defending himself.
You're gonna get somebody else hurt.
I think he thought he was defending himself.
You're gonna get somebody else hurt with that message.
I doubt it.
Matter of fact, they weren't even out there for her. So why is she out there for them? That's the real question.
Okay, and that is going to be their undoing.
Well, I would hope that kind of situation would encourage people to go home, but they won't. They're too stupid. They want to be out there and get in the cop's face.
They were not there for her. They didn't place her under arrest or inform her that she was under arrest or being detained. That is going to be their undoing. You can talk about defending yourself. See, what you guys don't understand.
Get the fuck out of the car.
What you guys don't understand is they're going to look at this sequentially.
And anybody who tried to use a car to kill me is a bitch too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, all I have to say is they're going to look at things sequentially, and the officer started off wrong.
No, I remember you was criticizing when he called her a bitch.
Yeah, well, he shouldn't have. That's going to work against him too.
Maybe, but somebody tried to kill you. I'm pretty sure you guys
She
can select
literally
words.
said, "I'm not angry at you," but he was obviously angry at her. A good lawyer, a good lawyer would get him on the stand and rip him to shreds. Just the
A public
reaction
defender would get him off.
after literally blowing her head off. His reaction is fucking bitch. They're gonna get him.
She tried to kill him.
They will get him for state of mind.
Yeah, he's in a heightened state of mind. He's in shock. He's in fight or flight.
Yeah,
he pulled his service weapon and popped her because she tried to kill him.
You know what? And as a matter of fact, if I were the opposing lawyer, I would use that word. You popped her because you were mad, weren't you?
Smiling when she did it.
That's right. That's right.
I did see that.
People,
nothing but teeth.
People who want to kill you. People who are killing you, who want to kill you, often smile, right? Y'all sound foolish.
No, she did. They showed her still. From his body
foolish.
cam. They showed her and she was all teeth before he did what he did.
Right. That's right. And that's why it's going to work against him if this never winds up in court.
If. You said if. Right now he has immunity.
Well,
so we'll see. We'll see. After Trump leaves office, they'll just be licking their chops to get him.
Trump is going to put his tiny, tiny little finger on the scales of justice.
You are misanthropic. And if you mean deep suspicion of human beings, you can just try to do your best you can to ameliorate us, whether through structures that keep us apart or through educational attempts that would socialize us a bit better. But I think Rawls is in that latter camp. I think he had no illusions about how flawed human beings are, but then he tried to design institutions and practices that would help make us better. I mean, I'll stop. I'll kick back to you in a second. But one of the big ideas from the book is that I try to rework one of Rawls's most famous ideas, and that's the original position. So the original position is it's a thought experiment that has this life, its immortality of its own now in political philosophy. But the idea is that you try to think of what kind of society you would want if you didn't know your place in it. So, I'm middle class, I'm white. I'm talking about myself. I'm heterosexual. Like I'm killing it in terms of the advantages that I have, but I would be a real asshole if I were to try to design a society that would be designed to favor those. And so he designs this exercise in order for people to try to take a step back from themselves, to try to get a bit of distance from the meanness of me and think about what your commitments are. And that, I think, it's a very deeply human ambition to just step out of our partiality, which is how we're all flawed. And so that's the kind of thing that Rawls knew very well, that we suck. But he tried to design, he wrote a book to try for redemption. That leads us back to.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is the way you describe what he's doing is, he's making a move that ultimately results in the reader becoming a different person, right? So it's not simply, laying out a bunch of interesting principles and ideas and going, oh, okay, great, I'm persuaded. But something like the original position is not meant to be a one and done. It's supposed to be, I guess, something that you reflect on almost continuously, right? If you can somehow keep that in the back of your mind, and every day you remind yourself of the original position, this is going to change the way you interact with the world, right? I mean, this idea of spiritual exercises embedded in works of political philosophy, I really like this idea.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. It's definitely not a one and done. I call it a meditation, which I think it is. And if Rawls had been a totally different aesthetic kind of guy, he might have tattooed some version of the original position on his bicep, or I don't know what. But the idea
it's got to be on your hands. So you can see it every
day. That's right. Right. Or set a reminder on his old school Nokia phone. I don't know, whatever. That's exactly right. And so what I tried, so the whole title, Liberalism is a Way of Life, of my book, is itself an adaptation of one of my very favorite philosophers, this French historian and philosopher and classicist named Pierre Hadot, Hadot. Wonderful reader, so clear, so kind of modest but human. If you're interested, dear listener, an excellent place to begin is with a book called What is Ancient Philosophy? Or if you want to go a little bit more intense but shorter, an essay he wrote called Spiritual Exercises. But his whole career was built on the claim that ancient philosophy had just a totally different conception as to what philosophy means in moderns. So
well, I don't know. Maybe if you listen,
some big abstract system by which you sit back, think about the world, come up with a systematic theory to explain the cosmos, and then maybe some reflections on morality at the end of it, like kind of Kant's trajectory of first critique of your reason, then moving to the moral stuff. Okay, that's fine. But he said ancient philosophy didn't roll that way. It was entirely different. And to be an ancient philosopher really meant just to aspire to a life lived wisely, pursuing the right kinds of things, having the right kind of relationships, and being
like everything.
Let me interrupt this right quick. This just popped up, and I'm going to give this a grain of salt because it is a grain of salt because it is Zateo, which is Mehdi Hassan's Substack reporting independent journalist outfit. But they're saying a poll finds Americans don't believe ICE murder of Renee Nicole Good was justified. So, they basically polled, what was it, 1,200 people or something like that, 1,265. So, like I said, I'm going to give this a grain of salt. But I think, I don't think that Americans are going to buy this story, especially if they're watching how ICE is conducting themselves. They're literally doing door-to-door searches. They're going into places without warrants. They're doing a real fast and loose. And I think how they conducted themselves, not identifying themselves, not saying, hey, you're under arrest for this, that, or the other. It doesn't really matter if they felt their lives were threatened because they are held to a higher standard. And if anything, and as it, I do not know why you insist on interrupting me, 12th man, mid-sentence, but I would appreciate it if you could hold your tongue till I'm done.
Are you
I
done
think,
yet?
you know what? I'm about done with you on this panel. I think their conduct
I'm just
was atrocious.
messing with you, Stanley. Damn.
Yeah, keep doing that. I think their conduct was atrocious. I think the operation is putting the public at risk. Just watching some of the videos. You know what? Let me see. Can I find her show?
I agree with you. The conduct was atrocious, and that's coming from both sides of that thing. It just got ugly quick.
Okay, well, civilians get carte blanche.
Yeah.
I mean, she literally was a civilian. If we are in a world where law enforcement officers aren't held to a higher standard, they're basically held to the same conduct standard as Renee Good, then we are indeed fucked.
No, we're not.
Don't be following them around and harassing
Okay,
them.
no, I'm sorry.
one.
They can
Great
do that.
point, 12 man.
It's legal. It's legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't box the road. Don't box them in.
Okay, I don't care. All I care is that it's legal. What they should be doing, what they could be doing, all that is irrelevant. They can do.
Taking care of
Okay,
her kids.
again, you are interrupting me in mid-sentence. I can do it to you, 12th man, but you cannot do it to me. There is indeed a double standard on this panel. We all know this.
That's dirty. Go for it, Stanley.
Well, why is it dirty? It's true.
Because human nature would get sick and tired of that, and then all of a sudden it turns into a circus. You're begging for a circus to show up.
That is not a Stanley problem.
Well, you can't keep escalating how pissed off you are, and then wonder why he keeps interrupting you. He's not talking. He can't say nothing.
Yes, I actually can.
I mean, hey, if that's what you want him to do, you're clearly getting to that goal.
Why do you think there are days when I don't go up, say, on Nightish's panel? Because I know I'm going to have my say when I come back to this panel.
That big fat lord ass. What are you talking about?
So anyway,
All he does
let's see
is
what
sitting in his chair and talk. That's all he does.
that's
Never
what
goes
most
outside or
that's what
nothing.
most people on panels who are hosting a panel do. They sit on their ass and talk.
I like Nightish. I like the show. It's pretty funny sometimes.
I didn't see your comment, Rick.
I just can't do what rappers did yesterday type of content. I don't know how much of that he does, but man, I do not care. That
Far right freakazoids. That's pretty much what I'm dealing with here.
Ice agent. Bum 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 bum. Ice baby. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Was about how to live. Right?
Everyone's got to
Even
live.
even the
goal is just to,
metaphysical
be- it
speculations
sounds stupid. It sounds
presumably
stupid. The
had
goal is to
some
be, like,
kind
a
of
chill person, to be
implications for how to
tranquil.
live, right?
And release yourself from all the gripness of kind of the human condition. And that's very normal. Anyways. And so they designed all the different philosophies. Schools had a different idea about what messes us up. So they designed different theories in order to lead us.
he had to mention he was heterosexual, because when I listen to this,
The goal of philosophy is to live well. And that's
I don't get that
writing
from him.
is about.
You know,
so philosophy is
let
to live
me go ahead and make a blanket criticism of a lot of the far right MAGA blacks that come up, through the chat and
what we
onto
noticed
the
that your
panels.
side is gay as hell. Is that what we're trying? Is that what you about to say?
Well, yeah,
we got a comment on it.
One of the
I
first
get
things
it.
Zhang said was like something about this dude being had he experimented with bisexuality or something.
Yes, they all went to college.
I
and
literally,
they were experimenting.
I typed to Zhang that there's somebody for everybody. Maybe he's your type. I, for the life of me,
Stanley,
don't.
you seem to like soy boys.
I, for the
one
life
you
of
have
me,
on
don't
screen.
understand why so-called
He's
alpha
a soy
men.
boy.
I don't, for the life of me, understand why so-called alpha males are so interested in the sexuality of other males.
Well,
Can you
can tell he's a soy
can you
boy.
help me with that one, 12th man? Why do
I can
y'all
look
care?
across the
Why do
room
y'all
and
care
tell this
so
dude
much?
is gay.
Why do y'all care so much about the sexuality of other males?
No, we don't. You just got to look at your representation and be like, man, there's a lot of gay people speaking for us.
Oh, is that right? Lupin says
That's
that
right, Dick and Dave.
Dick and Dave, is that what you call it?
No, he didn't say that. I didn't hear that. What is going on the left over there?
So
I thought
Lupin
this
says
was
that
Deacon Dave.
Lupin says that DHS is not paying the deportation money they promised.
I like the plan though. Tell them that you're gonna give them $3,000 so they show up and sling them over the fence.
And then don't give them nothing.
That's what's up. Yeah, that'd draw them out. $3,000. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the moral bankruptcy.
Liberalism could be seen sort of in the same vein.
But look, I mean, most people when they read modern philosophers, they don't read it in that way, right? I mean, and most people who sit down and read, I mean, even if everyone accepts the premise of Hadot, right, that ancient philosophy was primarily about ethics, most people don't think of modern philosophers as being about ethics. So, I mean, are you kind of reading into, say, Rawls, or I mean, do you think Rawls himself was very explicitly about this project?
I don't think I have to be careful here. I think my interpretation can stand. I don't think I'm trying to make Rawls say things that he didn't want to. I don't think he's explicitly drawing on the ancient tradition, but I definitely think he's putting concerns, as we said, about how to live well at the core of his project, and that leads him in that direction. But to go back, I mean, it's professional philosophers. We train. I'm a professor of philosophy. We train the decent, good idea of philosophy out of our students, because when they come here, the gateway drug to philosophy is never, I read some logical positivism. That is never the case, right? That just doesn't happen. It's I read some Camus, I read some Dostoevsky, Nietzsche got me when I was young, or Iris Murdoch, or something like that, like someone who's kind of coming at this stuff with human concerns. And then, of course, we have our first year session where we say, no, philosophy is about something altogether different. And we see, but I think that the kind of Vox idea of philosophy, maybe if it's not kind of coded in this way, is closer to the ancient one. And that's why, of course, I mean, listen, this is why this for a decade, 2 decades, the self-help section of publishing has been the most fruitful and popular. To try, when you have religion retreat, not just from the public sphere, but from a lot of people's lives, and that's in the US, that's like 30% are not religious believers anymore. In Australia, it's closer to 50, and New Zealand's like 70. Something's going to fill that gap, and Jordan Peterson on his own is not going to be able to fill the marketplace of meaning and spirituality. So you have all these people trying to recover this foundational aspiration of philosophy, which is to live well. And they're not calling it self-philosophy, but that's the original vision.
Right. Now, you also talk about kind of formation and education, right? You talk about Emile, and
yeah.
I think that's probably, I agree with you. That's like...
What's up, MOT?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Oh, nothing much. Just exploring what capital L liberalism is, and having to deal with the consequences of trying to educate people.
Yeah, I mean, because the moment you remove
indoctrinate people Because that's what you're really doing, Stanley, is indoctrinating.
I'm sorry, doing what? What?
No one.
What am I really doing, 12th man?
Man, is he talking in slow motion, or is that just me?
No, it's cold up there in Alaska. He's got antifreeze in him.
Indoctrinating.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what that means? Are you deaf?
Indoctrinating? Yeah, I know what it means.
Yeah, it's what the left has been doing to people for decades. And that's why Trump is tearing it down and giving education back to the states. And
you actually think, hey, 12th man,
yes,
you actually think,
sir.
you actually think Trump is doing that, don't you?
Yeah, he is. He already.
Linda McMahon is not doing
it never left the states, 12th man.
Yeah, it did.
No, I'm afraid it didn't.
No.
So then why did we have a Department of Education then?
Because there are things like Pell Grants and stuff like that the federal government administrates.
They do a lot other than do local education, man.
Right.
Yeah.
So as I said, and I happen to know a little bit about education because my sister's a retired teacher. My mother was a retired teacher. I kind of know how boards of education work, and the local education never left the localities, 12th man.
Bullshit.
Yeah, well, you know what? I can't help you if you don't want to. If you don't want to learn,
got all that grant money from a
whatever that far right suppository. That far right suppository that was inserted, that far right suppository that was inserted up your tuchus won't come out apparently.
So what did the Federal Department of Education
Motherfucker, I just told you. Did you not hear me? One of the things that I know of two of the things that I know of off the top of my head, Pell Grants and educational grants like that.
And
they also kept a lot of statistics. They definitely were in the business of encouraging certain things. Let me help you out. They're shutting down the education department, but they're not getting rid of the functions. The functions are being handed off to other departments. So what they did is they took a bunch of different educational functions and consolidated them into an education department, probably for the sake of better administration. So what Trump is doing is de-administrating the education department, but the functions are still there. He's going to get rid of a bunch of employees. He's going to hand off what the education department was doing. But see, my point is that the functions are going to continue, just not centralized. Sounds like
no oversight.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds like a dumbass idea to me.
Operationally functional, but with no oversight.
And by the way, it's going to exist on paper. You can't get rid of the education department by executive order. You can't defund it out of existence. It's still going to be there until Congress, and they probably won't, until Congress can just decommission it. And that's not going to happen.
I hope Trump demolishes that building just like he did the West Wing. We're building a new ball, baby.
You know what they ought to do? That building, they ought to call it the 12th man method, because you're pretty demolished right now.
as Nagon would say, highly finished.
Just spouting off all kinds of silly shit. So this Alexander Lefevre guy wrote a book called oh shoot, I can't even think of the name of it. Something like the liberal lifestyle of liberalism. Let me see, can I? And I haven't gotten around to reading it yet, but he is an actual political philosopher. He basically wrote a book on liberalism, capital L liberalism. And, I tend to talk about a lot of conservative stuff, but I haven't gotten around to what liberalism, capital L liberalism actually is. And a lot of these guys just have all kinds of crazy misconceptions about the political philosophy stuff.
They don't even know what the left is. They have no idea.
Well, pretty much. They know what the left is because Trump told them what the left is. What's up? Well, speak of the devil. If it's not SKC, Charles is doing fine there. SKC.
Like, if this was
Happy
the
2026
of the 70s, that'd
My
be
fellow
right there with them.
SYSBM brethren, SKC.
Hit the link if you have time, SKC. No, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, 12th man. I don't think we're talking about the same capital L liberalism.
Well, yeah, it's changed a lot since the 60s. Wouldn't you agree, Stanley?
No.
You think liberalism from the 60s is still liberalism?
Well, I guess you could make that argument, but what I'm talking about is more like an academic liberalism. Like, it pretty much started, the roots are back with John Locke and Rousseau, that sort of thing. There's de Tocqueville, Lefevre mentioned Montesquieu, like the origins. I mean, basically the capital L liberalism is pretty much talking about the Enlightenment. So, I mean, there's some things, okay, well, that's exactly my point. That's why we're not talking. That's why we're not talking.
When I asked Jesus Christ to forgive my sins every day on this earth, and now I don't have anything to be afraid of because I know.
Do you ever, a Gospel of Bob has started up, right?
Oh, you want me to move along?
Well, they might enjoy your company a little bit more than I am.
I don't. I thought we were friends, Stanley. God damn it.
You know what? We are friends about several blood alcohol level points in the past. You may be beyond friendship right now,
Stanley. I'll admit it. I'm stoned.
Okay. All I have to say is I was talking. I don't think you and I are talking about the same enlightenment.
Me off, I'll go away. Okay.
Hey, I don't mean to be rude, but I mean I don't think you're keeping pace.
What you mean? I'm not keeping.
Oh my God. What's up, SB? Where have you been? I haven't seen you in a while. SB. And how's the young one doing there? SKC. I imagine you've been busy. That's why I haven't seen you. Oh, and by the way, you sent me a $10 Cash App the other day. It surprised the hell out of me. No, it surprised me. That was when I quote debated cellulite over on Savage's channel. That's what, 2 or 3 weeks ago now. So I appreciated that, SKC. You were basically going, hey, you need a beer after this one.
One of the most undeservedly neglected, books out there. But I mean, part of the point is that we're going to be formed and shaped regardless of what happens, right? Whether it's intentional or not. And so,
what's up, SKC?
Hey, what's going on, man? I had a quick moment or two. It's been at least a couple of months, huh?
Yeah, I figured you've been busy around Christmas and stuff.
Yeah.
How are things going?
Oh, just busy. You know how it goes in newborn.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
How many kids you got now, SKC?
This is 4 now. So I thought I was going to stop.
You're like the last time I talked to you, man. You was just having your second one.
Nah, it had to be my third because my 2 boys are
third.
older now. Yeah, and now I have 2 girls. So.
Oh no.
Yep. So 4, a band of 4.
That's
but
not.
yeah,
That's
Stanley,
not.
I think the last time I
many.
talked to you was like right around a little bit before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I think so. It's been a while.
Yeah.
We've missed you around these parts.
Nah, not me, man. I ain't nobody.
We talk about you. We talk about you all the time, SKC.
Nah, man. What's on your agenda today, man? What you reviewing and embarking at?
Well, other than the news articles, this guy Alexander Lefebvre wrote a book on capital L liberalism. He's talking mostly John Rawls, that kind of liberalism. And the reason I know about him is there's another book. Laura K. Fields recently wrote a very well-received book called Furious Minds about basically the MAGA movement. It's kind of like a very brief history of the intellectual underpinnings of the MAGA movement. She talks about the Claremont group. She's talking about national conservatives. She's talking about the Patrick Deneen folks. I forget what her name for them is. Basically a group of Catholics. I forget what she calls them. And then she talks about, some of the outliers, like the far right, like tech bro type outliers. I haven't read the book yet, but it's gotten really good reviews. Almost every week she's doing an interview somewhere. So I'm kind of, I've been wanting to do it for a while, to actually talk about like capital L liberalism, because so many people just, they see a Democrat and they automatically think that Democrat knows something about, liberalism with the capital L. And that's not necessarily the case. Progressives, for instance, they hate capital L liberalism. They don't, that Enlightenment stuff, basically.
I have a question for you on all of that, though. I mean, do you think that the majority of people who I would say are politically active, I'll just leave it at that, that they really know the histories of their various sects and so forth?
No.
The rank and file, no. But then they don't take the time either.
Yeah, because I mean, I think the majority of people who vote, they don't know.
Oh, well, the overwhelming majority. But the thing is I found it, because see, I really didn't
know what.
I really didn't like get as deep. I've always had an idea, about, stuff, because I started like, this, I started watching like the McLaughlin Group and William F. Buckley, like literally 7th or 8th grade. and just got interested in it. But I really didn't get into doing a whole lot of reading outside of, like Locke in college and stuff like that. I really didn't get into some of the history of politics, the political philosophy. I'd say maybe in the past 10 years, I've kind of started getting into it.
Yeah, I would say that that's pretty normal for the majority of people. I mean, it's really not a subject that that most find find that interesting, and not until
I'm one of those geeks. It just, the history and some of the political philosophy, it really just makes it so much easier to understand even 2026 politics. To me, it does.
Yeah, I think I would say that for just about any subject, whenever you get to specialize within any subject, the history of it gives you a better understanding of the modern times.
Oh, I remember, like Patrick Deneen and those guys are post-liberals. Now, Patrick Deneen, for instance, he's a professor at Notre Dame. He's like a Catholic guy. And he's basically saying that liberalism is finished. Where we need to go is something that's pretty much more like I don't think he wants to go complete theocracy, but something like that. It's called like common good type of politics. It wouldn't look like it wouldn't look like MAGA, but it would be, like the next best thing to a Christian centered government.
Oh wow! I think that would be a mistake. I think going anything near a theocracy would be bad.
Well, there are people who want to do it, but here's the thing: the reason I brought up Deneen is his book. He's written two popular ones, and I can't think of their titles, but one of them wound up being on Obama's favorite books of the year list.
Oh,
that's how I even know about him. Oh, wow. So, I mean, he's being read by some, heavy hitters, even, on the left. So, anyway, Lefever's just, caught my attention because Laura K. Field talked about him. And then, he's got a couple interviews. And the way he's talking about liberalism, just basically, I've often said that I'm temperamentally center left, and as unfortunate and weird as it is, I'm kind of a child of the Enlightenment. minus the minus the slave part.
You know I was gonna go with that one.
I knew you were gonna go there. So everything but the slave part I'm okay with.
Oh man. But I mean, I've had this conversation with you a billion times over. And I'll even involve MOT on this one. I just we have our agreements and disagreements and so forth, but I can't get past the idea of this special slavery thing. Stanley, I just can't, man.
What do you mean
Slavery's been a part of
slavery?
Yeah. What does that mean?
Well, slavery has been a part of the human condition since history, since any sort of written history that we have. So when people try to invoke any sort of special qualifier towards transatlantic slavery, I just, it's like, come on, man.
Well, the problem, and you and I have gone round and round for years now. By the way, Charles is doing fine. His channel's still, he does shows still every now and again.
I'll have to catch him, man. I've just been so busy. I just wanted to check to see if you had chatted with him.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he and Fred wanted me back on Charles's Discord. So I even, every now and again I'll type something or drop something for everybody to see. So yeah, he's doing fine. Now I understand why, because he is in Lagos, and I know he's still alive.
Yeah.
He doesn't live in northern Nigeria.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, he lives in Lagos.
Okay.
So on the Christian side, so he's okay.
Oh, okay.
But
he didn't get blown up. Okay.
No. But I was gonna say that the thing is I think America's or the United States is a particularly interesting case because of how African slavery was introduced. It was literally the partus ventrum something or another was specifically introduced into the pre-American legal code to keep people in lifetime servitude. There were some things that did not happen in the history of slavery before 1661. So essentially, slavery was introduced in the United States and Brazil and other places, but the United States is what I know about. It was introduced as an economic engine, and the justification, the moral, the Christian, all the justifications, all the race science and all that stuff was introduced to support why we should have slaves. So to me, that's unique.
Yeah, I'll battle with you on that one, man. I think
they literally said we don't want slaves to be able to claim their white fathers. It was I can't remember the details, but there was a young woman who was biracial. Her father was white and her mother was a slave, I think. And she basically married a young white guy. And when her father died, she couldn't inherit the property. So she went to court and said, hey, you know what? I'm my father's daughter, African heritage or not, his property is mine. And she won the case. So that was one of the impetuses for, hey, we can't, it's too easy for these slaves to just we're going to lose a bunch of slaves, a bunch of property, if we don't have these slave kids inherit the status of their mother. So it didn't happen in Africa, didn't happen in Rome. It happened right there in Virginia and Maryland. The partus sequitur ventrum.
Oh, you're talking about a slave being able to
that's right, inherit his mother's status for centuries.
Right, but before that,
inherited for centuries. Children inherited their father's status.
Oh man, this is a treat. What's up, SKC?
And the United States decided, nope, we're going to lose a lot of property that way. We need to go against centuries of tradition and have African children. So that's unique. Don't you think?
No, not really, because before that, the slaves they had no option of even inheriting anything at all. It was just you were a
okay. Slave,
and that's a good thing.
No, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying that's how it was.
SKC, lifetime slavery was not that. There are a lot of places where slaves could basically, which was shit, wasn't. Even in the Bible, there were slaves that wound up kings.
Now, the majority of places like Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, Egypt, Greece, Rome, Imperial China, the majority of those places, in the Islamic world, you were just a slave for life. That was it.
Right. In any case, America is unique. The economy was literally built on the back of slaves. especially after the cotton gin.
Yeah,
America's unique.
I think all throughout the ancient world, there was no slavery that was not economic.
Okay, a economic superpower was built on the back of slaves.
Rome was an economic superpower, so was
I
Greece.
know you want to do whataboutism.
I'm not doing. I'm just doing a comparison.
I want to tell you why America is unique.
Well, in order for a person to say unique, you by proxy, by definition, rather, have to compare. So it can't be a whataboutism if you're giving a special qualifier.
Let me do the comparison for you.
Then you have to compare.
How many economic superpowers were built on the back of slaves in the history of slaves?
Rome, China.
No. Rome was not. Rome's fortunes were not built on the backs of slaves.
Yeah, it was. I can give you another one.
No,
I can give you a famous.
Whoa! Don't give me another one. Let's concentrate on Rome.
Okay, Rome.
You're incorrect, sir.
Okay. Give you your evidence.
I literally, Rome was built because these generals who were politicians would go out and conquer Gaul and all these places. And basically, once they were conquered, it was the generals literally were like little corporations. They managed the booty, if you want to call it that.
Right. You are absolutely correct.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. The wealth was generated by conquering all these places, and the wealth basically wound up back in Rome, in the treasury or whatever they called it. The wealth of Rome was not built on the backs of slaves. It was built on the backs of conquest of their soldiers.
So let me give you a counter. Over a third of Rome's population was slaves, and the people that they conquered, they enslaved them into various portions of labor. And
not all of them, and not throughout history.
And a large.
You're
segment
talking.
Of those people,
It was not. That was.
And a large
depended.
A large section of the people that they conquered,
was Rome.
They enslaved into being soldiers.
Okay, was Rome the same way from day one to the last day? Rome went through several iterations. It did not matter that most of Rome's population might have been slaves. The wealth that came back to Rome came from conquest. That's my point. And Rome went through all kinds of republics, and Rome was not one thing over the 1,000 years or whatever the number of years they were considered Rome. Rome wasn't all one thing. So you could call Rome an economic superpower, but it wasn't built on the backs of slaves consistently. America was.
And I can give you another one. Mansa Musa. Where do you think he got his money from?
Irrelevant to my point.
Slaves dug up all that
Okay,
gold.
was Mansa Musa running an economic superpower?
Yeah, he was. It
destroyed
the economy of Egypt.
I beg to differ. You're talking a continent. America was a world power. Or is a world power.
Right, you just said an economic power.
That's what an economic world power.
It was.
Okay, Rome was, Mansa Musa was not.
Yes, he was.
Okay.
He had
I'm afraid you and I are going to disagree as to scope.
Oh, okay. I mean, in scope, they say
how far did Mansa Musa make it to Mecca? That's like the farthest he ever went.
Well, I mean, in terms of history,
he did not have an army that could, or a navy that could travel the world.
Well, in terms of history, he is known as the richest man that ever lived.
Yeah, I think you know what I mean.
We're not
talking about a man. We are talking about a nation.
That was a nation.
Yeah, keep trying, SKC.
No, I'm just saying that's how. That's how he got his.
You have said nothing that would even put a chink in my argument.
I know, man. We've been through back and forth through this, but you don't really like ancient history like that, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I don't know it as well as you do, apparently.
Yeah, I know.
I used to know Roman history fairly well.
Yeah, and I would say, and don't sell yourself short. You know, a little bit of Greek because.
Oh yeah, well, I mean that's
because of your guy,
Alexander.
Jefferson. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, but still, you know, Alexander wound up in India, but still, I wouldn't call Greece an economic superpower, though I mean, I don't know that economic superpower would be built on the back of slaves. Those empires were built on conquest, where you subjugate a population and you take all their gold and their women.
Well, you can't control that much of the population of the world without being an economic superpower.
Right. You know, I'm sorry, Thomas Sowell Jr. You
no, I'm no, T. Sowell Jr. I'm just SKC. That's it. But you know that wars cost money. In order to do conquest, you have to be an economic power. That's just a given.
Okay, and
so the people that
has nothing to do with my slavery point.
Yeah, but a lot those places, those nations, they specialized in slavery, very hard slavery.
Okay,
and a lot of the people
know how
they
Rome
were slaves for life?
Okay, Rome's legions were not full of slaves.
No, but their salt mines, their gold mines, their their various resources of raw materials were fulfilled by slaves.
Again, most of Rome's wealth was acquired by conquering territory, Gaul, you know, places like that. Right. You know, they'd go in and they would keep the local nobility. You know, you need to pay us every year some sort of tribute. And plus we're going to take a bunch of stuff when we conquer you. And then the other thing you're going to do is when we need soldiers, you need to be responsible for, you know, gathering, you know, your soldiers and sending them to Rome to fight, you know, for whatever war we're gonna be fighting at the time.
Even
America literally, and you know, the point about 2% of the, you know, the Southern whites having slaves, that argument gets bandied about every now and again, and I compare it to our 1% now. Okay, 1% of the U.S. population, just because 2% of, you know, the Southern landowners had slaves, they also controlled the government, just like the 1%.
The majority of the government.
It was like that back then. So the bottom
into this arguments. I don't even
right, but the bottom line is those plantations, that plantation wealth, it was all generated by slaves.
Yeah, I don't argue any of that. I just state that when people try to put a special qualifier on African American slavery by trying to use words like chattel and so forth, the chattel slavery always existed. So
you're incorrect.
Okay.
Literally during the Constitutional Convention, I'd have to go back to Madison's notes and find out who exactly said it, but they literally said, well, you know what? If you're gonna have, you might as well have the sheep and the cows vote. Yeah, you know, if you're gonna have like, you know, slaves either need to vote or they don't vote. Okay, if you decide that slaves are going to count like 3/4 of a person, well, why not 3/4 of a horse or 3/4 that sort of thing. Somebody was making a joke, but that's how, quote, chattel these arguments got. Nothing like that
Well,
in
back
the ancient
in
world that I'm
back
aware
in
of.
well, yeah, but that you're aware of, because back in Rome and Greece,
Okay,
they
how
didn't
many
even
slaves? How many slaves counted for 3/4 of a vote in ancient history?
they didn't count as a human at all.
Okay, so score one for unique.
That's what I'm saying is they didn't. Not even 3/5. They didn't count them as a human.
So score one for the uniqueness of U.S. slavery.
They counted them as 0.
Right. So score one. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not going to score 1. We're going to score 3/4.
No.
For
Okay,
for the uniqueness of American slavery.
Let me explain to you where I'm going with this, and let me put it in fraction format for you. They counted them as 0 over 0.
Right, and score 3/4.
so that would
for
be
the uniqueness of U.S. slavery for the first time in history. The first time in history, slaves counted for representation and taxation in a national government. It had never happened in history before.
No, the Rome and Greece, they did tax slaves.
You'd have to prove that one to me.
Okay.
Where did the slaves count for representation?
I didn't say representation. I said taxed.
Oh, I know you didn't, but I am. Where in history? Hence my point about the uniqueness. Where in history, SKC?
If you say so, man.
Okay, you're saying that the 3/4 didn't allow for more representation in the South?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
Okay, well, my question now is, where in world history did slaves actually count towards representation in a House of Representatives or some parliamentary, some governmental where did 3/4 of a vote towards representation in a governmental body, where in history did that ever happen?
That did not happen.
Hence the uniqueness of American chattel slavery.
Again, the overall picture, I think, is what you're missing.
Oh, I'm gonna keep missing it, but I'm gonna keep winning this point.
Okay, yeah. I mean, a lot of people. You can another person could say, you look at the African Arabian slave trade. When were the majority of the slaves castrated? That's unique.
Okay.
That didn't happen in America, did it?
Score one for the uniqueness.
That didn't.
But
That didn't.
when
that
I
didn't,
say
that didn't happen in the United States, did
that
it?
American chattel slavery was unique when compared to other systems of slavery throughout the history of humanity, score one for Stanley.
So then I could show you at different parts how all different I guess instances of
they were
slavery
all unique. I'll give you
some
that.
tiny facet that would qualify
You
as
are
quote-unquote
you
unique.
are 100% right, and I am more than willing to concede to you that they were all unique,
and that's what I'm saying.
Including the United States system of chattel slavery. All were unique, including. All I need you to say is indeed.
And all I'm leading to is this. This is my main pull point for all of this. Is what you already know. Putting some sort of special qualifier of this was, as a lot of people would say, the worst slavery the world has ever known. No, it wasn't.
I would actually think the Caribbean or Brazil would actually be worse.
Yeah, and you could make that argument, but there were some in I would say throughout time that have been much worse. And when it comes to a lot of these arguments of not arguments but discussions, one of the things that is typically pushed forth is that this particular style was the most egregious that the planet has ever seen, and it's like no, it wasn't, not by far. But I understand why the argument has to, why that angle of argumentation takes place, for rhetoric purposes. But in a true comparison, nah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know there's some things that happened in places like Brazil, places like the Caribbean, Haiti, that were, would not happen in the United States, mainly because, the property rights were, such a big deal. If nothing, in a way, I've heard the argument, I'm not sure that I agree with it, that in a way, Blacks were probably better protected health-wise, life-wise, fatality-wise during slavery because, going and, screwing up your property, was a, people didn't do that. They considered their property valuable, would insure it, would mortgage it, that sort of thing. Now, the one exception, in my opinion, would be slavery in South Carolina, where a bunch of people came up from Jamaica and places like that. A lot of those bad, cruel practices were carried into the South Carolina colony. And, they basically, that rice culture and that indigo culture, the attrition rates for slaves were horrific.
Yeah.
Like worse than worse. Worse than bad. It was horrific.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. It's like if people were to, open up that can of worms, it gets really stinky. And you start looking at the African-American slave trade in a totally different light.
Right.
But I understand while in America, why the rhetoric pushes that, this was just the worst thing that the earth has ever seen. It's like, yeah, I understand why. And I think that it's a good strategy for some people that want to do that. But if we're being honest and trying to make a true comparison, it's not even close.
Well, I don't know about close or not. I do know that there were protections. Like, if, some dude couldn't just walk up to any old black and just shoot him because he might be shooting somebody's property and, get into some big trouble. Property, the property rights in the United States to a certain extent was a protection for African slaves. You couldn't just like randomly get shot, if your master sent you on an errand because, you might be shooting somebody's property and get into some big trouble. But I don't know. I'm really not into the suffering game. Like, slavery was just bad across the board. Some were worse than others, but it was all bad. So that's why I get kind of turned off when people want to compare, say, the Holocaust to African slavery. They were both bad. Do we really want to play that kind of suffering Olympics or victim Olympics? To me, it's just kind of a disgusting, comparing the two is just kind of disgusting to me.
Yeah. I think this line of thought about the comparison never popped up into my mind until hearing arguments from pretty much those who were more or less of like the pro-black side, and also that school of not all left, but some left in academia when they try to put out the whole idea about it being, the greatest travesty this earth has seen, and it goes on with the whole.
Well,
it's like, nah.
I don't know who you're talking about on the left. I think pretty much anybody, left, right, or whatever, in the United States, pretty much everybody's going to go, yeah, it was horrible. There will be people that will go, well, there were some good slave owners, and like DeSantis basically saying, hey, you can learn a trade, It's that made me laugh. Well, it was a black guy. It was who, I forget the guy's name. He was kind of in charge of redoing or rejiggering the Florida education system. It was a black history PhD. What I was going to say though is most people are going to say that and really not have done even a little bit of reading, to back that up. I think if you've actually gone in and done some reading, you can put it all into perspective. You will know that, gee, if I was going to be a slave, I wouldn't want to be in Haiti. I wouldn't want to be in Jamaica, and I wouldn't want to be in Brazil. If I had to do it.
Yeah, and like I stated, the idea was not to try to make some sort of counter to African American slavery, not at all, but just to be true in that when people, I would say, go a little bit into the hyperbole and state, things like, oh, it's the worst that ever was. It's like, nah, it's like, dude, you don't have to do all that to get the point across that that it was bad. You don't have to go that far, because you actually do yourself a disservice, because there are people that understand world history and will blow that thing completely out of the water.
While I have you all up here and we were talking ICE, we'll just get away from the boring academic stuff.
What you got?
This is Therese. I don't think she pronounces it Teresa. It's Therese. I've been watching her. She's kind of a feminist. And this particular video came out 3 days ago. And her premise to this video, and it made me laugh when I read it, and I have listened to it. She goes, ICE is a way to deal with surplus males. and I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I disagree with her. They're looking for 10,000 more. So she's basically saying is, hey, a lot of these white and black too, I guess, a lot of these like young male, like incel type, kind of looking for a purpose and direction in life. She's saying, well, you could go in the army, but hey, you got ICE now. So, and to be honest, the Renee Good shooter, I actually, I thought he would wind up being like a really young kid, like one of these new recruits, but it turns out he was a Iraq veteran, 40 some years old. So that kind of surprised me. It didn't go the way I thought it would, but
which means, and specifically in that case, Stanley, that dude knows better. He know where the terms and conditions, where it ends and where it begins. Because I was federal law enforcement too, and any person that has ever dealt with these types of situations, they know, like, there's no, because it's going to come down to a judge, even though it's going to end up in federal court, and there's probably going to be a conviction, and Trump's not going to be able to overturn that conviction, even though it is in federal court. It's a long process. I can explain.
Yeah, you think it'll be the state basically trying the court in federal?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, trying the case in federal.
Yeah, so here's the process. Right now, which is not secret, Minnesota is convening their own grand jury and getting evidence from the public in order to present this to a grand jury, so that way they can indict Mr. Ross. Once Mr. Ross does that, they're going to sue for the actual information from the feds, like the actual evidence from the actual feds, to go with their evidence that they're actually gathering now. Once they go into a court, it's going to be up to a federal judge to actually say whether or not what Mr. Ross was doing was outside of his quote-unquote scope of duties. And no matter what the answer to that is, it's either going to be thrown out because of yes, or the prosecution is going to be able to go forward even though the answer is no. Now, this is what the actual, to give you a parallel, what was actually happening is, remember when people got those, that state conviction in Georgia for the election stuff and how they wanted it to quote unquote go to federal court? This is that same situation where there's a state crime where it's kind of federal, but if they actually had it go into federal court, then they could just dismiss it all under kind of under pardons. But in this specific situation, even if there's a conviction, and even though it is federal, they're not going to be able to get off for it. He's not going to be able to get off for it. And that guy is going to jail forever, because there's not a judge that's going to say what he was doing in attempting to detain that lady was a part of his actual actions as a person. There's no way that that's part of your duties. They have a list of people who they're going after. None of that list cited those people. So when you leave federal property, you have limited access to what you could do in the general public. So when he took out his cell phone, which is his fault for doing that, when he took out his cell phone and he got the plate of the actual woman's car, that's the end of the interaction. You turn that stuff over to the local police and you go about your federal business. The fact that he tried to reach inside her car without a warrant or order her to stop without any, that's not a part of his duties. And it doesn't matter if she wasn't trying to run him over. She was trying to leave the scene. Let's say if she was trying to run him over, it still doesn't give you right to stop her because you initiated the stop. She didn't initiate contact with you. You initiated contact with her. So
that's what I'm trying. That's what I've been trying to say. They're going to look at the sequence of events.
They are. And all the stuff that they're throwing at it, she was part of some left-wing group, and that none of that stuff even matters. What matters is the limited scope of his duties. Why did he run into this woman? And also, it shows you that by him needing to take out his cell phone camera, it's the reason why they all need cameras in the first place.
Right.
Yeah, so that's all that is. But it's a long, drawn-out process. It's going to take a while. It's probably going to take years. And that guy's going to be protected for years because they have no indication of charging that dude for anything and having some bullshit-ass trial.
Would you hear they've already started a GoFundMe? Somebody's already started a GoFundMe.
Yes, they have.
For him.
Yes, a GoFundMe for this piece of this person. And he has a lot of money coming in because the bigger bucks raise pretty quickly on these type of things, right? Because I don't know, because you had a billionaire today who gave like $10,000 to it. That's why it was news again today. That's why people found out about the GoFundMe or whatever. But it doesn't matter how much money you raise. That attorney is going to have a very hard time presenting this case like something that's clearly not a part of your duties is part of your duties.
Well, there's a YouTube content creator, Park Rose something or another. She's actually basically trying to go to GoFundMe or whatever the company's name is. And,
they should shut that down, dude. Dude, they should shut that down.
She's trying to do that right now.
They should shut down all. Listen, and any person whose name is on that list should be under high scrutiny. Just like all those people who donated to Kyle Rittenhouse was under high-ass scrutiny after that dude got off. It's going to be the same thing with this dude. Listen, this dude has a union who's going to provide him representation. He doesn't need money. He's getting it from his job position. So he's still getting his check.
Right.
Period.
You're
His
you're
union's going to
breaking up
provide
a
him
little bit.
representation.
A
I
word.
don't know what the money's been raised for. Oh God. Yeah. So
Well, future
I don't know
legal
what the
fees,
raising
I
of the
guess.
money's for.
They basically
No, the
think
union's
he's
going
gonna
to take
wind.
care of all that.
Yeah, I would think so. So anyway, let's listen, and I got one after this. What's up, Lou? How you doing? This was a very interesting. I love this woman. I think she's awesome for obvious reasons.
A pressure valve for surplus masculinity. When you zoom out, the connection between lonely men, authoritarian politics, and state violence stops looking accidental and it starts looking engineered. That's because it is. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Before we get started, you know what to do. Love or hate, like and share, because the algorithm does not care. I'm going to show you clips from 2 videos that led me to make this connection in my mind, the connection between ICE and surplus males.
The boy child is falling behind, and it might lead to the Third World War.
So, fun fact, not only is this take absolutely correct, but it is also backed by scientific research. This is coming from one of my favorite studies to quote, a surplus of men, a deficit of peace. So what she in the video refers to as the men being left behind, the study refers to as surplus males. And to define surplus males, they're basically being juxtaposed next to men who are socially well-adjusted enough to be able to form semi-permanent or permanent attachments to women and produce children in that context. Surplus males, on the other hand, do not have such possibilities. In a marriage market where women are scarce and thus able to marry up, certain characteristics of young surplus males are easily and accurately predicted. They are liable to come from, exactly as she said, the lowest socioeconomic class, or be un or underemployed, live a fairly nomadic or transient lifestyle with few ties to the communities in which they're working, and generally live and socialize with other bachelors. In some, these young surplus males may be considered, relatively speaking, losers in a social competition. The study goes on to say, once again, confirming everything this brilliant creator said in her video, the behavior of young surplus males also follows a broadly predictable pattern. Theory suggests that compared with other males in society, bare branches will be prone to seek satisfaction through vice and violence, and will seek to capture resources that will allow them to compete on a more equal footing with others. These theoretical predictions are substantiated by empirical evidence so vast and so compelling as to approach the status of social science verity, a strategy that bare branches sometimes use to enhance their male image is to make a regular practice of challenge.
So let me get this right. I'm just wondering. So basically, the surplus male's value comes from being able to get with women.
No.
So unless they
the answer is no.
I'm just wondering because they said she said excess and unable to.
Well,
have,
these are the leftovers, basically.
Leftovers.
You
what?
remember Jordan Peterson saying that these kind of alpha males who get all the girls. I think he said something like, "Hey, these alpha guys are gonna take like more than their fair share of women. They're gonna have 2 or 3 or 4, kind of occupied at any one time, and then they're gonna be some of the more beta, whatever the term would be for them, who get none. So it was kind of like unfair. Some guys get all the girls, and other guys, the leftovers." Or the surplus are gonna have none. So I think that's what she's saying.
All right,
these losers who can't get girls are gonna basically wind up working for ICE.
Oh, okay. So basically, they have no value unless they get with women.
I don't know that she's saying that.
Well, you're saying if they're losers. I mean,
she's
losers
saying
don't have
surplus.
Value. I mean,
hold on. She's saying surplus. Okay, surplus doesn't necessarily imply value. It's the guys who are losers, basically.
Well, yeah, I would think that losers don't have
You
value.
can't have them. You
What's
can't
a
have
loser?
them hanging around in grandma's basement. Now they have a job that they might qualify for, with a gun and a badge and a decent salary, and probably a pretty decent retirement too.
Yeah, so the valueless dude.
And you know, they're probably not going to have the same physical standards, probably not even the same physical standards in Man of Tomorrow would know. I'm guessing that the physical standards won't be as good, or at least as I think the physical standards will not be as high as the military.
All right, so
No.
unless they
not for
get
federal law
coon and with a woman, they don't have real value to society.
Okay, that's not what she's saying, SKC. I don't know why your bear trap mind is snapped around that ankle.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe MOT can explain it to me. I don't know. I'm slow and dumb.
Well, wait, I didn't do a good enough job.
No,
These are the leftovers.
You speak higher than what my brain can conceptualize. So maybe
okay. We know that
help
game.
Me.
We know that game.
So I need to fold a friend.
No, like
all I'm
like
saying.
SKC, so what she's saying is that
go ahead, Emma.
They have this status because they can't get what they ultimately want. Not what you think, that they don't have any value because they can't have what they want.
Oh,
they can't get a woman or a high. They can't get a job that would give them high enough status to
even get a woman. Period.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand. I'm not trying to counter what she's stating. I just have questions. So are the gay dudes surplus men?
Would a gay dude want to go work for ICE?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are some gay dudes that work.
They could go into the Gator Navy. You know, the amphib Navy. That's where they all congregate.
Old Navy.
No, the Gator. We call it the Gator Navy. You know, the Marine carriers, basically, all those amphib ships. So no, she doesn't cover the gay part. I understand that your concern for those.
No, I'm not concerned. I'm trying to understand.
We know that you care for all mankind. You want everybody to succeed.
No. You know what? You know what actually came to mind because you know what's your guy Jefferson? You know, that's one of your guys that's like in your I would say on your your pantheon of great thinkers. One of mine is Sir Isaac Newton.
Mm-hmm.
He never married, but he changed the world.
And
so would he be qualified under her regime as a
well, is he alive man? And is he liable to be recruited by ICE?
Well, no, this lady hasn't mentioned anything about ICE. The one that's
the video is this lady Therese is just saying that, hey, this particular video kind of put the idea in her head.
Oh, okay. So this is
just something. This is something Therese watched that said, "Hey, you know what? I wonder." So this is
okay.
She's just trying to give us the background as to why she's thinking this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. This is what got her creative juices flowing.
Correct.
Okay.
The public face of other men. Face is essentially an attribute of married men who have families to protect and obligations to fulfill. Unmarried men have little face to preserve because they do not command much respect in the community. By definition, therefore, bachelors remain perpetual adolescents who cannot play a full role in society. Taking this argument to its logical conclusion, an unmarried youth can have no face and is therefore dangerous. These bare sticks had nothing to lose except their reputations for violence. Now we move on to the political implications, which were also covered in the video that I stitched.
Man,
so please make sure you go back and watch it. These fair branch bans affected governmental policy in two.
This is great.
Well, apparently it's got your creative juices flowing.
Yes, this is awesome. I like the way that this is going, and I actually agree with what is being stated. And I wonder what the analog would be. So say, you what she's arguing from this study is that these guys that don't have families, they don't have attachments to a community or responsibilities towards taking care of their families and responsibilities and all of that. Okay, so then until they get to that point, then they're of the surplus and such. So I'm just wondering, does this apply also to those women who don't have any children?
Uh-oh.
Well, I don't know why
are they like surplus? And I'm just
Well, it's kind of outside the scope of this video. I mean, I understand why you would want to sit and cogitate.
No, I just wonder, they just run around and just get pumped and so forth. And
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know. Does ICE even recruit women?
I don't know. Maybe they should. Because up until that point, they
don't necessarily go out to recruit women, and women don't show up to those recruitments.
Maybe they could be ICE concubines.
Like a Joy Division.
Yeah.
It's dangerous for women.
We found a
marry.
Solution.
Why is it? Wait, hold it. It's dangerous for women to marry down?
I agree with her.
What?
I agree with her.
Citation needed. Why would it?
It's no citation needed. It's like it's dangerous for them to do so.
Based on what?
Based on what the lady just stated. If you marry down, that also makes you a loser. Because it's all a big competition, remember?
What?
Okay, y'all are just
You're taking this far afield on purpose.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. Wait. Come on, y'all can't leave me out there like
you
this.
are expanding the conversation beyond her initial point.
No, all I'm doing
this
is
is not about leftover women. This is not about gay people. It is about a surplus of dudes with no aim.
Yeah, what is it? I mean,
I'm following things to their logical conclusion. That's all.
Okay, well, you must have been a hoot in math classes.
Yes.
We just want you to stay, within the bounds of what we're going to test you on there.
I'm just saying. The lady stated that it's dangerous for women to marry down. The lady that's on the screen, the little white lady,
24 decimal points of pi type dude.
the little white lady, the little white lady. She said that that those guys are losers. So if you marry down, that means that you're married to losers. So there you go. It's easy. What are we doing?
All right.
Ways. In times of political upheaval, they generally backed by force of arms usurpers who promise to redistribute societal resources in their favor. Does that sound familiar? And two, in less turbulent times, the government consciously pursued policies to disperse them to foreign lands, usually in causes of expansionist warfare and colonization.
ICE existing tells me something nobody wants to say out loud, and it's not about immigration. It's about men. So let's say the quiet part out loud. ICE does not exist to secure our borders. It exists because men have been socialized to eroticize domination. And the state simply needed somewhere to put that appetite. You don't volunteer for a job centered around raids, cages, family separation, humiliation, and murder unless power over others is doing something for you. Uniforms, weapons, authority without accountability, kicking in doors at dawn, shooting lesbians in their vehicles. That is not law enforcement. That's ritualized control. When a system consistently rewards men for stripping others of their dignity, that system is feeding a degradation impulse, whether they want to admit it or not. They'll say it's duty, they'll say it's just policy, or they're just following orders. But desire always hides behind language. This isn't about immigration. It's a culture that trains men to confuse domination with self-worth. Because if it were really about security, there wouldn't be children in cages, would there? If it were about law, there wouldn't be any pleasure in the enforcement. And when control stops being consensual, when it requires uniforms, badges, and state violence, it's no longer personal pathology. It's institutionalized. ICE exists because patriarchy needed a place to legally act out its worst impulses and call it professionalism. And the fact that so many men line up for this tells you everything you need to know.
I read that study that the YV edit mentioned, A Surplus of Men, A Deficit of Peace by Valerie Hudson and Andrea DeBoer. First, there's an important caveat. This paper is technically about surplus males as a result of sex-selective abortion and infanticide, mainly in China and India, where skewed sex ratio ratios mean that there are literally far more men than there are women. That's not exactly the same thing as the so-called lonely men crisis in the US, which is mostly a status grievance narrative rather than a demographic one. But here's the thing. While the cause and the circumstances are different, the behaviors and outcomes are the same, which means that their analysis still matters. In the study, surplus males refers to men roughly between the ages of 15 and 35 who are shut out of marriage and having children. These men are overwhelmingly poor or working class, unemployed, underemployed, socially isolated, and clustered together with other men in a similar position. They're more likely to be adrift, to engage in more vice, and they're more likely to try and take resources from others rather than build them themselves. In plain language, when men are cut off from stability and status, some of them turn toward theft, violence, or dominance to compensate. Enough of them turn to this to make it a state problem when there are too many of these kinds of men. The authors are careful to say that this isn't destiny. Violence exists everywhere, but that
I agree with her. Does anyone disagree so far?
No, I don't disagree with her. I don't.
Okay. All right. Now,
I kind of take this as hyperbolic, to be honest.
No, I don't agree. I don't. I think that she's speaking.
I mean, they're only recruiting 10,000.
This isn't scientific, but I agree in part with what she's saying, but you know,
I agree whole hog.
I mean, because these dudes want to actually have all that stuff, but the way society's structured right now, damn near none of them is going to.
Yeah, and I also think that in the same vein that what she's speaking of how you have these guys that will get into violent actions and cluster together and try to take resources from other hardworking individuals. I think that there are a lot of women that do the same thing. You know, they defraud the government and or try to go into stores and rob and cheat and do all sorts of stuff in order to grab resources because, you know, they kind of unwanted.
And that's where we keep expanding the conversation beyond.
I'm just balancing the equation.
No.
I think that these
you're deliberately trying to like expand it to be like, yeah, and these people are a drain on society, just like these unwanted women.
Yeah, I think that they're a group. I think that they're a group of losers that are draining, or they are drained to society.
Look, I want every woman to be a feminist. Please mark yourself as not ready for checkout. Please hurry up.
Large groups of men in this position can significantly raise the risk of social violence in any particular country. The paper leans heavily on the idea that marriage reduces violence and crime, even floating claims about testosterone levels dropping after men marry. They talk about that on Red Pill podcast a lot too. Coincidence? I think not. It argues that when large numbers of unmarried men are gathered together, risk-taking goes up. And these bachelor subcultures form, social worlds where aggression, dominance, and status displays are rewarded instead of discouraged. If that sounds familiar, it should. According to the authors, societies with too many surplus men tend to slide towards authoritarianism because authoritarian systems are better equipped to manage internal instability through force. They point to research that links despotism with polygamy and argue that democracy struggles under these conditions. Ultimately, they say that societies have three options. They can suppress the surplus men with police or military force, let them fight and destroy each other, or export them elsewhere. And here's the line that really matters. The authors openly acknowledge that governments often recruit these men into military or police forces in order to maintain internal control, while warning that this strategy frequently backfires. When you turn volatile men into agents of the state, you don't eliminate violence, you just reorganize it. Societies with large populations of surplus men face higher risks of chronic violence, of corruption, and authoritarian rule. Now, the feminist critique of this research paper.
Well, let me ask you a question. If the birth rate's falling, won't the problem just kind of take care of itself?
Well, you know, they don't want to I don't think that they want to consider it that way. I mean, it takes the fun out of being able to do away with your surplus.
So what we're having here, we're going to have superfluous theories.
Yeah, I think
we're going to have more theories than people to theorize about.
I wonder, what do they do if another country organizes their surplus bid after they've gotten rid of their surplus bid? What do they do then?
I mean, I don't see Japan solving their surplus bid problem, nor Korea. So nobody's really jumping, or even China for that matter.
Yeah, well, see, China, they can do what Marshal Tito did and just march them into a valley and just exterminate them.
Yeah.
I think it was Marshal Tito that did something like that.
Stanley, what do you think? If do you think if there was like a surplus of women?
You know, you know what, DiCapriono, that's a really good point.
They are.
I read that somewhere. Basically, China's sending its surplus males to Africa.
That is true.
Yes.
Belt and road and baby. Or should I say belt, road, and bus?
So, but I actually think we're going to wind up, with falling birth rates. I don't know that this is going to be, but it's a pithy video.
Inability to produce and be able to live up to modern standards of masculinity is a godsend. It is literally
exactly.
It is literally going to shut down the Delta November farms that has been rocking, pumping out this actual, ineffective product of masculinity for such a long time. So now it can't survive under its own weight of men who just want to somehow make it in society without doing the work. I think it's a great thing. I think when these women's fertility window run out, and once these dudes pass their fertility window, we're going to go back to being a minority group. So that's what it's going to be, because the two very people who engage in this gender war online should be the actual people who are settling for each other, but each other don't want to settle for each other, which would actually make the actual population higher. And I think that's great. Neither one of them is going to be having kids. This is awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if they should settle for one another, because I mean, it's
I want them to stay unhappy forever. I want them arguing about relationships online, not engaging with them offline.
Yeah, because you don't
that's
want children.
That's already happening.
Oh yeah,
of course we don't need any more hate babies.
Yeah, we don't need no more, children of the scissor.
We definitely don't need that.
The authors are absolutely right when they argue that missing women aren't some neutral demographic quirk, but evidence of a society willing to normalize a lethal gender hierarchy. When a political system allows girls to be selectively aborted, abandoned, starved, or killed, it's already crossed the moral line long before any unrest shows up in the streets. From a feminist perspective, the violence they warn is coming has already happened at scale. Just quietly, across millions of households, when women disappear, either through selective abortion or rising femicide, as we're seeing now. That is mass political violence. It just doesn't look dramatic enough to register as a crisis until the men start acting out. Framing gender violence as a predictor of unrest actually understates the problem. Patriarchy itself is the unrest. It's the background condition that makes latter explosions seem shocking, while the earlier exterminations are treated as unfortunate but acceptable. The chaos doesn't arrive when the men become angry. It begins when women's lives are made to be disposable. Where this paper loses me is its flirtation with biological determinism. The moment testosterone, young male syndrome, and marriage as a pacifier enters the chat, the analysis starts to echo the same logic used by the manosphere and by pick-me culture. Male violence gets framed as natural and inevitable, which conveniently removes any political or social responsibility. Marriage is quietly cast as a civilizing force, reinforcing the old patriarchal idea that women exist in order to stabilize men, emotionally, sexually, and socially. That framing is not neutral. It treats male entitlement as a governance problem to be solved by pairing men with women, instead of questioning why masculinity is built around dominance, control, and access to women in the first place. The discussion of hypergamy does the same kind of ideological sleight of hand. Women marrying up is presented as a destabilizing force that leaves low-status men behind, exactly how it's framed in the US right now. I recently did a video debunking hypergamy. I will link it in the description. But that ignores the material reality of women's lives. When women don't have property rights, reliable income, healthcare, or social protection, marriage is not a romantic preference. It's survival inside of a rigged system, which I explain in that video. Blaming women's rational decisions for male resentment flips responsibility on its head. It turns women's constrained choices into the problem instead of the economic and political structures that force those choices in the first place. Most importantly, the state.
And this is why I love feminists, man, because they broadcast the fact that they shouldn't be having kids in the first place. And somehow they always end up married with kids every single time. I don't understand it. You're not cut out for the family business. Like, I don't think they can separate, like, because somehow patriarchy's bad, but somehow operational households is bad too. So I don't know what the perfect world would be for a feminist. That's how come I don't really opt to listen to them. I mean, I will work with them with every other category except for family creation. But I don't understand.
I have a question, Imhotep. Maybe you could help me on this. She mentioned something called property rights.
Yes.
And, you know, sometimes, because you used to work in law enforcement, I don't think criminals respect property rights.
Oh, no.
So then who would protect the idea of property rights?
Yeah, but here's the thing, SK.
Locally and globally, under their in their worldview.
But here's the thing: there is no property rights crisis right now. There was probably in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, but there's no property rights crisis right now, to which he's actually talking about. There's no property rights crisis.
Okay, so your question's been answered?
I guess.
No.
Okay.
Like what you're saying, SKC, is that the military would protect those rights, or law enforcement would protect those rights. But like in the feminist worldview, they already have property rights. Now, there's a point in time where they couldn't sign for mortgages or inherit stuff under very strict circumstances. That's not today. So if they're being a feminist based on that perceived problem, that's not a problem that's even happening right.
Well, it just seems to me that if they wanted to operate in a world of as the way that they describe it, it seems as though the world would be less violent under their worldview, and we have the ability to choose who we want to associate with. So, I mean, shouldn't there be a bunch of, feminist enclaves all around the United States where they can be able to build and create and protect themselves and live in a non-violent enclave and the whole nine?
I mean, but even in a matriarchy is damn near more violent than a patriarchy.
Don't go to those statistics. Percentages are evil and bad, MOT. We're not supposed to have those conversations.
Like, dude, there is far more competitive breeding in a matriarchy than there is a patriarchy. Far more. So their actual worldview is something that I do not understand, because the problems they're attempting to solve has already been solved already. It's kind of like they are feminists, but they're in a world to where what they think they're fighting for is not even an issue anymore.
Shiesty says there are already women. What does she say? Multiple. There are multiple all women communities in America.
Yeah,
Are those just out of curiosity? Are those convents?
She follows it up with "it doesn't work," but I wonder why.
The community is a matriarchy. It doesn't work. It doesn't. It create a bunch of men who think that simping is actually engaging with women, and the women are okay with all that attention, and nothing fucking works. Again, it doesn't work. You need an operational household, and if women can create those operational households and have a one-to-one actual outcome with children, it doesn't exist. We've already seen what a modern day matriarchy without any type of planning is. It's the outcome of the Black community.
I don't know, MOT. I don't know. I heard Big Mama knows best.
Big Mama knew best when she cared about outcomes. These big mamas of today, they don't care about outcomes. They care about they care about the focus of simp attention and energy. That's what they mean by community, is simp attention and energy. That's it. They don't care anything about actual community. To them, community is the attention that they get from men. That's what they want to cultivate. That's what they want to control. And
Shiesty Bum says that actually most women would rather live with all women. I wish that they would just do it. I mean, I don't think anybody's stopping them.
No, like that does happen. Like you do see, like a lot of these women turn their houses into like,
well, I don't know about that. I mean, I was in the Navy. I mean, those berthing compartments down there, it was nothing. It was wall to wall. As a matter of fact, yeah, if you've ever been, I don't know if y'all know what hot racking is, but like on these small ships and submarines.
I understand what the concept is, and man.
Yeah, I mean that's like, if you don't like being around all men, don't join the submarine force. What's up, CT?
But they do have these places where women, who have homes, kind of rent out rooms in their homes to these parentally, personnel who don't really team up with anybody, and they kind of live under that, structure of Big Mama's house with no men around. I do see that on the rise, by the way, because they can't really survive on their own. They're not really high producing themselves. So I do see that. So
I wonder if somebody could do a study of the productiveness of all women homes.
Ooh.
What's up, CT?
Nothing much, man. How about yourself?
Oh, nothing much. Just hanging out, watching this feminist talk about surplus males, which are the rich recruiting ground of ICE, in her theory.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I just don't like feminists talking about men and men's issues. I mean, it should be men talking about men's issues, because women got their own issues that they're not even trying to solve. So they're trying to solve men's issues for what reason? Or provide explanations for men's outcomes for what reason? I don't understand.
Any input there, CT?
When she means a surplus of men, she means that this is one of the beginning stages to liquidate, I'm assuming, Black males in America in terms of.
Let me tell you what I think, because I haven't really said. I think she's full of shit. She's basing it off of China and India, and
Yeah.
we know why China has excess males, because there was a one-child policy that favored males for decades. I think that if there is a surplus male problem, it's going to be taken care of by falling birth rates in the United States. I think she's being more. I think this is more a hot take than anything.
Yeah.
Aren't
It
there
isn't scientific at all.
Aren't there in America right now? Aren't there more women than men?
I don't know.
Population-wise,
Let me look it
yes,
up right
I
quick.
think slightly more.
Yeah, it's not that. I don't think it's that big a difference.
Well, I think when I don't know. I think it may be by several million.
We'll listen to her and I'll look it up right quick.
State is treated throughout the paper as a manager of instability rather than the entity that creates the instability. The authors carefully document how governments suppress, export, or weaponize surplus men, but they stop short of naming the system that produces them. Capitalism, labor stratification, mass incarceration, austerity, and nationalist identity politics all generate these surplus male populations. From a political economy perspective, surplus men aren't just extra bodies, they're surplus labor, economically expendable, but politically useful. They can be absorbed into militaries, police forces, border regimes, gangs, or paramilitary organizations where their disposability becomes an asset to the state. The same system that creates insecurity then offers coercive work as both income and meaning, turning grievance into obedience and precarity into discipline. And while the authors reject simplistic fixes, the structure of their argument still implies that stability requires repairing men and women through marriage, migration, or reproductive control. As a feminist, I reject this framing outright. Women are not the missing ingredient that keeps societies peaceful. Peace doesn't come from reallocating women to men or reviving patriarchal bargains that trade submission for order. A society that depends on women's subordination to remain stable is not a peaceful society. It's just a domesticated one. Real stability comes from redistribution, collective security, democratic accountability, and dismantling the hierarchies that make some lives disposable and others protected. Without addressing that foundation, any attempt to manage surplus males just recreates the conditions that made them surplus males to begin with. So what does this have to do with ICE? Once you stop thinking in terms of sex ratios and start thinking in terms of political economy, the connection becomes very obvious. The study shows that when states perceive internal instability, they expand coercive institutions and recruit men whose economic prospects, social status, and sense of belonging have collapsed. In the US, ICE plays exactly that role. It offers a large paycheck, student loan repayment options, a $50,000 signing bonus, last I checked, authority, masculine purpose, and moral justification to men. And these men are suddenly cast as defenders of order against an imagined internal enemy. Historically, military service and policing have always attracted working class men because these professions grant them power. They give them weapons and the power of the state behind them, and they love that.
And to add insult to injury, when we talk about dismantling the patriarchy, this is also what we mean. So much of what we see is connected to our inability to understand and grasp what dismantling patriarchy does, okay? Because who do you see ready and willing to slap on those uniforms? The boys have been waiting for their G.I. Joe moment, okay? They have been waiting to get out there and fight crime. And they don't ask questions. They don't inquire about why or who or what we are doing or who it will harm. We live in a system that rewards men for dangerous and callous and stoic behaviors.
I don't know. I could be reading this wrong, but those two women, I don't think that they would thank either one of you for your service.
Nah, I don't think. Like, listen, what they're doing is they're making a patchwork quilt with a bunch of things that don't go together to make a simplistic point. And they're like, oh, well, surplus men, they just want to go work for ICE. I'm like, no, these leftover dudes have more problems than just not getting women. They're attracted to being around bullshit men. They have no motivation to go get anything done. They think people like quote unquote boomers is supposed to leave them a better working society so that way they wouldn't have to do shit. So the people who are actually left behind in this actual left behind kind of status is kind of needed. You're not automatically owed a woman. And most people think that's their birthright, is to impregnate something or someone. And I don't think that's the case. And I don't think that these women actually trying to conflate that and turn it into a simplistic point is working either.
How about we have fun with numbers? So that right now there's about 3 million less men than women in the United States. I wonder, in order to get rid of the surplus that they're talking about, how many less men should there be in America?
Well, I don't think they're trying to get rid of the surplus. Her premise is that ICE is basically recruiting from the surplus.
Yes. Yeah.
They're not talking about eliminating. they're not going to do a Marshall Tito.
No. What they're trying to do is justifying the hiring force of ICE. Right. That's the
in a way, she's criticizing, MAGA and ICE recruiting. She's basically saying,
correct,
ICE is basically, going to go to, the leftovers, the people who couldn't cut it in the military or, a higher prestige sort of job, like the ones who couldn't get into the FBI are going to wind up at ICE.
Yeah, but here's the other thing.
FBI, CIA, Secret Service, the rest, the surplus are going to wind up going to ICE.
Oh, so the average man.
But the money that they're appropriated for this is not going to last forever. It's just going to last until the next session of Congress when they just rescind all that money and get rid of these people. Like, this isn't a forever thing. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but these ICE agents, like, look, Obama and Biden deported more people, and they didn't have to decertify anybody's legal status in order to do it. They deported more people without having to, wait outside Home Depot or outside a court.
Well, let me tell you my thoughts, and this is going to go over like a fart in church. Okay, one of Trump's problems and one of everybody in Trump's cabinet, with the exception of Marco Rubio, is they're all not bright. Okay, the reason Obama was able to do it is he's just a higher capacity intellect. Okay, you don't have to be, this brutal to get the job done. The cruelty is the point, is because they probably don't know how to do it any other way.
And they don't like what they're actually interacting with.
Right. I mean, the thing is have you ever tried so hard at something that you're just doomed to fail? I want it so bad, but you know what? I want it so bad, I'm willing to cut corners. And, while you're trying to cut these corners, the corners are actually just kind of blowing up the end result. I think that people were willing maybe to go and bend over backwards to get stuff done. When you've got, a Jewish neo-Nazi basically, setting these lofty goals of 3,000, deported per month. These people are not capable of doing the job.
And they have to find these reasons to make these quote unquote percentages appear. Like, the argument was before this actual overexpansion of government authority that they used to say was bad. Big government was bad, but big government's okay when it's time to kick people out of the country, apparently. But
exactly.
At the end of the day, the argument was these people wasn't following the actual method of becoming a citizen. But when you add 2.5 million more people to the actual rolls of undocumented because they were following the system, then it had nothing to do with those people following directions or not. It had everything to do with the fact that they were who they were. And that's what people don't understand and don't get. You have the
Well,
rise
I actually agree with both of you guys on this one, because it's like, I don't even think that ICE is necessary at all.
Me either.
Well, there are a lot of people who think that, but let me put it to you this way. Who knows how much corporate knowledge they lost? I don't know about ICE specifically, but I know if they're anything like the FBI, they lost a bunch of talented people. Either they fired them, or these people were just like, "Hey, I'm not doing this." Same with the Justice Department. I imagine that they probably lost a lot of talent and had to hire, people that were replacements who may not be as experienced.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about that federal status, though, Stanley. Like, those people are coming back. They're just not working now, but they're coming back. Like no one who spent 16 years in the federal government isn't going to find their way without coming back into the federal government to get that 20-year pension. Like, they're going away for the now, but they're not going to stay away. Like, those people are coming back. Like, all these people who got hired for suspect reasons, they're going to find a way to shovel those people out the door. The same way the military was with the Iraq War. They got rid of the standards, let a lot of people in, and then guess what happened when they didn't need these people anymore?
They did a reduction in
one
force.
time, and your ass kid chopped it out the military on some bullshit. Yeah,
you got a big belly. You got a big belly. We'll send you to a fat farm. But
I just think that the ICE thing is not necessary. It's like deputize all citizens, and then the citizens get like huge tax cuts or cash or cash rewards for getting illegals out of here. Bag them and tag them. And
you want a civil war?
It'll be a risky thing, at some points, because it's like, you got the wrong person. It was actually a citizen. We found this ID, and then you can go to prison for life or something like that. But the reward system would be high. It's like 20,000 per illegal that you get up out of here. It's like, you could be a millionaire in a few months.
You want to empower people with F-150s with gun racks on the back of their trucks.
Yeah, because
they're just going to be doing
a commando raids. What?
Yeah, because
they're going to be doing a whole bunch of Ahmaud Arbery.
You're a citizen.
Running them down.
2A rights, baby. And I'll have a commercial going. We are all homeland. Protect your homeland.
Wow.
That's right.
You know what? Remind me not to elect you president.
And well, it's either me or the feminist chick.
I mean,
shiesty bum.
Now, SKC, your way is a lot more, let's say, fiscally conservative, but it's a hell of a lot more dangerous on the populace. I think people would quit their jobs to do Mexican hunting. I know,
but danger is a part of life, MOT.
Yes,
danger is a part of life. That's why we have surplus
recovery
men.
Person, and let me tell you, if you allow the average citizens to do what we were doing, oh, dude, that's going they're gonna be doing worse than what ICE is doing right now. It's just vacuuming up people off the streets and just taking them to jail, allowing them to be processed and staying there for 2 or 3 weeks or whatnot. Right?
Yeah, bag them and tag them, man. Yeah, you ain't supposed to be here, buddy. Sorry, 20 grand is calling.
But you can accomplish the same thing by doing it this way. You punish the employer to which they are working. If you did it that way, there's no need for an expansion of ICE or anything else. You can just go to the CEO of the company and be like, yeah, man, click, come with us. Human resources person, click, come with us. Supervisor on the work site, click, come with us. If you handled it from the employer level where they work at, dude, there's no need for an expansion of anything.
How about we do it? How about we do a hybrid of that? Because the only hole that I see in that is the actual people that are just straight up criminals that don't work. You know, they doing illegal stuff. So we need some dudes that are gonna do the criminal hunting, the bounty hunters, the alien bounty hunters. We need them, and maybe they are the surplus men. They looking for violent ways, and this is how they get it off.
I mean, let them play Call of Duty or Helldivers or something, man. Don't get these dudes weapons and allow them to Mexican wrangle. That's not good.
Yeah.
But
all right, well let's finish up.
But I do see your point, though.
Let's finish up, Miss Feminist, in her ragtag band of feminists.
So when it comes to specifically like finding people who are willing to carry out these really sick orders, guess who it is? They don't mind, and especially in a space where there's no economy. They can't find a job anywhere else. So when you can't find a job anywhere else, and you're raised to believe that as a man, your job is to protect, to provide, to, be big and strong and all of these things, guess what a job like being an ICE agent is?
They can't wait to get a gun and fuck someone up that they don't like. A Black person, an immigrant, a woman. Immigration enforcement isn't just policy. It's a jobs program and an identity project. The state absorbs surplus masculinity by turning it into state-sanctioned violence. This isn't accidental. It's how capitalism manages dispossession. The killing of Renee Nicole Good makes the risk painfully clear. The study itself warns that recruiting volatile men into coercive roles can backfire because the traits that make them effective enforcers are totally inseparable from the risk of abuse and escalation of violence. When an internal security system is built around constant threat narratives, invaders, criminals, degenerates, violence stops being a failure and starts being a feature. A queer woman killed during an immigration operation isn't an anomaly. It's a predictable outcome of a system that treats force as governance and normalizes civilian exposure to armed authority in the name of order. The officer who shot Renee Nicole Good, 43-year-old Jonathan Ross, served in the Iraq War. Upon his return from Iraq in 2005, he went to college and joined the Border Patrol in 2007 near El Paso, Texas. He worked there until 2015 when he joined ICE as a deportation officer based in Minnesota. He is also described by family members as a devoted husband and father and a committed conservative Christian. He also has a very young-looking Filipino wife. Her national origin is so far all we know about her. His father, Ed Ross, says that she is a U.S. citizen, but he refused to comment on how long she has been in the country. There is a long and ugly pattern of patriarchal men leaving wealthier countries.
I'm going to be honest. She literally sounds like 12th man in Deacon Dave. All this shit doesn't really matter, but that background. I don't know what it is, but why do people bring all this stuff that doesn't even matter into
It has
these
nothing
arguments?
to do with the case. Why are we worried about the dude's wife or how long she's been a citizen?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. MAGA was worried about a lot of stuff with Renee Good that didn't really matter. So it's tit for tat as far as I'm concerned.
I love how all this patchwork quilt turns into this profile of this white guy just sitting in this basement with nothing to do, and finally his chance for Mexican wrangling came down the pipe, and now he has a purpose with a gun in his hand.
Mexican wrangling.
And it's like, it's like finally this guy who could get no ass before was a surplus man, and now he isn't because he now has a job. And it's like, oh my God, this shit sounds crazy.
Hey, Shiesty Bum says, well, considering he's ICE, it would be ironic if she isn't a citizen. That is pretty funny.
Well, she could.
He know where to get some act right at.
She has to be a citizen because if he married her.
You don't automatically become a
necessarily.
citizen if you get
No.
married.
No, you don't.
That happen. I mean, that used to happen every now and again in the Navy. You know, somebody would marry somebody overseas, and no, you
No,
don't
that's a
automatically.
process. That's a
Yeah.
process.
Of love or cultural curiosity, but because inequality makes control of those women easier. When you show up with a US passport, a favorable currency exchange rate, and possibly a better life, an escape from poverty or political instability, consent gets a bit distorted. What looks like preference is often just economic coercion dressed up as romance. These men aren't rejecting Western women because they want tradition. They're rejecting women who have legal rights, social support, and the ability to leave. In developing nations, gender inequality, limited labor opportunities, and weak legal protections create conditions where women are pressured to tolerate behavior that they otherwise wouldn't. Financial control, isolation, age gaps, and emotional manipulation. These types of men are shopping for power in a cheaper market. And when these men talk about wanting feminine or submissive, family-oriented women, what they're really saying is that they want women who are easier to manipulate and control. This aligns very well with the Christian conservative male worldview that this gentleman supposedly has. And then there's the cultural side of this pipeline, the endless ecosystem of male podcasters obsessed with the lonely male crisis. These figures talk about dating, intimacy, and rejection, but what they're really doing is political work. They translate economic insecurity and lost status into gender grievance. The study points out that the most volatile groups aren't just male. They're male, low status, blocked from traditional markers of adulthood like marriage or owning a home, and they're clustered together. Today, that clustering doesn't happen physically. It happens online. Algorithmic spaces replace the bachelor villages and gangs of the past, producing this grievance-based identity, reinforcing the entitlement and rewarding contempt for women, queer people, immigrants, and especially feminists. These spaces don't heal loneliness. They just train men to equate dominance with order and empathy with weakness. Put it all together and you get a pipeline. Cultural grievance prepares the mindset. The state provides.
So again, she just stated what the other lady stated in the study, that, you know, if you're not married, then you fall into this cluster of men.
Yeah, I mean, every time I hear one of these cocksofteners fucking talk, man.
So Stanley, you're on the edge.
Well, I'm kind of worried about my son now.
No, you're on the edge right now, man, because something may click in you, and you may just get into this thing, and next thing you know, you in an ICE uniform.
Yeah, you know, you may join the 12th man corps, man.
Yeah. She has the side eye you because you have chosen not to get back into the marital realm, Stanley.
Yeah, well, you know what? I thought I was gonna try and get in her DMs, but I guess I won't now.
Yeah,
but they have to create a patchwork of all this stuff with so many things, which makes it crazy. It's like, okay, you single, then you get your masculinity back, and then you don't want to date local women, and you're just looking for a better place with women that act right and don't just want to leave for no reason. How dare you have choice? And it's like, but they get to choose not to have a family and still end up with one. So men can't choose to have traditional families with other people who want it. And it's dressed
well,
up as
I think she's kind of off base there. Now,
Yeah,
I haven't kept up with it, but I do know, for instance, Subic Bay was the naval base. They closed that like a million years ago. An Army guy, you're not going to now, the only place I could think he might meet a Filipino chick would be the Middle East. There are a lot of Filipinas over there.
yes, it's maids
I don't
and
know.
servants or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, there are a ton of them over there. Maybe he met her there, but knowing what I know, just because he's got a Filipino wife, I wouldn't have thought. I mean, I know plenty of Filipinas. As a matter of fact, my son is dating a Filipina. Well, she's Filipino origin. She's from San Francisco. I mean, she's like American.
Yeah.
So it's not like Filipinos have been like in the Navy and in the armed services for decades.
Yes.
So, I mean,
I knew
meeting a
plenty of
Filipino
Filipinos in the military. And even around most military
that's
bases,
not,
I've known a ton of them.
yeah, that's not Filipinas. They're not necessarily, I mean, shit, go to Norfolk. There are tons of them. So she's kind of off base with that assumption.
Provides the outlet,
I mean, some other
authority,
stuff is right,
weapons, uniforms, legitimacy. The lonely male narrative becomes ideological pre-training, teaching men to see themselves as victims of social decay and to imagine force as the solution. This is the modern version of what Hudson and DeBoer describe historically in that research paper. Surplus men aren't ignored. They're organized, narrativized, and deployed. The real danger isn't that men lack women. It's that our political economy offers them power only through coercion and offers them meaning only through domination. Thanks for watching. See you next time. If you enjoy this kind of content, I invite you to watch my series, Witches, Whores, and Rebels, a feminist...
Yeah, I think
What the what did she just say? Witches, whores, and rebels. Wow.
No, go back. Please, because I have to say this to
Oh yeah, that's right. She's got a book. It's a book or something.
I have to
Feminist
say this to
History of
MOT.
Patriarchal Capitalism: How to Burn It Down.
Now, MOT, why do I, for all those years, get a hard look when I said it, but she can have a book that says "Burn It Down"?
I still get shit over me wanting to burn it down too, man. Like every time people be like, "You were one of these people who wanted to burn the black community to the ground." I'm like, no, I just wanted the Delta November to burn, and it's like, but that's their mail supply chain. Is the Delta?
You know, maybe what I'll do is get her book and read it.
Man, the goal.
You know,
witches, whores, and what was that? Pirates or some shit?
I would like free.
Witches, whores, and rebels.
I would like to donate to your live reading of this, Stanley.
Okay. Let's see here. How do I get her book?
Witches, whores, and rebels.
Yes.
I mean that name was just inflammatory, like any Christian conservative. Wow. Yeah. Wow.
It's only $39.95.
Yeah.
Oh, is it really?
No, I don't know.
Oh no. It's actually. Oh, okay. I see what this is.
Is it on Audible?
And the manosphere?
No,
What if
it's
I
not a
told
book.
you that witches were-
Apparently, it's a video series for $9.99.
Oh, yes.
So I guess I'll.
Oh,
if
yes.
y'all want to watch it, I'll get it. Yeah,
No, but
it's
if you show it, then your video will get flagged. So you're just gonna have to just. Okay,
gotta
so if you can see the series, how long is each video?
You gotta
I don't know.
pay to find
I'll
out.
have to pay to find out. I'll what I'll do is I'll get it and let's see, full access to the complete 3-part series, 9 in-depth video lessons. What the fuck? A companion PDF with key takeaways and historical references, lifetime access including future updates.
Oh, it's okay, love.
Meet the woman connecting the dots. She's a feminist educator, researcher, and media creator
Feminist
known
and
for
educator.
translating complex cultural patterns. Through Red Pill Nation, her commentary on misogyny and digital culture sparked discussion about gender power and media literacy. In
You
Witches,
mean to-
Whores, and Rebels, she goes deeper, connecting political and economic collapse to centuries-old systems that created it. This series functions as a toolkit for seeing through distraction and responding with precision instead of panic. So she is. She's taken for Harriet. She's taking this to a new level.
You mean to tell me, MOT, that you would not trust your future children to the education of the of Miss Teresa Lee?
No. I mean,
but she's an educator.
Territory. No.
She knows the real history.
and that's what I'm saying. These people, these red pill so-called manosphere dudes, these are the type of women that they want to act right. No.
Oh yeah, really?
Yes.
Why would
They
they
want
ever?
the most
I mean,
dangerous
this is
cuts of women to actually act appropriately.
now.
Like,
I'm
nah,
gonna tell you right now. I would love to date her just to see if I could tame her.
See, Stanley, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
I wouldn't go in
dangerous.
I wouldn't go in like thinking I could do it, but I would definitely like to attempt it.
Oh my God!
Just to see if I could do it.
No, Stanley, don't encourage these people, man. Because
come on, no, seriously, dude, I've known women of this type. Now, granted, this is years ago. Sometimes they were the sweetest women ever. Somebody hurt her, probably.
Uh-oh. I think that would start an argument.
Well, zebras kill lions there, Rick. I know it could be dangerous, but somebody's got to do it.
Stanley, do not. You have to make a pact right here among the brothers. You cannot slide into the DMs. You can't do it.
So this is another video that I found. This was released today. It's called Men's Game Theory versus Women's Reality, the Birth Rate Crisis. Now, how could I not watch this?
There is no birth rate crisis. It's just that Delta Novembers are getting less access to sex, which is the way the system is supposed to be. There's nothing broken with the system.
Hey, I wish you could have watched Nightish's show today. He was reacting to what's the dude's name? Ilhan Ali and
God.
Fatty. Yeah, dude. I watched that. It was a fucking hoot. It's like the men were fucked up, the women were fucked up. It was just a bunch of fucked up people talking about fucked up things. And I just spent the time in there just trolling. It was so funny.
Now
look at Dawn. She's begrudgingly laughing along.
Of course, we're entertaining. And I'm on the opposite pole of MOT on the whole, I guess, what should be done with them and everything. And I want them to populate greatly. I mean, to like a tenfold amount. Just hear me through. A 20-fold amount. I want them to populate so greatly, and then I want the resources to be snatched up all of a sudden, and then we enter into the Hunger Games.
Wow. We're already there now.
And then we have and then those that have the you have entertainment for generations.
That's what you have now.
No, I mean controlled within districts and such. We have the feminist district.
That's what Black YouTube is. Listen, that's what Black YouTube is. Like a bunch of Delta November entertainers whipping these dudes up into a fit over things that they're not even trying to fix. We're already here.
But it's not as, you don't get the same effect because it's like, let me just turn on the TV to District 13 right now and let me see what the feminists are doing. Let me turn over to District 7 where the hardcore nickels are at. Let me see what they do. I think
so you want a Truman Show style camera in the face as this shit is actually going on from community to community.
Yes.
What?
It's like we need real reality TV. It's not scripted in any way.
So you want a street level view of like Memphis?
You could be involved by, if you feel like it, you could send a drone of various resources and stuff, just to see what's gonna happen.
So you want a community channel network of like channel like 111 through 19 that go through some of the worst cities like Baltimore, Cleveland, St. Louis, Kansas City, Jacksonville.
Are you trying to say that I won't make it more money than I would put Netflix out of business?
I never said that it wasn't going to be successful. I'm just trying to lay out the pathway of what you're actually talking about and how profitable that it could be.
Yeah.
And how dangerous it would be for those individuals in that community.
No,
More
the
dangerous
people,
than it
the
is
people
now.
that they would love their district. They already love claiming their territory.
By the way, while I'm thinking about it, everyone, please make sure you're hitting the like button. If you are new, now's a good time to subscribe just to see how this all turns out.
Stanley could be the voiceover, the narrator, the show director. You have that calm voice.
Hey.
Let's see what's happening today. Over
Community Dallas. There's an update. There was a car on fire. It looked like the Delta Novembers have put it out. It looked like the Delta Novembers are now scrapping the car.
If you happen to be a content creator, in the chat, feel free to drop your links to your various channels and shows. Almost forgot that. And by the way, the show, support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is always open. So feel free to help me out with the newspaper subscriptions and the future video series I might purchase. I think I'm gonna do this. I am thoroughly curious, and I'm gonna fess up. I think she's cute. So
to each his own. I think you could even
to each his own.
You can run.
I like women who are characters, and she's definitely that.
No. Yeah. Well,
what was the other thing I was going to say? That's pretty much it. I do want to watch this though. I got to know what her take, because I'm assuming when she says men's game theory, this is going to be about, the YN and baby mama relations.
Oh, she's not going to go into the actual math abstraction of game theory.
No, who knows? Who knows? I mean, she got knee deep in those studies, so she obviously has a talent for research.
Any feminist who wants to actually delve into Maggle DNA creation has got to be good. It's got to be good.
All right.
You need a little clip, Stanley, that just says right before you play this, it just says absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema?
Never mind. Go ahead and play.
I'm going to begin with a claim that you've probably heard a dozen different ways by now. Women are choosing status over children. Women are too ambitious, too masculine. Women are destroying civilization by being too selfish to have children. And now, because misogyny is apparently the most persuasive when it has a PhD, we're being told that the key to understanding the birth rate collapse is actually in game theory.
And the question is really simple, but it's profound. And it goes like this. How do...
It's Professor Zhang or whatever his name is. You know who I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Not the Zhang in the chat, right?
No.
This is a guy. Basically he's a Chinese propagandist. He teaches at some school or something in is it Canada? It's somewhere where he's teaching a bunch of Chinese students all this stuff about American culture, but half of it is basically propaganda, negative propaganda. I should add. Wait, I have been waiting for the end game on this. Okay.
Societies actually behave. I'm going to show you another framework that I think is actually the best one, and it's called game theory. What I'm going to show you is that game theory is actually the most powerful lens for understanding human behavior that we have. You're going to be able to look at any situation in the world, any conflict, any social dynamic, any historical event, and you're going to be able to predict what happens.
Cold, rational, neutral, right? Just incentives and outcomes. Today I'm going to be talking about Professor Zhang. I'm just going to call him Professor J from now on, so I avoid mispronouncing his name, and his misguided conclusions about population collapse and game theory. Before we get started, you know what to do. Love or hate, like and share, because the algorithm does not care.
That is cold.
Professor J posted a video on YouTube called Why Educated Women Are Not Having Kids Anymore, in which he supposedly proves that game theory explains why civilizations collapse. In the video, he reveals the hidden game that everybody is playing and apparently losing because they don't understand the rules or they don't understand what game the other person is playing.
So the entire dating game has become a competition between male number 5 and male number 4 for all the women in the world, and everyone else is just left behind. And this is suicidal. This will lead to the death of humanity because you can't sustain a society where half the population doesn't reproduce. So the question is, why? Why are we being suicidal?
A bit of background on Professor Zhang. He's a Chinese political philosopher, educator, and public intellectual, best known for his work on political theory, international relations, and large-scale social systems. He's taught at Chinese universities and gained a substantial international following through long-form lectures and online videos that blend philosophy, history, geopolitics, and systems thinking. The professor frequently positions himself as a critic of simplistic moral or ideological explanations for social behavior. Instead, he emphasizes structural analysis, arguing that human behavior is best understood by examining incentives, constraints, and strategic interactions rather than individual virtue, individual intentions or beliefs. He presents his arguments as descriptive rather than prescriptive, framing them as value-neutral analyses of how societies behave rather than moral judgments about how they should behave. His recent work focuses heavily on game theory as a universal explanatory framework. So what's game theory? Game theory is a framework used to analyze decision-making in situations where multiple actors interact, and each actor's outcome depends not only on their own choices, but on the choices of others. At its core, game theory asks 3 questions. First, who are the players? As in, who has agency? Who can make decisions that affect outcomes? Number 2, what are the rules or constraints? What actions are possible or impossible? What limits behavior, laws, norms, resources, biology, or institutions? And finally, number 3, what are the incentives? What does each player want? What counts as winning or losing in this situation? Game theory assumes that people behave rationally relative to the incentives that they face, meaning that their actions make sense once you understand what they're trying to maximize or avoid, even if those actions look irrational on the surface. A key concept in game theory is equilibrium, especially the Nash equilibrium, which describes a situation where no player can improve their outcome by changing their strategy alone, assuming that all other players keep their strategies unchanged. Game theory is commonly used in economics, political science, international relations, military strategy, evolutionary biology, and social and behavior modeling. Importantly, game theory does not determine what people should value. It only attempts to predict behavior based on the incentives embedded in any given system. My issue here with Professor J is not with game theory itself. My issue with the professor is that his application of game theory misidentifies the incentives. In short, he doesn't understand what game women are really playing. Let me summarize the argument that he makes as cleanly and fairly as possible. The framework goes like this. Human behavior is best explained by game theory, not morality, not biology, culture, or ideology. Game theory says every situation has players, rules, and incentives. And humans are rational, but they are rational about whatever game they are playing. With you so far, man. Fine. Now apply this to dating and reproduction, which is always where these guys get in trouble. The claim is that historically, societies were structured so reproduction was necessary. You had high child mortality, constant warfare, and labor-intensive economies. Women had children because they had to. The game demanded it. But in modern wealthy societies, child mortality is low, basic survival isn't threatened, and women have economic independence. So the game changes. Instead of optimizing for reproduction, people, especially women, optimize for status.
They're not playing the game we think they're playing, okay? We assume they're playing a game about sex and reproduction, but they're not. They're playing a game about status. The game is actually about status, not sex. Suddenly, all the irrational behavior makes perfect sense.
Status, we are told, is a zero-sum game. Status is scarce and more valuable than money. Status, his argument says, is the real currency of modern life. And here is the key claim. Educated women do not want children unless the man they have children with raises their status enough to justify the sacrifice. If that threshold isn't met, they opt out.
As a woman, I don't want to marry someone to have children. I want to marry someone so I can take a picture with them and post it on Instagram and get a lot of likes. I want to marry someone so I can walk with them in the mall. And everyone's jealous I want to marry someone I can brag about, someone whose success reflects well on me, someone who raises my social standing. And as a man, I want to marry the most attractive woman possible, not because she'll be a good mother, not because she'll be a good partner, but because having her on my arm makes me look good, makes other men jealous, raises my status in the social hierarchy.
You know, that's almost like
That's so stupid.
Yeah, it's either a caricature or it's basically a prejudice about what motivates
Yeah, short-sighted.
the West.
Short-sighted.
Yeah, he's not good at this. Either that or he's just totally cynical.
You know, we have a little saying over on feminist TikTok. Every accusation
Feminist
is a
TikTok.
projection. This is men once again assuming that women think and behave exactly like them, that we have the same motivations. A good example of this is the men who claim that you shouldn't date a woman who does a lot of solo travel or who travels with their friends, because they assume that we are traveling for the same reasons they are traveling. Or in our case, but women travel just to see places where they don't live. We go to museums, we go to the beaches, we get a massage at this fancy spa in Thailand that we maybe heard about from our friend. We don't roll the same way men do. So it is hilarious that this guy who has a freaking PhD, who's supposed to be a smart person, is making a huge assumption that our motivations will be the same as theirs. That's adorable. Adorable and incredibly misogynistic. This, we are told, explains falling fertility rates, incels, dating market collapse, and civilization decline. That is the argument. Now let's talk about why this argument collapses underneath its own assumptions. Here is the core contradiction. The problem with Professor Jay's argument, which seems perfectly obvious to me and probably to most of the women who are watching this, the problem is this inescapable fact. Being a child-free woman does not confer status. Not socially, not culturally, not economically, and certainly not morally. If this were a status maximization strategy, as the professor claims, we would expect at least one of the following things to be true. Child-free women would be admired. Child-free women would be seen as aspirational, which that's happening to a little degree, but it's in a very small pocket of the world. Child-free women would be culturally protected. That is certainly not happening. And they would be treated as successful by default. Instead, what actually happens? Child-free women are called
Wait. In her previous conversation about the left, the surplus men, she was stating that the surplus men that don't get with women, those are the ones that are incel and can become violent and have less value and such and such. Okay, but here she's stating that the women that are in fact surplus, that don't have any children or are married or just single and so forth.
No. They're not surplus. Basically, they're not incentivized to have children. She's not calling these women surplus.
Yeah, that's what I'm calling them.
Okay. Well, I don't think. I mean, how are these women surplus women?
Well, she's about to explain that, because she's gonna explain how they are actually viewed in the world right now. Like, push play, see what happens.
Okay.
We're accused of being immature. We're told that we will regret not becoming mothers in our old age. We are pathologized as though we are broken. Child-free women are blamed for demographic collapse. Child-free women are used as political scapegoats. Meanwhile, mothers are rhetorically idealized, but materially punished. So women don't gain status by having children, and they don't gain status by not having children, which means this isn't a status game at all. It's a double bind. And game theory, if it's being applied correctly, should be very good at identifying this. But somehow the professor misses this. Here is where the model truly breaks down. The argument assumes women are trying to maximize status. But what women are actually doing is minimizing risk. And that distinction matters.
It's a sacrifice. And if I'm going to make that sacrifice, if I'm going to give...
She is absolutely right.
I don't think so. I think the women do gain status by being married mothers.
Yeah, but that doesn't negate the minimizing risk.
No, I'm not saying that you're going to, in order to gain status, there are going to be risk involved all around the board. But being a married mother, you do gain status.
Okay, well, I'm not arguing that they don't gain status. I'm saying she's absolutely right that the main game, more important than status, is minimizing risk. I don't think status is like the highest priority. I think minimizing risk is the highest priority.
Okay. It seems like if you wanted to minimize risk, then you would definitely have. Of
course, you know what? We're talking about women. I hate to interrupt you, but there are women in the chat. Why don't y'all chime in? What would you say is the highest priority? Minimizing risk, or the status, or is there a third or fourth option? I'm saying kind of based on, I know a few women, the minimizing risk seems to be, I don't want to put words in women's mouths. So I'll just say that. If I had to do it, I would say the minimizing risk would be the biggest thing. And if that means I don't have kids, then it means I don't have kids.
I mean, the whole maximizing happiness is minimizing risk. That's what I see it as. They're not constrained to being all of these things that they were in the past. I get it. I get it. But this whole, like I said, patchwork of just throwing all this stuff in here because one thing's true, then like a million other things are true along with it, I kind of got a problem with that. But her point has a lot of truth to it, but she adds other things to it that kind of, I can't go along.
but MOT, it's whole hog or none at all.
Oh man.
Okay, let's see here.
Give up 9 months of my life and go through childbirth and spend years raising a child. This guy better be worth it. This guy better raise my status. Otherwise, why would I do it? And so she's holding out for male number 5 or male number 4. And if she can't get them, she'd rather just not have kids at all. She'd rather focus on her career or her hobbies or her social life, because that's the game she's actually playing, the game of status, not the game of reproduction. Do you see how this works? Do you see how once we correctly identify the game, suddenly the behavior that seemed irrational becomes perfectly rational? People are responding to incentives, but the incentives are about status, not about reproduction. And that changes everything.
Let's talk about the actual costs of motherhood for women. Mothers experience a permanent loss in earnings, career stagnation, disproportionate unpaid labor, increased poverty risk after divorce, long-term dependency on male behavior, physical risks, risks of abuse, psychological burnout, loss of mobility, and autonomy. And these are not abstract possibilities. These are statistically predictable outcomes for the majority of mothers. The Price of Motherhood by Anne Crittenden is a landmark feminist economic analysis that exposes how modern economies systematically penalize women for having children. Not because motherhood is unproductive, but because its value is structurally erased. Crittenden's central claim is simple and devastating. Motherhood carries enormous economic costs that are treated as private choices rather than public goods. This is policy design. Motherhood carries a massive lifetime earnings penalty. The author documents what is now widely known as the motherhood wage penalty. Women's earnings drop sharply after having children. The penalty compounds over time. Mothers are paid less, promoted less, and perceived as less competent, whereas fathers, by contrast, often experience a fatherhood wage premium. The penalty exists even when mothers return to full-time work, when they remain in the same profession, and when they have equal or higher.
By the way, I can actually vouch anecdotally for that fatherhood wage premium. Basically, I got hired for a job, and when they found out that I had had a newborn, they said, you know what, we're going to max you out. So for the starting salary. So I can anecdotally say that, yep, worked. I experienced it.
Qualifications than their male peers. Crucially, this penalty does not reflect reduced productivity. It reflects employer bias and structural design. Caregiving labor is economically essential, but economically invisible. Crittenden emphasizes that caregiving produces future workers, sustains current workers, reduces long-term public costs, and stabilizes communities and institutions. Yet in national accounting systems, unpaid caregiving is excluded from the GDP. Time spent raising children is treated as non-work. Economic models assume an invisible caregiver subsidizing the market. Motherhood is not unproductive. It is unpaid infrastructure. Marriage and motherhood are very financially risky for women. The author dismantles the myth that marriage protects mothers economically and instead shows that divorce disproportionately impoverishes women. Mothers are far more likely to fall into poverty after relationship dissolution. Child support is unreliable and often not enforced. And women who leave the workforce for caregiving face permanent earnings loss, as in losses to your earnings.
Hey, love.
What?
Is motherhood unpaid infrastructure? Yeah, I just I want a woman's opinion. No, I just heard this lady. She was talking about, how motherhood is unpaid infrastructure. So,
well, I mean, you're not receiving a salary.
Yeah, because you're not receiving a salary.
Is that why people decide to be parents?
And motherhood and that work that goes on, that should be included in the national GDP.
Well, she goes on to say that you will probably wind up losing.
Really bad mothers.
What is that, Love? What are you saying?
So if you're gonna put a monetary value on it, then how would they deal with all these really bad mothers? Would they start charging
that's
them
irrelevant.
for not being
That's
better
not.
parents?
That's irrelevant. Hold on. She's doing an SKC here, just kind of going off on a tangent. What this lady's talking about is, the unpaid infrastructure. I think she's basically saying once you come out of the workforce, you're not getting a salary, you're not getting the yearly raises and stuff like that. And because of that, if you ever rejoin the workforce, you never recover the yearly pay raises, the bumps in salary, the promotions. There's no way to recover any of that. I think that's what she means.
Yeah, but I think my wife's point still holds that. Okay, what happened? Should you? Okay, I'll put it this way: should that person recover? Let's say if they're an abusive parent.
Okay, irrelevant to her. Well, hold on. Where does that even come into her argument?
Because no, I'm just saying because all parents aren't equal.
I think she's
assuming
in a perfect world, the bad parent part. Right. So I mean, this isn't like an economic model where you factor all that in. She's just doing a YouTube show.
Yeah, I mean, but if she wants to go into it, she stated that she was a feminist writer and she deals in economics as well. And I'm just saying, what happened if the person that she's stating that is going into motherhood puts forth a bad service?
Okay, well that must be. I don't know how to respond to that. She's talking about the workforce. Not the quality of parenting.
Well, I mean, she may create a hooligan that is a detriment to society.
Okay.
Is that you can never recover. In other words, motherhood requires long-term financial trust in systems that routinely fail women. Crittenden also challenges the.
And see, that's what I'm talking about, the risk part. That's why it is a risk. Basically the taking a risk part is what happens versus the status part. There's a lot of risk if number one, with the rates of divorce, it's not necessarily, it's a leap of faith, to be honest, to get married these days. So the risk is something. Willing to take the risk is, to me, a higher priority than status. The status is not guaranteed. The risk is real.
How is it a risk? And I'm asking.
Well, she literally just said it. You are taking a leap of faith. What if you get divorced? There are high divorce rates, and the divorce, if a woman gets divorced, there's a higher risk of poverty. Getting back into the workforce after a divorce, you have lost promotions and yearly salary bumps and that sort of thing that you can't recover more than likely. So the risk is really high, is what I'm saying.
Right, but she's of the class that states that you don't marry down in the first place. And
you're pulling a lot of things into this argument.
No, that was her argument
in the last video,
because she called those people losers.
This isn't like I imagine these videos don't build on themselves. This is totally different.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was giving her the benefit of the doubt of actually of being.
I think consistency. I think consistency or an overarching theme is a little bit too much to ask.
Oh, okay. So feminist thought isn't consistent.
Yeah, this isn't that 3-part series for $9.99. This is a standalone.
Oh, okay.
The idea that motherhood outcomes reflect personal choices. Women's decisions are actually shaped by a lack of paid parental leave, inadequate childcare infrastructure, workplace cultures built around male life patterns, and policies that assume a stay-at-home caregiver without paying one. When motherhood is framed as a private choice, society avoids responsibility for its costs while still benefiting from its outcomes. The takeaway is not cultural, it's structural. One of Crittenden's most enduring arguments is that capitalism depends on women absorbing the cost of reproduction. Families privatizing the expense of raising future workers, and the state and market externalizing care costs. This creates a contradiction. Society depends on children, but refuses to pay for the work of raising them. Crittenden's work directly contradicts
That's a
the claim
really good
that women
point there.
opt out of motherhood for status reasons. The evidence shows that women opt out of motherhood because motherhood
think
is
that,
economically punished. The risk is individualized, the support is minimal, and the sacrifice is permanent. This has nothing to
You
do
think
with
that
ambition
society
and
should pay
status.
mothers
It's
to
a
have
rational
children?
response
Hold on
to
one
an
sec. What were you saying?
I said,
I agree with it. I agree with everything she's saying. It makes sense to me.
you think that society should pay women to have children?
I'm not going to say yay or nay, but I am going to say she's right in that argument. These costs are not necessarily socialized.
Okay, so
In a middle class family, you will get like child deductions and stuff like that, but it costs what, $1 million or something like that to actually raise children. And then if you have multiple children, you're probably going to be looking at a few $1 million over the years. Those costs aren't paid for by society.
So society should pay parents to have children.
I don't know. I'm saying that doesn't negate that the actual cost is individualized. I don't know whether society should pay for it or not, but it is true that companies, corporations, you can't even get childcare today. The only thing you'll get is the occasional, income tax break, and maybe, there'll be some sort of child care tax credit every now and again. But the overwhelming majority of the cost of raising children is individualized. It's not
Right.
taken on by the state.
Right, because I thought the whole point of, having children between two people, a lot of that.
Okay, well,
would be
I don't know. Where are you
preparate.
getting this from? She's not talking about any of that.
No, I just thought that preparation would mitigate that.
Okay, that's really outside the scope of her argument.
Well, her argument is that, people should just basically pay women to have children.
No, that's not her argument at all.
Okay, if you want to reverse it 30 seconds, I think that's exactly her argument.
Okay, I didn't hear her propose that. Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I missed something. Hold on one sec. Let's go back.
For its costs, while still benefiting from its outcomes. The takeaway is not cultural, it's structural. One of Crittenden's most enduring arguments is that capitalism depends on women absorbing the cost of reproduction. Families privatizing the expense of raising future workers, and the state and market externalizing care costs. This creates
Okay, so where is she calling for some policy?
That's what she's basically stating, is that
No, she's basically stating, she's just stating the facts. She's not proposing anything. I don't even feel that she is suggesting that there be a policy. She's just, what has she said? What she is saying is absolutely true. She's not saying it shouldn't be that way, or there ought to be a policy, or there ought to be a law. She's just saying that the truth is, the costs of raising kids are a private matter, and corporations, the government might help a little, but there's nothing out there. You're on your own when you're raising kids.
Okay, let's see.
contradiction. Society depends on children, but refuses to pay for the work of raising them. Crittenden's work directly contradicts the claim that women opt out of motherhood for status reasons. The evidence shows that women opt out of motherhood because motherhood is economically punished. The risk is individualized, the support is minimal, and the sacrifice is permanent. This has nothing to do with ambition and status. It's a rational
Essentially, choosing career over kids is an economic decision. It's not, the status, and, if you choose career over kids, you are not willing to take the risk that you lose a career.
Response to an asymmetric cost. Or to put it in game theory terms, women are not defecting from reproduction to gain status. They are exiting a game where the losses are guaranteed and the protections are not. So when a woman looks at...
So I think that's spot on. Now, this is her theory, and Crittenden, whoever that is, but everything she's saying, just you can just think about it hard. You don't even need to do the research to kind of know that she's right. What's up, Clue?
What up, Stanley? Can you hear me?
Oh, nothing much. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, SKC in the building. What's up?
Yeah, hey, what's going on, Clue? I'm just listening to this insane lady.
Insane lady.
I think
Stanley, do you think
I
she's
don't
an
know why
insane
you
lady?
No, I don't.
Okay, so we got a conflict here. All right, that's cool.
Well, when is there not a conflict?
I think you and SKC get along very well if y'all tried.
Free zone. Oh, we get along fine. I'm probably gonna send them some beer money after this. But the free zone says the cost of motherhood is not individualized. Single motherhood, yes. And then I would chime in.
Okay, Lou has no clue. Lou just got here. He has no clue what he's talking about.
I agree with him.
Only I have a clue, sir.
I agree with him.
When they say individualized, it can either be a single mother or it can be a nuclear family. Her point is that the state nor corporations pay for raising children by and large. It is a private matter.
Right, but she said a whole bunch of nothing. Like, take for instance this. I can make the similar argument to her of stating, you know what? Each one of us that are on this panel right now, society requires us to take so many breaths per minute, and we do not get paid per breath.
I know you don't drink. I know you don't drink, but I swear you do.
Is that a fact, though?
I don't even understand why that's a good analogy.
Why is
that a good analogy?
Society depends on us continuing to breathe. And the average one of us has, 60, 70 breaths.
Okay, well, let me help you out here. And let me tell you why I don't think that's a good analogy. You'll die if you don't breathe. You'll probably survive if you don't have kids. One is slightly more essential to living than the other. So I don't think it's a good analogy.
I'm just looking at the results. Society won't exist. If we stop breathing, society won't exist. If we stop having children, society won't exist.
Once again, I don't think that's a good analogy.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the result, just as she brought up the result.
Okay, y'all are reaching. This is a reaching Monday.
Reaching Monday, really?
Magnificent reaching Monday.
Really?
Apparently it's a reach around Monday.
No, that's too far. That's too far.
That's way
too far.
She makes perfect sense to me. What is it? Are y'all just kind of like instinctively like biased against a woman who says she's a feminist?
Why would you be a feminist? Why would you be a feminist?
Why would she be a feminist?
No, why would anybody be a feminist, Stanley?
Why would anybody be a MAGA?
But no, if the goal is egalitarianism, why would you be a feminist?
Because they want power.
Okay, well, is the goal of
feminism
egalitarianism?
That's what they said at first.
Yeah.
Well, egalitarianism the same thing as equality?
Yes. Apparently they don't want
I don't know about that.
They don't want egalitarianism. Oh, I can't even speak. They don't want that. They want
Do you think that they want equality?
No, they don't want equality, sir. They want supremacy. They want to be bigger and more powerful than men. Right, Stanley? They want to be bigger. And
No,
more
I don't think
powerful
I
than
don't think
men.
you're right, Clue.
How so? Everything that they do is to be more powerful than men.
Well, see, you know everything that they do because you're omniscient. I don't know everything they do.
But if you look at what they've been doing in the past 10 years, it's been to supersede men's power, not to be equal
My
to
power,
men's power.
well, maybe your power's been superseded. Mine hasn't.
Well, mine hasn't. No. I'm still the most powerful nigga on earth. But what I'm saying is, Stanley, what they've been trying to do is supersede men's power.
I
Not
don't know
be
that I agree
equal.
with that.
It's supposed to be about equality. You're supposed to be equal to men,
I
not supersede
think
their
I
power.
think okay, I see, at least one YouTube panel a day, that talks about men and women and that sort of stuff. Usually it's on Nightish's channel in the mornings. He's reacting to one of these panels.
Well,
And I don't see
who the fuck listens to Nightish?
I
Who the
do
fuck listens to Nightish?
I do.
You listen to Nightish? Why? I thought you were smarter than that.
I appreciate his show.
I thought you were smarter than that, Stanley.
Okay,
You
it's
listen
not
to
a matter of
Nightish?
being smart or not
Nightish?
smart. Well,
Really?
yeah.
Why?
Who should I listen to?
Because
DJ Hamp?
he's not smarter than you. You're smarter than him. Am I lying?
Okay,
or
well,
am
I don't know. I don't go to YouTube panels to I don't look for IQ when I go to a YouTube panel.
Clue. He's
Why
going
not?
Dumpster. He's going dumpster diving.
Because I've given up hope mostly.
He's going dumpster diving. That's all.
These people don't fucking read books. Why would I go looking for
SKC, would you consider Nightish a man of intelligence?
I don't know that guy. I really don't. I've heard him from Stanley, but I don't know the guy at all.
I mean, I'm not saying he's stupid. I'm just saying he's not.
Well, I mean,
he's not Einstein. That's what I'm saying.
I
He's
go
not
that.
Einstein.
Well, who is Einstein on these YouTube streets?
I don't
Me,
know.
motherfucker. Me.
I would.
Me, motherfucker. Me. I'm Einstein.
When's the
on
last
YouTube
time you
street.
even did a show?
I did a show 2 days ago.
Why did I not get
I did a show with my beautiful lady, Jenny.
Did you? Now, see, I would have paid. I would have definitely wanted to watch that so I could judge
It's
you.
still up. I didn't take it down. It's still up. You can watch it.
Hold on one sec. What? It's Clue. Why am I not getting your? Why didn't I get that pop up?
What do you mean?
Usually I subscribe to your channel.
Okay.
I
you
think
didn't get a notification.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's because I was in YouTube jail because of copyright strikes. All through Christmas, I was in YouTube jail because of copyright strikes.
He's been bad.
I've been a bad boy. I've been a bad boy because I play music.
Well, you know what? I didn't have the all
copyrighted
selected.
by other people.
Could you
All right,
imagine
so-
Clue living underneath this woman's state policies?
Oh no, I can't
Okay,
imagine that.
I don't
That's
know why
torture.
y'all think she's
That's
that
torture.
bad. She doesn't seem that bad
That's
to me.
torture. That's torture to me. This chick right here on your screen, Stanley.
Yes, that one.
No, I don't want to live under that woman.
I like her. I
No,
like
I
her
don't.
eyebrows.
You like her
Yeah,
brows?
yes.
huh?
Stanley
Her
said he would
eyebrows.
Stanley said he would give her a go. He said he wanted to see her earrings jingle.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
It is funny.
Motherhood and says, not unless the conditions are right. She's not saying, I want status. She's saying, I cannot afford catastrophic loss. This is not status-seeking behavior. This is risk management. And game theory is supposed to account for asymmetric costs. The professor's argument does not do that. And here is the fatal flaw in Professor J's argument. Game theory collapses when you pretend that unequal players are equal. Men and women are not playing the same game. Men do not risk career derailment by becoming fathers. They do not absorb the majority of childcare labor or lose social capital through parenthood. They do not face lifelong economic penalties for reproduction. Women do. So when women decline motherhood under current conditions, that is not a refusal to contribute to society. It's a refusal to absorb disproportionate punishment. If game theory in this situation were applied honestly, the conclusion wouldn't be women are choosing status over children.
You're
the
right.
conclusion would be the
Stanley.
cost.
You're right. I recant in sackcloth and ash. You are correct.
Really?
Yes.
What prompted that?
Huh?
What prompted that?
I understand. I understand where she's coming from now.
Oh, okay. You didn't all along. I mean, she started with game theory. I mean, the whole thing is about game theory.
Game theory?
No,
Really?
I misinterpreted where her starting point was, and now that I understand where her starting point is, it makes sense to me now.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
So in order for me to comprehend where she was coming from, she wants to be a man. So
I don't think she quite.
Hear him
I
out.
don't think she quite meant
Stanley,
that.
hear him out. Hear him out. Let him
Yeah,
talk.
because
Let
she stated men don't lose certain things due to reproduction and so forth and blah blah blah. So
Well, no, they don't
so
lose. They don't lose social capital and that sort of thing because of as part of fatherhood or parenthood.
Right. That's why, women get other things that men don't get as well.
Like what?
Oh, they get all sorts of courtesies and protections.
You mean
and
a door?
all sorts
You
of-
mean a door open for them?
Oh, they get a multitude of things.
Well, how much is getting a door open for you actually worth monetarily?
I don't know.
Millions of dollars, Stanley.
How much is
Millions of dollars.
Millions
of dollars.
How much are free dates?
Oh my Lord, really?
I'm just stating they do, right?
Well, unless they decide to go Dutch.
Yeah, so I mean that's normally the thing, and there's a whole
So
bunch of
you
other
literally,
courtesies that are given.
you aren't the first one. You aren't the first one. What the fuck is it with these young folks whining about having to pay for dates?
No, I'm not stating any. I'm not whining about anything. I'm just.
Well, I'm actually not even talking.
But
You're
Stanley-
married. I'm not really even talking about you.
But Stanley,
And
I pay 100%.
But I've heard people on YouTube panels complain about, having to pay for dates.
Well, she's talking about being paid as a mother.
Who's forcing young men to pay for dates?
Who's forcing mothers not to, have a baby and go back to
Okay,
work?
well, wait, you're moving the goalpost. I want to talk about paying for dates since you brought it up.
What we don't want to do is pay for a date that's not worth it. That's what we don't want to do.
Oh, okay. Well, what makes
We
a
don't want to
date
pay
worth it?
for a date that's not worth it.
Okay, what makes a date worth it?
What makes a date worth it is that woman giving me what I asked for.
Which would be
That's what makes it worth it.
which would be what? Her half of the bill, or
No, it could be sex. It could be entertainment. It could be.
I see.
It could be
So
a good
every
conversation.
date. So these days, every date should be quid pro quo. Chivalry is dead. Is that what you're saying?
No, chivalry is not supposed to be given at all, because what do you get for chivalry?
Really?
Yeah, because we're talking about monetary value. That just like she stated.
Okay, well, you're not entertained by the dinner conversation?
I'm
Stanley.
pretty entertaining.
Stanley.
Yeah, yes, sir.
If I go out on a date with a woman, I expect something. It's not necessarily sex. Don't laugh. Hold up. It's not necessarily sex, but I expect to get something out of what I paid for.
Is that right?
And I'm just wondering.
I expect
Stanley,
to get something
where
from what I paid
well,
for.
what would be the alternative to sex?
Entertain me.
You mean
tease
like
me, love me?
like a lap dance or?
Yeah, that could be one. It
Really?
doesn't have to be just sex,
Even on a
though,
even on a first date?
Hell
he
yeah,
said,
I
he
paid
said
for it.
especially so.
I
Damn.
paid for it. Why not?
Now I don't have that viewpoint, Stanley, but I understand why Clue is stating especially so. And so
because he's a debaucherous cad.
No, because he's going quid pro quo.
I could be.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
I wonder, Stanley. So isn't chivalry a benefit to women?
I've never thought to put a price on it, but I guess you could if you wanted to monetize chivalry.
Well, I mean, she's monetizing motherhood.
Oh, there it is.
I don't think she's monetizing it, but she is talking about the economics of it.
Right. So there's economics to chivalry as well.
Okay.
Is there risk?
Yes.
I mean, if a woman goes out on a date, say it's a blind date or a first date or something like that, is the woman taking a risk?
Yeah, and I think that the man is taking a risk too.
Really?
He is.
Yeah.
I agree.
Who's taking the bigger risk?
I don't know. I think the man is at the beginning.
The man is, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to know why, Stanley?
So you guys
Stanley,
are basically
do you
the
want to know
male.
why?
Well, yeah, sure. Tell me.
Well, the reason the man is taking a bigger risk because he could be shot down. He could be shot down.
You mean
The
like
woman
in the
can't.
hood, like gunned down?
Not gunned down. No. I mean,
Yeah, he needs precise
rejected.
language. He could be rejected.
He could be rejected.
And
the woman
and
doesn't
ba-
have to. The woman doesn't have to deal with rejection.
And basically what he would have done, what he could have done, Stanley, was pay for rejection. And how could he ever get that time back?
Stanley, if I take a woman,
I
out
don't
on
know.
a date, Stanley, if I take a woman out on a date,
Mm-hmm.
there is an expectation from me to her, which is not necessarily the other way around. If I take a woman out on a date, if I take a woman out on a date, I have to dance for her. She does not have to dance for me, according to society. I have to dance for this woman. She doesn't have to dance for me. Am I lying? Am I telling the truth or what, Stanley? What
I think that you have high expectations. I mean, back in my day, now it was a different day. You actually didn't expect to have sex on the first date.
So Stanley, why does the man have to get on one knee?
Well, hold
Why
on
does the
now.
man? Oh, well, wait a minute. Let's get deep with this. Pause. Let's do this. Why does the man have to get on one knee?
Well, I don't think a man does.
Why can't the woman get on one knee for him?
I don't think a man has to get on one knee. I didn't.
But traditionally, a man has to get on one knee and ask for her hand in marriage.
Here's another thought.
That I don't know about.
Not the other way around.
There's something larger that I think is connected to that clue, and I'll ask Stanley because he's been married. I'm married. Stanley, did you pay for an engagement ring or a wedding ring?
Neither.
You didn't?
Oh damn! You got the cheat code.
Well, no, I mean, we
got
were
the cheat
older.
code.
No, you know what? I would have, but she didn't like rings. I didn't like rings.
Lucky motherfucker.
Spent the money on a honeymoon.
Did you pay for a wedding?
No, we did a justice of the peace.
You paid
you
for
pay
for
for
a
a honeymoon?
honeymoon. Yeah, pay for a honeymoon.
I mean, you could call it that. We just paid for like a trip.
Oh, you went Dutch?
No, we were married. What? I mean, once you get married, is there such a thing as Dutch?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, we were older, so the magic was over. Basically, I didn't need a bunch of accoutrement.
Right. So, but I know that you have the capacity to think outside of yourself and put yourself in the shoes of I would say a much younger Stanley that is starting out. Could you imagine if you did have to, I don't know, help to pay for a wedding or get a engagement and wedding ring, how much that would set you back and how much of a risk that is?
I mean, I'm not the sort of person who likes a whole lot of pomp and circumstance. I probably would have done one of those like wedded, kind of like a lot of times they'll have like in the Navy, sometimes you'll be in your whites and there'll be the swords and all that sort of stuff. I don't know that I would have even done that. I'm just not into big church weddings and stuff like that. And to be honest, it would almost be a turnoff to get with a woman who would want all that. She wouldn't be my type of person. That money can actually go for something, more substantial than a wedding.
But that's
like a big fancy 250 person wedding. I could think of.
But Stanley, that's
I could think of things I'd rather the money go towards.
Stanley, that's what she wants. She wants a big wedding.
Well, then you know what? She wouldn't be my type of person. No, I'm dead serious.
No. See, the whole thing is that if you take Stanley out of the picture, we know that there are a lot of people that are not like Stanley and that do want those things. Because we know this because the industry exists.
Yep.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, even if I had like a bunch of excess money, dude, it's just a pain in the ass to have to go through all that pomp and circumstance.
Right.
If it was to be a church wedding, it would have been like a small church wedding. There'd be a few people there and maybe a small reception, but like one of these big Hollywood, on the beach weddings, nah, too much work.
So then you're basically confirming the idea that, let's say for a woman that does want all of that, that would be a significant risk for a man.
Well, no, I don't know, because it's not a risk I would take. I'm
taking yourself out of it.
It would be. I guess it would be a risk, but I mean, the thing is that with marriage rates today, I'm sorry, divorce rates today, I think both are taking a risk. To be honest,
really, does who has the greater chance of having, I would say, getting support afterwards, the man or the woman?
I would say the woman has the bigger risk of poverty.
And she also has the greater chance of support.
I don't know about all that.
The courts, that's who they reward.
Okay, well, see, I hear you with the courts and all that. I think a woman, I don't look at it that way. I look at the bigger risk of poverty.
And even Sin says, depends on who has custody of the kids. Well, who gets custody of kids the majority of the time?
I think it's women.
All right, so there we go. So I mean, if
you do realize that I factor all that in, the woman has the bigger risk of poverty. Okay.
Right. And
The
she
woman,
and they,
the woman, if she's been out of the workforce, has to re-enter the workforce.
Mhm.
If she's like, I had a next door neighbor years ago who was a lawyer. She was a stay-at-home mom, and every now and again, she'd go in and work on a case or something. But
Mhm.
all that time she was a stay-at-home mom, she was losing. There's no way she could ever work at a big law firm because she would have, the partner track and all that stuff doesn't happen if you're a stay-at-home mom. So
Correct.
luckily her
Stanley,
husband was
you don't think the man suffers that as well?
No.
No, I agree with Stanley on that one. But what I'm stating is that
really?
And let me give you an anecdote. Like after my wife died, my job just said, come back when you're ready. And shit, it was like 3 or 4 months before I was ready to go back to work. I didn't lose any salary. I didn't lose any seniority. I didn't lose anything. And I was getting paid while I was, 4 months. I didn't lose any benefits at all.
I've seen widows in the same situation.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that my wife didn't work. If I had died, it would have been more difficult for her to get back into the job market.
You're a widower?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You didn't know that?
Cool.
Yeah, my wife died like my sons will be 20 like 13 years ago.
Yeah. So the thing that I was saying is that the market has already accounted for what she's talking about, that risk, which is why the courts typically assign women more when it comes to divorce.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's already been accounted for. So when she says that there is more risk,
but there's also
the judicial system has accounted for those risks.
Understood. That's if there's still a chance that it's a deadbeat dad who doesn't pay, right?
Yeah, but there's risk in
it's a bigger risk. All I'm saying is the woman has a bigger risk of poverty than the man does in a normal situation where the guy
really
actually has a job.
Yes, I do believe that, Stanley.
Yeah, I don't
do you
think
really
so.
believe that?
Okay, well, I'm not going to change my mind. I'm assuming a normal middle class, the guy's a lawyer and say the woman's a teacher or the woman's a stay-at-home mom. I'm going to just, and again, I'm kind of basing it. I know there are all kinds of permutations and, nothing, it would be, basically you'd almost have to take it at an individual basis. So I'm kind of struggling to, do a generalization. But when in my mind, in that case, it might be a guy who's, like kind of a professional type and the woman stay at home or the woman is a teacher. Like, my mother being a teacher was a great job for my mother because she was generally home when we were home.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Rooster? Yeah. So anyway, let's get back to my future bride here. And by the way, Sin says that I forced her to take a bong hit because I didn't wear rings and I didn't want a big wedding. I don't hold those things as very important.
Yeah. She says alimony is almost
right.
She said that alimony is almost non-existent. I think that's only when you talk about the losers.
The losers.
I mean, I would think that alimony would almost be a requirement, especially if you're like a big star or something like that, some, rich like star or celebrity or something, and your wife didn't work, like she sacrificed for your career?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like you were stating, Stanley. Your wife, she didn't have to work when she had the kid.
Well,
And everything.
she probably should have worked.
Yeah.
I just
She
didn't
should have
make her.
worked. She should have worked.
She probably could have made more money than me.
The missus is done working. She said, "No, you got the kids now. It's just over." So I mean, I don't know. From what what's her name was stating, Sin. I think that just
Sin.
comes with women that married losers. Maybe they're just losers together. That's why they can't
But
get
let
out.
me tell you something, though. I really didn't realize how valuable my wife staying at home was until after she was gone, unfortunately. Like
Yeah,
my
it is
son,
valuable.
I mean, my son, like he was reading on an 8th grade level in like 1st grade because she had worked with him.
Sounds like me. Sounds like me.
Yeah. So I mean, I
was
really,
reading on that level.
other than the occasional course correction, she basically raised him right. And I just kind of had to keep the course, keep the ship on course.
And I'm glad that you were able to do that, Stanley. That sounds like you were a winner.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, I mean,
but it was one of these things. Look, dude, you know what? My parents had expectations, and me failing was not an option.
Yeah,
I
met
don't
those
fail.
expectations. You don't fail, you win. That's why they call it a great winner.
Right. There were expectations, and you would have to, in SKC, you probably get it. You'd have to know my parents.
No, I
Even
get it.
even as an adult, dude,
You still have
they're
expectations to
they're
meet.
fucking expectations.
That's right. And those expectations are not going to cease until they're in the ground, and then they are going to expect you to pass on those expectations to the next generation. And those expectations should steadily be getting higher and higher.
Right. So let's finish out this video, and let's see, Lou. Why don't you hit the link, Lou?
Yeah.
We'll get the gang. We'll get the gang back together.
Yeah. Let's get the
Of
band back
reproduction
together,
has
y'all.
been offloaded almost entirely onto women, and rational actors avoid a losing game. But what about Israel? He argues. The argument always points to Israel because they are the only developed nation that has a high fertility rate. They're sitting at
What's
around
up, Lou?
2.8, while the U.S. is at
just
1.
as you came up,
What up,
Clue
what
ducked out. He must have gotten a call or something.
He had to go win.
Oh, there he is. He had to go win.
Yeah, when you get busy.
You
and
there, Clue?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Your little icon thing didn't come up though.
Oh, I'm not cammed up, am I?
No, it's just a black screen.
Oh, I don't know what happened. But go ahead.
I don't even know what I was gonna say. Alimony.
Just hit play.
Just hit play.
Slick Rick says alimony is considered taxable income. I didn't know that.
It should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, okay. My camera's on. Let me take.
Yeah,
let me take
it
that
should be. I gotta help to pay for the judge in the court that made that decision, so it should be taxable.
0.6. Look, we're told, when motherhood gives women status, fertility rises. Except that's not what's happening. What Israel actually has is state-supported childcare, strong kinship networks, economic protections for mothers, and social legitimacy for large families. And most vitally, Israel has a higher cultural expectation of male participation.
Did you know that men's refusal to participate in household chores and parenting responsibilities is the number?
Why is she talking about Israel?
Yeah, you know something else about Israel that they have? A
What's
state
that?
religion.
Yeah, well, that is true.
as if that is not a
a extremely important variable in that entire equation.
Well, yeah, in the fathers taking the state basically doing the child care and stuff. The reason she brings up Israel is basically because these more socialist countries kind of subsidize child care.
Yeah, and they also rely on a lot of extra money from another country.
Yeah, and then if you're living on a kibbutz or something like that, I can imagine, all the people on a kibbutz, basically, it's like one big community. So, it's a slightly different social structure, I'd imagine.
Yeah, there's a lot of big differences. I mean, even at military service.
Right. Oh, we can consider ICE our public service.
They also have a lot of incest over there.
What now?
They also have a lot of incest over there.
Really?
Yes, they do. It's not privately talked about, but they got a lot of incest, a lot of domestic abuse. I mean, thus saith the Lord, right? But anyways.
Ladies' hands on you.
Yeah. So
birth rates.
Little
That's
homo
according
underwear.
to research
Never
by
mind, go ahead.
Claudia Golden, a Nobel Prize winning Harvard economist. So her research is really interesting. She looked at countries across Europe and Asia that had birth rates that were declining below replacement level. And she looked at the systemic interventions that the countries were doing versus cultural happenings. So things like mandatory maternity leave, paternity leave, cash and tax incentives to have children were important structural supports to stop declining birth rates, but none of those interventions had a greater impact than men actually participating as partners, being reliable husbands and fathers. That is the number one factor in birth decline, which is why a state like Japan that offers all sorts of systemic incentives and even offers, I believe, free fertility healthcare to couples trying to conceive, but it has not improved their birth rates because men in Japan are still clinging to like traditional patriarchal roles where they do not expect to be participants in their households and families. They expect women to serve them and do all of that labor. So the birth rate's still declining. This quote really stood out to me. The more men can credibly signal they will be dependable dads and not disappointing duds, the higher the birth rate will be in the face of greater female agency. Therefore, even though a major factor in the decline of fertility is increased women's agency, the real downside or obstacle is the need for husbands and fathers to reliably demonstrate their commitment. This truth does not negate the fact that America needs to institute mandatory paid maternity leave and make massive investments in maternal health and childhood health, right? Like universal child care. But that is not enough. Men need to step up and be real partners and really reliable for the birth rate to increase. Women will not shoulder that burden alone anymore.
That's not status symbolism. Israel's birth rate is higher because Israel has more structural support for mothers.
I don't know. I think that religion, that state religion, it's kind of like, I think that's got to have something to do with the higher birth rate.
Yeah, it has probably the largest variable in that entire equation in Israel.
I would actually agree with you on that.
But to the feminist mind, that is not a variable to even consider.
I would agree with you on that point too.
She's not really considering any variables. She's not considering agency. She's not considering choice. She's not considering she's just literally looking at outcomes.
None of that.
But she's not deducing like what goes into those outcomes.
The overall theme is game theory.
Okay.
None of those factors matter. And frankly, religion doesn't matter either.
Actually, it does.
Whoa. What do you mean
choice?
Choice has nothing to do with game theory? Are you fucking insane, Stanley? What are we doing here, bro?
Okay, dude.
God, I miss you, man. What are we?
Listen to what you were talking about, agency and shit like that. What does agency have to do with game theory? You were just rattling off a bunch of things like a feminist, as a matter of fact.
They are the engines of game theory. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay. You would have had to have watched the whole video to get it.
No, I wouldn't. I just have to understand what game theory is.
Basically, she mentioned 3 factors, and I can't even remember what they were. There were 3 factors. Those are the only 3 factors you get to use.
Because motherhood is so glamorous and status building. They're having more children because motherhood doesn't result in social erasure and economic disaster for them like it does in the US. And Israeli women reportedly have more supportive male partners at home, shouldering more of the domestic and childcare labor than they do in other Western nations. Which means the solution isn't cultural pressure or religious revival. It's redistributing the cost of reproduction. Fertility didn't collapse because women became selfish and started chasing status. It collapsed because women finally gained the power to refuse unpaid, unprotected, compulsory labor. When reproduction stopped being compulsory and started requiring our consent, we realized just how little it offers women. The fundamental inequality of the system was finally exposed. Fertility collapsed because women now have the ability to refuse to play a losing game. This system cannot survive unless women are coerced into becoming mothers. And a system that requires the coercion of half its population in order to sustain itself, that system deserves to die. So the problem with Professor Jay's game theory approach isn't the theory, it's the game. Give women a better game, and maybe we'll start playing. Thanks for watching. See you next time. If you enjoy this kind of content, I invite you to watch my series, Witches, Whores, and Rebels, a feminist.
I actually agree with her about the effect of feminism, women having choices.
Of course you do.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying. As an effect on the falling birth rates, women basically opting out because of risk or what have you. Yeah, I think that is a direct. That's had a direct effect on the falling birth rates.
She doesn't look as shapely as any of the images on the screen.
Uh-oh.
Well, she's older.
I'm for it, Stanley. I'm for it. If these folks don't want to reproduce and get married and they want to cut themselves out of the gene pool and remove their legacy from the face of the earth, I'm with it, man. I'm with it. It makes it easier for people with families like me, SKC. You know, like we win. The more isolated these people are, the more that people with families win. That's just how that works.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, maybe it's just because I have it, but I'm not really that into, you know, leaving legacies and stuff like that. You know, my father has been, you know, into genealogy for the past few years. I think that's nice, but it's funny. I've really never thought that much about it.
Well, then your genetic gene pool ends with you. I mean, not you, but you know, those who feel that way, and more power to you.
Well, I mean, but so what?
Exactly.
I just don't really, you know, I don't take that old world view. You know, that the genetic lines and stuff like that, if they last, they last. If they don't, they don't.
Okay, well, the people who are making all the decisions that control everybody's lives, that everybody loves to bitch and complain about on these internet panels, they believe in all the stuff I just mentioned. So I'm gonna roll with them.
Yeah, well, I think
and y'all can dribble away and say all that stuff.
Dude, have you seen some of the? Have you seen some of the people on these YouTube panels? I would literally say they're primitives. Hey,
you got people in the panel.
A lot of
you got
things.
goofies you got like Khan saying that none of that matters. Fuck off, because all the people who run your life say it does matter, and their opinion counts way more than your opinion.
Khan's kind of like a science guy. It just, when you're dead, you're dead.
Okay.
Of course I want to see my son, have kids and all that sort of stuff. But, life happens. I think maybe more at a species level rather than a family level.
You know what I want to come back to this this conversation after Stanley looks at his grandchildren. And then I want to see if he holds that same opinion.
You don't know me very well, do you? My only hope is that my son doesn't wait as long as I did. I'd be in my 80s. I'd be like 85 before he has grandkids, but I'm not going to be babysitting and shit like that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I wonder if your ideals on this whole legacy thing and so forth would change if you were to see a grandchild or two that has some of your same quirks and ideas.
I would be surprised. I'm just not that sentimental a guy. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll be happy and teach him fishing and stuff like that, but I'm not that sentimental.
I want to go fishing.
I'm not gonna be like, hey, I'm not gonna be like Roots and hold my son up to the fucking moon.
No, I don't think you would do something like that. But I could imagine you saying, you know what, grandson, let me show you a knot my dad showed me.
I really love my hair there. Wonder if I still have it. That's my Cruella de Vil hair. Maybe I do. Yeah, I made the comment that this picture actually looks very Cruella de Vil.
That was an evil woman.
Yeah. Let's see here. So what else do I have in this queue? Anything else interesting? Oh, I like this woman. This is you know what? Let's do this.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Emmanuel. This is I Belong Outdoors.
We're out here in the dark today. Got Orlando, Ivan, Leaf.
We're heading out this morning. We're doing some trolling, looking for some wahoos. That's why we're out here as early as possible, and then we'll be heading out for some swordfish. Are we taking you guys with us? Let's go.
Do you guys like fishing?
Yeah, when I was up in Michigan, I haven't done any fishing here in Carolina, but up in Michigan, we go up to the UP and hop on a boat and we go fishing all the time. I haven't done any here.
South Carolina has awesome fishing. Especially
it does. I just haven't had
along the dude. Go out just right along the Ashley River there. There's awesome inshore fishing. You don't even have to own a boat.
It's a time thing. I've had other priorities and that's all.
Let me SKC was good seeing you. Don't be a stranger. Yeah, it was that. You made my day, man. You and Lou.
Peace, SKC.
Lou, I hadn't seen y'all in a while.
Yeah, I've been out the way, man. I've been working on some stuff like going into the new year. I'm on a fast right now, so I haven't even really been in touch with what's been going on YouTube since the year started. So I'm pretty sure it's more of the same.
Yeah, it's pretty much more of the same. I'm thinking about, probably Will. Kimmy had some, basically had a very thoughtful plan that she's laid out. Some of this stuff I am going to implement. Probably going to start a second channel Someone made the point that trying to do serious stuff, like we were talking about liberalism, capital L liberalism. I actually like talking about something serious and then just having it devolve, and go left. I actually like that. We can literally go from philosophy to feminism
Effery.
to yeah, it doesn't
To
bother
effery.
me.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me that it devolved. But what's happened is some people want the more serious stuff, and other people want the fuckery. Like, where's the fuckery? Where's the fuckery? We need to do fuckery more than just the weekends. So splitting the channels might be a good idea, or having another channel where I deal with the more, political philosophy, the more sobering, serious topics, and then having another channel, because this channel is not going to change much. It's always going to be news, and maybe it'll just be news and fuckery. But so there'll be some changes that happen. Nothing major, but there probably needs to be some separation. Let's see. Are you still the only person asking?
I can feel it.
Trans inclusion over there at Bob's. Bring on the fuckery. I don't really watch Bob's show. When I do go over there, I might troll a little bit in the chat, but usually their topics are just so obtuse that it doesn't, if it doesn't chase me away, it'll bore me away. Did you really? Yeah, Dawn. I like doing serious topics like that. That's why I should probably go ahead and people will know more what to expect on one channel versus the other. I like being able to go because I'm kind of lazy too. Having two channels to administrate, that might be a little bit more work than I actually want to do. In fact, there's been projections to show that non-Hispanic white people will become a numerical minority of the population in all Western countries. Non-Hispanic white people. Yeah, they are really dreading that. England is probably going to be one of those countries for sure. Which, in England's case, it's kind of like just desserts. The colonizers will become colonized, which I find highly satisfying. I honestly don't think that, a majority minority doesn't really, a majority minority, I don't know why it's such a big deal. It's not like the Asians and the blacks and the Hispanics and, all the minorities are going to band together against white people. White people in the United States have been effective at breaking up, minority type coalitions for 200, well, fucking probably 400 years, if you count Bacon's Rebellion. I don't know. I think white people are just making it up. I think they're being supremacists just to be supremacist. What's up, Stan? How you doing? So let's see. I'll support both channels. I think your show will have a super loyal audience and will grow over time. Your show is a great hangout for it all. Well, I appreciate that, Kimmy. I actually had a really good time today. Let's see. We have had, 233 viewers in 8 hours. That's not that great. However, all the usual suspects have shown up. And let's see, where are we subscriber wise? I don't know. We've been hovering around that 275 for a while now. We were at 275. Now we're back at 274. I don't know why these numbers vary, 275 then 274. I don't know whether people have buyer's remorse or just what. What was I going to say? Sin says, I will give you credit for organically growing your audience. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm kind of a boutique, kind of a boutique taste. I'm never gonna have, like 10,000 or 20,000 subscribers. But the 500 I might get, it will be our little merry band of misfits. So, I'm just not really willing to do the jumping through hoops, uh, in being extra just to bring in. Like I could never. I envy people like Izzy Bands or Angry Man who can just kind of perform like a character. It seems I just can't do that. People see through it for starters. As long as I have enough, beer money and to pay for a couple newspaper subscriptions, I'm good with that. But yeah, going back, let's see. The Anglo cannot be defeated. The Anglo's excellence was preordained. I don't know where you get this idea of Anglo excellence. I don't know. Have you really gone back and done a lot of research on medieval Europe? I don't know that that was actually excellence, to be honest. So I would, if I had to call uh kind of like a civilization or a culture excellent, I would actually think that the I've always had a thing for the Ottoman Empire. I think the Ottoman Empire was in a lot of ways superior to European culture. You say that as a member of the out group. Yeah. Hearing it's always these weirdos. It's always people like Be Brave who want to praise the excellence of white people. It's all I never hear like other than JD Vance. I don't really hear a whole bunch of like elite white people talk about how great it is to be white, at least out in public. Maybe they do it behind closed doors. Well, you know what? That's one of the best compliments I've ever gotten on YouTube, Sin. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm consistent. Consistently something, but it is consistent. I would actually, I was thinking back to Tootie Bug earlier, talking about abortion. I was actually surprised that she thought I was rude, though I haven't interacted with her a lot. And when I did, it was usually over on Orthodox Guy's channel. Yeah, I wouldn't say I was rude. I'd say I was blunt. Let's see. Stanley Zhang is captured by bad ideas and Bronze Age mysticism. Wow. What is it? Who's that guy? Bronze Age Paleo or something like that? Maybe that's who he's captured by. All right. Well, I actually do need to wrap it up because I got to go make dinner. Just so everybody knows, I finally got the sourdough into the refrigerator. I'm going to bake it tomorrow, and we'll see how it turns out. It took me forever to get that damn starter to bloom like it should. So essentially, making sourdough bread is pretty much like a 24-hour process. There's shortcuts, but I'm not good enough at making it to do shortcuts. So if everything turns out right, hopefully I'll have a picture of it or something. If it turns out shitty, I will let you know it turned out shitty, but I'm not going to show pictures. I heard Shiesty Bum was timing. Yeah, I don't get that. She and Shiesty Bum does not think highly of Tootie. I'll be honest. Tootie Bug has never been anything but nice to me. So I have, as far as I know, she's a great person. I did invite her to come over to the show sometime, so maybe she'll even come up on the panel at some point. So Khan, I appreciate it, and yeah, I'm gonna have to sign off because I've been up here for 8 hours, and I am getting kind of hungry. Well, see, Sin, I've actually been cooking like a kind of fancy, like an upper end home cook for damn near over 25 years. So I basically, even something like sourdough, I was surprised at how hard it is to make sourdough bread. I've been cooking for so long, I expect to pick stuff up really quick. And I make my own bread. So I didn't think it would be that different. As it turns out, it is quite a bit different from making your regular old sandwich bread. Sourdough is all about technique. It doesn't rise, because it's not the commercial yeast. It doesn't rise like regular sandwich bread does. You literally it's like getting the bread to rise is all about technique, not so much about the yeast doing the work for you. So I'm having to get used to that. But I'll get it. Biscuits, yep, biscuits are really easy. Making actual bread isn't that difficult from biscuits. It is different from cornbread, of course. I started making bread, Con, after my wife died. I just figured, you know what? Baking is something both my son and I could do since he had a thing for cookies. So he and I started making bread 13 years ago, and I've been making it ever since. My son's actually really good at cooking. He can make a pie from scratch, including the crust. So he's fairly accomplished himself. Yeah, bread, once you get the hang of making like regular old sandwich bread, like I usually will make like a whole wheat honey sandwich bread. It's like a honey whole wheat sandwich bread. I can crank that out, really quick. Like the other thing, I make my own hamburger buns, my own hot dog buns, which are even faster than bread. I make my own tortillas. I make my own pita bread. So I know how to do all that. You had entirely too much coffee. You know what? One of these days, I would love, I've never been to Paris. I would love to go to one of those cafes and just hang out. That and go to a cafe or a bar or something like that and drink absinthe. Just like James Joyce. I've used to be kind of like a big James Joyce fan. So anyway, it was good having you, Dawn. Don't be a stranger and don't work too hard. I do know that Chocolate Earth is live, and I think I saw T was live and Nightish is live. So y'all go out and hang out at one of those shows. I have to figure out how to transport everybody to a channel. I don't know how to do that yet. So or Van Gogh. Yep, absinthe. So I will be back around 2 Eastern time or so tomorrow, and I will see everybody then. And by the way, before y'all leave, have a look at the theme song if you haven't. I just have the opening theme as the closing theme, and I want to dedicate and thank Latino for Trump for making me a song, and John Galt for putting him up to it. I will see everybody tomorrow. Have a great night.
Like, listen, right? I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I have been with Stanley.
in his eyes, spins till so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand that it's a white people problem. Okay,
It's called Stanley versus the world.
and just assume their character by stereotype.
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
Do I think it's okay?